Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Exchanged Quirk. The story is titled The Collector, written by Aquamo. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He wasn't going to say that his life was great because, frankly, it really wasn't, and Izuku had made a point to try lying to himself a little less. Besides, it was kind of hard to talk up the experience of being cuffed to a table in an interrogation room for somewhat unknown reason. He wanted to pretend that he had no idea what led him here, but in the world he lived in it almost always came down to quirks, and he was well aware his quirk scared the average civilian and fear was nothing if not a plague. Word must have gotten out about his extracurricular activities. Logically, he knew that it would happen eventually, but it wasn't like he was actually doing anything illegal. He took care to never use his quirk without someone signing a contract giving him explicit permission, and only ever did so on private property where he had previously spoken to the owners to confirm that, yes, he could use his quirk there. He knew that it covered his ass in the eyes of the law, but he was also well aware that it wasn't going to protect him from any biases. The sound of the door finally opening made him lift his head. A single detective walked in, taking the seat across the table. He was relatively plain, and there was exhaustion that seemed to plague him, judging from the dark circles under his eyes and the way he carried himself. I am Detective Tsukachi, and I have some questions for you regarding a case that I and several heroes have been working on. I am legally obligated to inform you that my quirk is called Lie Detector. It's pretty self-explanatory. Can you tell me your name? The detective asked. His voice was calm and even, giving nothing away. Midoriya Izuku, he replied. He knew he could have brought up the legality of questioning a minor without their guardian present, but calling his mother wasn't going to do him any favors. It was better to just get this over with. He had all his bases covered, and he had plenty of people who would vouch for him if necessary. All right, Midoriya. What is your quirk? His eyes slid closed, and he tried to ignore the lump in his throat and the dread that came with it. It's called Exchange. He could still remember the day it activated. A bright and sunny day that completely contrasted the brutality and hatred thrown his way. He hadn't heard their approaching footsteps because he was too engrossed in hero analysis for the future Vol 4. The explosion aimed at his back certainly got his attention. He thought they were saying something, but he couldn't hear it over the intense ringing in his ears. After that, all he could remember is pain and emotions. He could remember feeling an unpleasant bitterness. He could remember the hot tears running down his face. He could remember the painful feeling of being kicked and scratched and burned. He felt fire pop and crack in his face, and that was when the anger set in. He just wanted them to stop. He wanted them to know what it felt like. He woke up in the hospital 3 days later feeling complete. Euphoric. It didn't last. It allows me to give and take quirks, he finally said, blinking back the burning behind his eyes. He couldn't afford to cry here. It would do him no favors. So he schooled his expression and locked eyes with the detective. But you knew that, or I wouldn't be here right now. He silently dared the man to tell him he was wrong. The detective's hands came to rest atop the file resting on the table. We have had some concerning reports about individuals who previously had quirks suddenly being without. I'm sure you can see why we would need to investigate such matters. You are aware that using a quirk on others in public is against the law, are you not? Only for people with bad quirks, he couldn't help but bite out. Besides, I never used my quirk without explicit permission and never in public. I'm sure you have my bag and I'm sure you've already searched it, but if you haven't found it, there's a hidden pocket that I keep my contracts in. I do not take the quirk of anyone unless that contract is signed. Yes, we did find those. My colleague is currently looking them over, but from what I saw it was very thorough. Can you tell me where the contract was drafted? He was 9 the first time he set foot in the dingy-looking building. He had gone there multiple times before, but he had never had the courage to actually step foot inside. Meetings were every Sunday and Wednesday afternoon. He was silently glad that they seemed to think things through and had those meetings 2 days a week. If it had just been Wednesday, he never would have been able to make it there from school in time. He was still anxious. He'd never attended a support group, but he'd heard the dangers, especially with one specifically for those with villainous quirks. All those people gathering was like a homing beacon for hate crimes, and he doubted they would spare a kid any consideration. Not with the villain label already firmly slapped on him. He made it there every Sunday afternoon for 8 weeks before he finally worked up the courage to walk inside. He wasn't very surprised to see it was mostly full of adults, but he was surprised by the warm welcome. The moment they caught sight of him, their faces seemed to go through an array of emotions before they settled on a smile. It was weak at best, but it was the greatest thing he had been given in a long time. It wasn't until he got a bit older that he understood. He was a 9-year-old kid walking into a support group for villainous quirks all alone. No guardian in sight at all to make sure he was safe despite the shady neighborhood. They were all well aware of how unfair life was, but him walking in seemed to cement it in their hearts once again. They were warm and kind the whole time he was there. They never put him in the spotlight. Never pressured him into talking. They were just there. They were like a rock that never budged despite the hurricane around him. A spotlight in the dark. They were exactly what he needed at the time, and he could never be more grateful. He occasionally piped up with advice or general thoughts, but he never actually spoke about himself until almost a year later. He told them about his quirk with only mild anxiety. Even with their kindness, he was well aware his quirk did not inspire anything but fear. He was met with warm smiles once again. Then a few weeks after he told them about exchange, he was approached by one of the members of the group. She asked if he would take her quirk. He was unsure but willing to do so if it meant he could use his quirk to help someone for once. Before he even got the chance, one of the other members, a woman named Konami, smacked her upside the head and scolded her for suggesting such things without precautions. Before he knew it, Konami had gotten in contact with one of her friends who just so happened to be a lawyer. They went through each and every possible loophole that could be exploited until none remained. Until his safety was secured. He had never been so amazed by the friends he had made, which is exactly why he wasn't keen on pointing any kind of attention their way, especially not the attention of the cops. I don't see how that is relevant. So, no, I will not tell you where it was drafted, he finally replied. Detective Tsukachi sighed. Listen, I am willing to work with you. I want to work with you, but, to be honest, I don't have much leeway here. Word has gotten out about your quirk and it's making some very powerful people antsy. Without warning, the door to the interrogation room opened, revealing a tall pro hero in a black jumpsuit with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. A rat-like head popped out from the scarf before black eyes honed in on Izuku with an almost maniacal gleam to them. He'd recognize that mammal anywhere. He did apply to his school. Not that he got past the screening system. Detective Tsukachi, pleasant day we're having, isn't it? I'm afraid this interrogation is over for the foreseeable future, the rat-dog-bear thing, who could only be Nedzu, said as he clambered down the pro hero. Detective Tsukachi looked reasonably confused but gathered up his file and left the room anyway. Very few people said no to Nedzu. The detective seemed to be one of the smart ones that just complied to the animal's demands. Good to know. Nedzu took the spot the detective vacated almost immediately, while the pro hero who accompanied him simply leaned against the wall. For several moments it was simply an intense staring contest between Izuku and Nedzu. He couldn't help but feel like he was being dissected down to his core and briefly wondered if that was how other people felt when he got lost in their quirks. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, Midoriya. You are in a bit of a predicament. The Hero Public Safety Commission has set its sights on you, and not in a good way. When that happens, people tend to meet unfortunate fates sooner or later, usually sooner, Nedzu said cheerfully. Izuku wasn't sure if it was the mammal's default or if he had something up his sleeve. I'm not surprised. My quirk is dangerous. I find that the people who are threatened by it are usually the ones that society provides superiority complexes with a side of ego. Nedzu barked out a laugh at that, so he was going to assume he said the right thing. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Which is why it is very unlucky for them that Tsukachi contacted me for help in tracking you down. Unlucky for them doesn't automatically mean lucky for me. No, in most cases it wouldn't. But in your case it most certainly does, because I have an offer for you. What kind of offer are we talking about? Nedzu grinned, wide and slightly unhinged. Well, you see, Midoriya, there is a very special program that I instated quite a few years ago. It was kept relatively off the books because of the backlash it would likely cause. Unfortunately, I have not come across the chance to put this program into use. At least, not until you. Are you going to tell me what the offer is, or are you going to leave me in suspense all night? Nedzu leaned back in his seat, smile still firmly in place. Why, of course we can get right to the point. The program I initiated was intended as a reform program for young teenagers on the path to villainy. In the eyes of the law, you have done nothing technically illegal. However, in the eyes of the HPSC, your quirk is enough of a crime. Really, it comes down to two choices. Either you decline my offer and try your luck with the HPSC, or you take my offer and join my villain rehabilitation program, which will offer you a level of protection you won't get anywhere else. Izuku stared at the animal in front of him in a state of disbelief. He wasn't really wrong. The HPSC was shady as hell and one of the leading causes behind the discrimination that so many people face today. Not that they advertised that juicy little tidbit, but word tended to spread in the streets. Nedzu was definitely the better choice between the two, but he couldn't help but wonder what the angle was. What did he gain from it? Or perhaps it wasn't what he gained, but what he couldn't afford to lose. Exchange was a very dangerous and versatile quirk. If he was pushed toward villainy, his quirk would be something that very few people could fight against, and that wasn't even counting the collection that he had amassed over the past 5 years. And if I agreed to your program, what exactly would that entail? He asked as if he didn't already know his decision. It was almost a no-brainer. Everyone in the support group spoke warnings of the HPSC if they weren't outright cursing its very existence. You would have to abide by 3 simple rules. All very painless, I can assure you. First, you will be required to wear a tracker on your person at all times. Said tracker does have a panic button in case of emergency for your own security, and as long as you prove yourself trustworthy, that tracker very well may come off by the end of the semester. Second, you will be under the supervision of a pro hero that teaches at UA. This would mean that they would become your guardian until you are finished with the program, and you would be staying in a residential area on campus as well as being admitted into the hero course. Third, you will not be able to leave campus without at least 2 pro hero escorts. Nedzu laid the rules out clearly and concisely. His entire body stiffened up in surprise. Wait, what? I'm gonna be enrolled in UA. In the hero course? Why, of course. Your quirk is a tricky one and will require much more extensive training. While the support, management, and general education courses do have frequent quirk control classes, none compare to the rigor and comprehensiveness of the hero course. It is most suited to your general needs. Besides, while you and the good detective were talking, I scrounged through my files. I thought I had come across your name before, and I was right. You applied for the hero, management, and general education courses at UE as well as several other hero schools. Unfortunately, your record did not pass our basic check, though I believe I can surmise as to why that is. It certainly doesn't match what I have seen thus far. He almost felt like he couldn't breathe. He was going to go to UE. He was going to be in the hero course. If he accepted, Izuku leaned back in his chair as he thought it over. I would like to add a stipulation if that is at all possible. Oh, and what would that be? I get to maintain access to people looking for a contract with me. It would be beneficial for the both of us. I believe accommodations can be made, but may I ask why? My quirk is demanding. It wants access to other quirks. If I don't take quirks, then it starts to become all I think about until it's unbearable and I end up accidentally taking one. Exchange is a powerful quirk, but it's still just a quirk, and like every other quirk in existence, it comes with its drawbacks, he explained. At the very least, it seemed as if Nedzu was willing to listen, which is more than he can say for any other authority figures he'd had in his life. Nedzu hummed with a pleasant smile. Then consider it done. I can arrange escorts for you to be available every Sunday, and I can make allowances for any emergencies that may come up during the week. Izuku's shoulders almost seemed to sag in relief. Then I think we have a deal. Perfect. We have a car waiting outside. We'll be making a stop at your apartment in order to inform your current guardian of the situation. It shouldn't take long, but you will be able to pack any essentials you do not wish to part with. Nedzu hopped off the chair, his shoes barely making a sound when they hit the cold concrete floor. He made his way around the table and pulled a key from his pocket, unlocking the cuffs holding him to the table. Izuku rubbed his wrists, feeling relieved that he finally had range of motion again. He wasn't really a fan of being restrained. It brought up too many bad memories. And on the off chance that my mother doesn't agree to this program, what will happen? I wouldn't worry about that. She will. The mania leaking into Nedzu's expression was enough to keep Izuku from pressing, but it also made his curiosity downright edge. He couldn't help his almost obsessive need to know things, and no matter what the gory details he found, he never regretted knowing. But he also knew when to pick his battles, and a battle with Nedzu was not one that he was interested in fighting. He was guided out of the police precinct and into a sleek black car waiting for them. He slid into the back seat, quickly joined by Nedzu and the pro hero that had been a silent shadow the entire time. Izuku eyed him curiously. He looked very familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. Oh, Midoriya, I believe I forgot to introduce you to one of your new guardians. This, Nedzu said as he motioned to the pro hero, is Aizawa Shouta. He will also be your homeroom teacher. Izuku locked eyes with the man and felt slightly very intimidated. He was going to be in this man's care for the next few years of his life, and he wasn't quite sure what to expect. But he wasn't going to be rude, because that was asking for a bad start to this whole situation. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for taking care of me, he spoke, somehow managing not to stutter the words out. Thank the gods for that small mercy. Aizawa's expression seemed to soften a little bit. Nice to meet you too, kid. Today has been a lot to throw at you at once, so don't stress about the details too much. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask them. He hesitated for a moment as his brain went through the hundreds of questions he had for the man until it settled on one that was most definitely the most important at the moment. How do you feel about cats? Aizawa let out a strange mix of a snort and a laugh. I like your priorities. I love cats. My husband and I have quite a few. I have a cat. Well, technically she's a stray, but she hangs around me whenever I leave the house. He offhandedly mentioned. He adored that cat. They found each other when he was 12 and she was just a kitten. His mom wouldn't let him keep her in the house, but she always seemed to appear whenever he stepped foot outside the apartment. It probably helped that he always had some food on hand to give out to her. He eventually started calling her Kazumi. Aizawa hummed quietly. If we see her while we're there, do you want to bring her with us? He looked up, not daring to hope too much. Really, you're okay with that? He shrugged. One more cat in the house isn't going to make a difference to me or my husband. Izuku slowly let a small smile spread across his face. He had been pretty worried about her immediately after he accepted the deal. He wasn't keen on leaving her behind. Who else was going to feed her and make sure she's okay? Does she have a name? Aizawa asked. You seem pretty attached. He nodded. Yeah, I started calling her Kazumi after she stuck around for a month or so. She actually has a quirk. I'm not quite sure what it does, but it seems to have some sort of calming effect. Really? How can you tell? Well, in general, I can sense quirks around me and I can kind of gauge how powerful they are. The stronger the quirk, the more intense the resting aura is. All quirks tend to give off somewhat stronger auras whenever they're active. Whenever I hold her and she starts purring, the aura of her quirk aura tends to grow stronger and I can almost feel a wave of calm wash over me. Before he knew it, they had already arrived outside his apartment complex and piled out of the car. Izuku had barely stood up before a streak of gray and white plowed into him full force. He grunted slightly from the impact but secured his arms around the giant fluffy cat. It seemed to amuse the two pro-heroes that flanked him well enough. Without a word, he began the long trek upstairs. The elevator hadn't been fixed for years, and the likelihood that it would be anytime soon was low to none, to the 4th floor until he came to a stop at his apartment and fished out the keys. Once unlocked, he pushed the door open and walked inside, making a quick exchange of his bright red shoes for some slippers and directing the others to the guest slippers set off to the side. Mom, he called out hesitantly as he made his way to the living room where she usually was this time of day. We have guests. His mother looked up from her book in surprise, eyes locking on Nedzu and Aizawa before she set it aside and stood. What can I do for you? Aizawa nudged him toward his room with a quiet go-ahead before letting Nedzu take the reins. Izuku hurried off to his room and just barely left the door cracked. He deposited Kazumi onto his bed and grabbed the duffel bag stashed in his closet and started stuffing it with his clothes and notebooks. He didn't have much else, and everything that was left he wasn't very interested in keeping. He couldn't hear much of the conversation, and he already knew which way it was going to go, but there was a small part of him that almost wished she would fight for him, that she wanted to keep him. He knew she didn't, but it was a nice thought. Unfortunately, that was just another change he had bitterly become accustomed to after his quirk came in. His father left around the time he was diagnosed quirkless, and his mother had pretty much checked out the moment he got a quirk that didn't fit society's standards. He couldn't win for losing. He sighed as he zipped his bag up before grabbing his backpack and tossing it over his shoulder to join the duffel bag. He took one look at Kazumi, who was staring at him with an almost pitiful expression, and could feel his frustration melt away a little bit. I can't carry you and this stuff at the same time, so you're gonna have to follow me, he said. Now, most people would consider talking to a cat crazy, but Izuku was not most people. That cat was probably his closest friend, and she clearly listened well because she immediately hopped off his bed and trotted over to the door, squeezing out of the room. So, yeah, some people are crazy, but it was clearly working for him. He made his way into the living room just in time to see Aizawa and Nedzu stand, the latter collecting a set of papers with his mother's signature clearly scrawled across them. He kept his face carefully blank, trying to hide the hurt as best as he could as he avoided looking in his mother's direction. Instead, he made his way down the hall to the front door and took the key out of his pocket, placing it on the hanging rack with the various other keys for her apartment. A hand landed on his shoulder, making him look up at Aizawa's concerned expression. At least he was assuming it was concerned. The man was very hard to read. You okay, kid? He asked quietly. Izuku didn't say anything for a few moments. He wasn't sure what to feel, in all honesty. Eventually he shrugged and came back with, I'm not sure. I don't know if I really feel anything. Disappointed, maybe. But other than that, I don't have any answers for you. Oddly enough, that seemed to satisfy his new guardian. That's pretty normal in situations like this. You don't necessarily have to feel anything. Either way, you'll eventually sort it out. That seemed to drain some tension he was feeling, and he gave Aizawa a small smile before he opened the door. Better not to overstay their welcome. The ride to Aizawa's apartment wasn't too long. He did live closer to Yui, which made sense considering he worked there. Kazumi sat curled up against Izuku's side the entire time, which was nice. When they arrived, Aizawa grabbed the duffel bag despite Izuku's protests and guided him up to a door on the 2nd floor. Don't mind the boxes. My husband and I started packing Friday so we could move tomorrow without much of a fuss, Aizawa said. How long have you guys known about me? Sukachi gave Nedzu the case about a month ago, and Nedzu called me in on it as backup. Then Nedzu found out you were just a kid and you weren't actually doing anyone any harm, so he dusted off the villain rehabilitation program. You were gonna need someone to look after you, so I volunteered. Yeah, but how did you know I was gonna accept? Aizawa smiled at that. Nedzu is very persuasive, and on the off chance you didn't accept, well, it's just stuff. It can be put back, so not a big deal. Izuku let out a soft huh as he took in the apartment. Wait, did you say you're moving tomorrow? Tomorrow's Monday. Don't you have to teach? No, I took this next week off of work. We have a lot to do and I want to make sure it all gets done before I go back and before you start your classes. So I'm gonna start when you go back. Good to know. But other than moving and unpacking, what else do we need to do? He asked, tilting his head in confusion. First off, we need to go shopping. You have a backpack and a duffel bag full of stuff. You're a teenager, you need more than that. You need clothes, bedsheets, books, pillows, blankets, etc. I also want to catch you up on what the rest of your class has done so far. Thankfully, school hasn't been in session for more than a week, so there's not much you'll have to worry about, Aizawa said as he sat down on a couch beside a tiny black kitten that he proceeded to scoop up and hold close to his chest. I guess that makes sense. I hadn't really thought about all that. He took a seat on a free chair with Kazumi taking her spot right by his side. It was at that moment that the sound of keys in the front door drew their attention away from the topic at hand. In walked Present Mike. At first, Izuku thought he might have been going crazy, but he quickly realized that no, he wasn't, and yes, that is Present Mike, who is apparently his other new guardian. Present Mike didn't even miss a beat when he saw Izuku sitting there. Instead, he beamed and took his jacket and shoes off while introducing himself. Hey, kid. I'm Yamada Hisashi. Nice to meet ya. I'm Izuku, he responded with, still in a bit of a daze. He was going to be living with Present Mike. Wild. I'm glad you're finally here. You wouldn't believe the amount of pacing Grumpy over there has been doing for the past month, Yamada said, nodding over to Aizawa. Pacing. Izuku glanced between Yamada and Aizawa in confusion. He was feeling a lot of that today. Oh yeah. He doesn't act like it, but he's a real softie for kids. The moment he found out the HPSC had sent police after a teenager, he started stressing. You were basically adopted the moment he started working on the case. Zashi, Aizawa groaned, his head resting in his hands. Oops, guess I wasn't supposed to mention that. Oh well, can't take it back now, Yamada laughed. Izuku watched the two interact and couldn't help the small smile forming on his face. He hadn't really seen a lot of couples who genuinely seemed to care for each other. It was nice. Oh, I finished packing up the kitchen this morning too, so we're gonna have to have takeout for dinner, Yamada said, practically buzzing around the house. He walked over to a table and pulled a paper off of it before handing it over to Izuku. Here, all of these places are great and they deliver here, so pick whatever you want. He turned to Aizawa. You know what I like. I'm gonna grab a shower and wash all of this crap out of my hair. Izuku blinked as Yamada vanished from the room just as quickly as he came. Don't worry, he does that frequently. I don't know how he has so much energy, Aizawa commented. Go ahead and pick whatever you want. You can access the menus on your phone. I don't have a phone, he said. It was something his mother hadn't ever brought up getting him, and he was too busy walking on eggshells around her to ask for one. He dealt with the family computer and that was about it. Aizawa looked up with a small frown before he pulled his phone out of his pocket and tossed it over. Here, you can use this for now. We'll get you a phone tomorrow. Are you sure that's okay? He asked hesitantly. I'd prefer if you had some way to get in contact with me or Hisashi. You'll have a tracker with a panic button, sure, but it doesn't exactly come with direct messaging. But phones are so expensive. Kid, I have 2 jobs. Hisashi has 3. We can afford to buy you a phone and anything else you might want or need. As long as you're not asking for a yacht or an island, I think we'll be fine. He wasn't going to argue, but Aizawa's words didn't exactly take away the discomfort that settled in his bones. Logically, he knew that this is what parents were supposed to do. They were supposed to provide their kid with everything they needed and more, but he had spent so long with the basics that he just didn't know how to react with someone so willing to spend their money on him. It was going to be an adjustment. A hard one. He turned his gaze to the phone that was handed to him. It was already open and there were multiple apps that matched the restaurants listed on the sheet Yamada gave him. He wasn't too interested in doing a lot of diving, so he chose one at random and scrolled through the menu until he found something he liked that wasn't too expensive before handing the phone back to Aizawa. From there they both fell into a surprisingly comfortable silence until their food arrived shortly before Yamada joined them. It was pretty easy to pick apart a pattern in the dynamic his 2 guardians shared. Aizawa was generally quiet, whereas Yamada filled the silence with noise of any kind, whether it be soft humming or idle chatter or loud boisterous laughter. It worked surprisingly well and created a nice atmosphere to eat dinner to. It wasn't long before he found himself thrown for a loop once again. Dinner was over and everyone was getting ready to turn in for the night. They would have a lot to do in the morning, after all. Hey, Yamada got his attention. I just wanted to let you know that the paperwork admitting you to the school should be processed by tomorrow. Then you'll be able to fill out your costume form and we can take it to Powerloader to work out any kinks and add all the bells and whistles you want. If you want help coming up with a base design, Shu and I would be more than willing to lend a hand. Izuku furrowed his brows in confusion. A costume? Why do I need a costume? Every hero needs a costume. You won't exactly be able to wear USJ's gym uniform your entire career, Aizawa said. I'm gonna be a hero, he trailed off, not quite believing it. He knew he was going into the hero course, but that was just for the intensive quirk control lessons. It is the hero course. You're gonna have the same opportunity as every one of them. You just had to get there a different way. Yamada's voice was reassuring. Right, he said, trying his best to ignore the lump in his throat as he quickly retreated into the guest bedroom with Kazumi right on his heels. He shut the door softly behind him and plopped down on the bed, thoughts wildly racing in his mind. He was going to be a hero. When Nedzu brought it up, he thought it was just going to be for the quirk control lessons. He had long since lost hope of ever reaching his goals. When he turned 4 and didn't get a quirk, he was plagued with jeers and taunts for his dream. When he turned 6 and his quirk activated, those jeers turned into whispers full of distrust and apprehension. His teachers sabotaged every chance he had at coming within 100 feet of a hero school. They said it was for his own good. They said it was to protect people from his quirk. He rested his head on the pillow as quiet. Near hysterical laughs poured from his mouth. He was going to be a hero, and the people who tried to make that impossible for him couldn't stop him anymore. They had no power over him anymore. Shouta sat down in his bed beside his husband and let out a slow, exhausted sigh. He reached up and tangled his fingers through Hizashi's soft, blonde locks, anything to distract him from the absolute headache that he knew was going to set in any second now. We need to set Izuku up with regular appointments to Hound Dog. I don't know what all he's been through, but he's got some serious baggage, Hizashi whispered. Shouta hummed his agreement. I wish I could say that he at least had a parent in his corner. But there's no record of his father, and his mother was far too eager to sign away her parental rights. Nedzu went in there preparing to negotiate, give her visiting rights if she wanted them. She just read the original paperwork that gave us full custody and sign. Practically threw her child at us just to get away from him. Hizashi's hands shook and he took a deep, calming breath. Why do people have children if they don't intend to love them? I don't understand it, Shu. Some people shouldn't have kids. He reached down with his free hand and twined their fingers together. Situations like this were always a sore spot with his husband. Hizashi had first-hand experience with being that child. His parents decided that they couldn't handle him the moment he was born with his quirk. They decided he wasn't good enough. His quirk was too much of a hassle for them. I agree. Unfortunately, we can't go back and change things. Right now, all we can do is be there for him, help him, support him. Hizashi was silent for a while. What are you going to tell your students? Shouta sighed. I'm required to inform them of the villain rehabilitation program and that Izuku is the first candidate for it. How firm I'm going to be depends on their reaction to that, but I fully intend on taking 1 or 2 foundational heroics classes and going over societal issues and how certain individuals are affected by the biased system. Good. It's better that they learn now. The younger the better. After the announcement, if there's anyone that you think will be a problem, let me know and I'll make sure to keep an eye on them. I'm sure Nimiri would as well if you told her. We need all our bases covered. Will do. Come on, love. We have to try and get some sleep before tomorrow or we'll both be miserable, he said, coaxing his husband to lay back. It would no doubt be a while before they got to sleep with so much weighing on their minds, but they had to try. And if Hizashi kept his hand latched tight to Shouta's until he finally drifted, well, Shouta certainly wasn't going to deny his husband some comfort. Not when he needed it just as badly. Before he knew it, it was Monday and almost 9 in the morning when he was shaken awake by Yamada. Hey, listener, time to get up. Ectoplasm is here to help put our stuff in the moving van, so it shouldn't take long to get everything out of here. Also, I went out and picked up something light for breakfast. You can eat on the way to Yui, Yamada said with a smile that could be plainly heard in his voice. Izuku let out a quiet, almost inaudible groan as he rose from the bed. That was probably the best sleep he'd gotten in years, and his body was protesting the effort of leaving such a heavenly mattress. He wasn't about to just laze away while everyone else got to work, though. That would be completely rude and inconsiderate, especially with all they were doing for him. Uprooting their entire life to move on campus just so they could watch over him was a big deal. It wasn't hard work. The hardest part was trying not to lose himself, or God forbid walk face first into a wall, fawning over Ectoplasm's quirk. Most of the work was easily completed by the clones, and what would have likely taken almost half a day for them to do on their own had only taken about an hour. Breakfast consisted of a handful of rice balls. It was simple and easy to eat on the go, but wherever Yamada bought them clearly knew what they were doing because they were probably the best rice balls he'd ever had. Much better than the ones from the convenience store down the street from his old apartment. Driving through Yui's gates made his heart race, which was kind of embarrassing to say, but it was the truth. He never thought he'd be able to step through those gates before, and yet here he was about to live within the walls of the one place he'd come to believe was unattainable. If only his old teachers could see him now. They'd probably blow a gasket. And by the gods, if that thought didn't make him want to delve into another round of hysterical laughter. Unloading the van went pretty much exactly like loading it did. All that was left now was unpacking everything, which left Izuku fumbling a bit because the only thing he could do was his room. which is a logical place to start. Make no mistake, the only problem was that he was done in about 15 minutes and had nothing else to do. He didn't want to unpack anything in the other rooms because he had no clue what kind of system they may want, and he didn't want to make more work for everyone else. Fortunately, Aizawa seemed to anticipate this because he knocked on the door to Izuku's room and came in holding a laptop. "All right, kid. We have a few options for you to choose from. Do you want to go shopping with me later this week, or would you prefer to order stuff online?" Honestly, he would give anything to not run into anyone from his old school, or just run into people in general. The less human interaction, the better. He'd already hit his quota for the week. "Online, please." Aizawa set the laptop on the desk in the room and booted it up. "Good enough. You can go ahead and get started. Don't be afraid of the price. We've got plenty of money available, more now that we don't have to pay rent. Also, think about stuff for school too. You're probably gonna want a computer of your own for projects and such, but you might want to wait until later to look for one. Hazashi can help you find a really good one." He nodded. "All right, thank you." Aizawa ruffled his hair. "No problem, kid. Anything you need, just let me know," he said before parting to help his husband out with the rest of the unpacking. The rest of the day went by fairly quickly. Everyone took a break from what they were doing and ate lunch, which was generously provided by Lunch Rush, before getting back to work. By the time dinner rolled around, also generously provided by Lunch Rush, Aizawa and Yamada had managed to unpack and organize their bedroom, the bathrooms, and the kitchen. They really didn't play around when it came to settling in. The only thing left to do was the living room, and Aizawa had asked Izuku if he would help with that tomorrow. Yamada was supposed to be back to work in the morning, and it would be faster with 2 people. Not that the living room really had that much to do in the first place. There were a handful of boxes full of movies and books that were already in order the way they wanted, so all they had to do was put them on the shelves. So Tuesday went off just as planned. Yamada went back to work while Izuku and Aizawa finished unpacking, and after dinner that night, his new guardians helped him with a general idea for his costume design. Wednesday was when things really got started. Not only did he get his phone, but he had several places to be inside USJ's main building. Classes were already in session when Aizawa guided him through the halls to the nurse's office. After a very thorough exam by Recovery Girl as well as a meal plan and some tasty gummies, they were off to the support classrooms. A tiny warning bell started to go off in Izuku's head the closer they got to the door, and he wasn't sure what to think about it. At least, not until the door flew off its hinges in a violent, but surprisingly controlled, explosion that made him jump 6 feet off the ground. Aizawa, who was beside him, was grinning almost maniacally as Power Loader screeched Hatsume, while barreling out of the room holding a fire extinguisher and trying his best to clear the smoke by waving it away rapidly. "What is going on?" Izuku whispered as he leaned a little closer to Aizawa. "Power Loader has been complaining for years about wanting someone with more passion for their work. He got someone and now he doesn't know how to stop her from blowing up the lab at least twice a day," Aizawa explained. There was a blur of pink, and suddenly a girl his age with pink hair was standing in front of him. She scrutinized every inch of him with interest, the crosshairs in her eyes shifting occasionally. Probably a quirk that aided her sight. "New victim," she finally shouted as she grabbed his hand and dragged him into the lab. "Hatsume, just take measurements and ask what he needs. No experimenting," Power Loader shouted. You could almost hear the cracks forming in his sanity. "Take the fun out of it, why don't you?" Hatsume pouted but grabbed a measuring tape off of what Izuku assumed was her workspace. "All right, Greenie, arms up." He obediently raised his arms and let her get to work. She seemed a little unstable but definitely passionate about her work. She also seemed like she knew what she was doing, and considering he had never set foot in a lab like this before, he wasn't about to question her. "I'm thinking fire-resistant fabric. Maybe a waterproof seal too. From what I've heard, the hero course is wild and crazy shit happens there, so it's better to just prepare for everything. I got nosy and snooped around your file already. You're kind of a jack of all trades, so is there anything you have that may interfere with your costume?" she asked as she jotted down all his measurements neatly. "I have a few quirks that, if I activated, they would probably rip the fabric," he said. He had picked up a few mutation and transformation quirks like that, and he couldn't really use them in fear of ruining all his clothes, so he never got to practice with them. "It would be nice if that could change." She hummed and nodded. "All right, I think we can work with that. Power Loader, I need that second-year management kid, the one that can grow hair really fast." Power Loader threw her a thumbs up to acknowledge what she said before he got to typing out an email on his computer. Hatsume turned back to him with a wide smile. "All right, I'm gonna make you the best babies ever, and you have to show them off for me. But first, once that student gets down here, I'm gonna need your hair." "My hair? Do I want to know why?" he hesitantly asked. "Recently, as in it was created years ago, but is only just now being put into use outside of official support companies. There's been some major developments in the way of costuming. It's especially handy for people whose quirks affect their clothing choices. There's a third year who constantly lost all his clothes whenever he tried to use his quirk." Anyway, one of the new techniques involves infusing the costume with the hair of whoever is wearing it. That way when a quirk activates, the costume responds in the same way the body does. If I couple this technique with a self-healing fabric, like the kind Midnight uses, then I think I can cover all the bases so you don't have to deal with any major costume malfunctions. That does make a lot of sense. It would definitely save on costume repairs. And you can do this no problem. Yep, just got to wait for the management kid so he can grow your hair out longer. I need a lot to work with, and I'm assuming you don't want to be bald by the time I'm done. Yeah, I don't think the bald look would suit me very well. Now that we have costume materials down, let's talk about support gear. Tatsumi pulled out a notebook and pencil. The manic look in her eyes almost seemed to amplify. I have so many ideas, but before I get into that, I need to know what you absolutely want included. A respirator sounds like it would be a good investment as long as it doesn't hinder communication with teammates. Maybe it could have a communicator built into it. Also goggles. Having eye protection is important and a lot of people overlook that. I can definitely work with that. I'm going to include bracers for your legs and shock absorption for your boots. One bad landing can put you out of business, so it's better to take preventative measures. Yeah, that's a good idea. I know Recovery Girl works here, but relying on her to fix every little thing would just be a hindrance in the long run. A solid 2 hours later, and Izuku was being guided back to the apartment by a highly amused and entertained Aizawa. After talking with Mei, as she insisted he call her, he was pretty confident that whatever he ended up with he would be more than satisfied with, as long as she contained herself. Thursday went by without much fanfare. The most that Aizawa had him do were some placement tests so he would know where he stood on the education standpoint. Izuku liked to think that he was smart. His grades had actually started to reflect that. Kind of, after he was denied entry to pretty much every school and was forced to go to an online school that didn't require quirks to be on file. Nonetheless, Izuku did his best on the placement tests, and they spent the rest of the afternoon wasting time playing with the cats before they made dinner. Kazumi was adjusting very well to her life as an indoor cat. She definitely liked to be pampered like the queen she was. That much had become obvious. Friday left Izuku with a fully decorated room as well as a closet full of new clothes. Thinking about it, or just standing in his room, left an odd feeling in his chest. He couldn't remember the last time a space that was solely his lived in, homey. He wasn't quite sure what to call it, but it was nice. It would take some getting used to though. Saturday was when the anxiety hit. Monday was looming closer and closer, and Izuku wasn't sure how anyone in his new class would react. They would all be told that he was here for a villain rehab program. Villain being the operative word in that sentence. It was highly unlikely that everyone would welcome him with open arms after that statement. He really just hoped that enough people had critical thinking skills and were able to put together that he wasn't really a villain, and that the only villainous thing about him is what people perceive his quirk to be. Aizawa easily picked up on the anxious energy he was emitting, which wasn't hard considering he was a person with 2 functioning eyes, and got to his feet with a sigh. I was going to put this off until tomorrow, but you've got to get that energy out somehow. So, there's a UE gym uniform in your closet. Get changed and meet me outside the apartment, he stated as he slid his boots on at the door. Anything was better than stewing in his thoughts for the rest of the day. At least with whatever Aizawa is going to have him do, he'll be able to be productive. So he raced off to his room and changed, nearly stumbling over the soft fabric of the uniform, before heading outside to meet Aizawa. He was led through the forest on campus, briefly wondering just how much space UE owned, until they came to a stop at a field behind the main building. It was set up with various white lines sectioning off different areas, and there was some kind of robot sitting off to the side. Alright, we need a baseline of your physical abilities, and I don't trust what was put down on your record. So you're going to run through every single test without any quirk usage, and afterwards we're going to take a bit of a break, and then you'll run through it again but with whatever quirks you see fit. Understood? Aizawa asked blandly. He nodded in response. It was pretty straightforward. He's just got to do his best and give his sensei something to work with. No problem there, except that he had no upper body strength. Running, no problem. With a villainous quirk you had to have endurance and you had to be quick on your feet. Flexibility. He'd always been bendy and it helped with getting into tight spaces. Jumping. He did play around with Parker. It helped the whole running away thing. Grip strength, sit-ups, and push-ups were not his strong suit and definitely something he was going to have to work on in his spare time. He had quirks to compensate for where he lacked until then though. Not that it would do him any good now because he wasn't allowed to use them. After his kind of sad ball throw, he shuffled over to Aizawa, who had procured a set of chairs at some point, and took the open seat. Aizawa took one look at him inside. Kid, relax. You did fine, he said. Izuku looked up at him in disbelief. I thought you were supposed to be the brutal one. At least that's what Yamada said. He cracked a smile at that. Don't get me wrong, if you had actually gotten through the entrance exam and came in here with scores like this, I probably wouldn't be very impressed. However, most of the kids who make it into the hero course have trained in strength and speed. You haven't done that kind of training and you're already faster than more than half of them. Without a quirk. That does make me feel a bit better actually, Izuku honestly said. That doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you. Judging from this, I'm probably going to put you through some extra training in the afternoons. Luckily, you have access to most places on campus and the building we live in is not far from a gym. That means we can be home in time for dinner without Hisashi hunting us down and doting on us. He was absolutely not going to say it out loud, but he got the distinct feeling that Aizawa actually enjoyed it when Yamada fussed over him. Alright, you've had enough of a break. Round 2. Use your quirks this time and don't hold back. Aizawa straightened a bit in his seat, giving him his full attention. Izuku stood and walked over to the 50-meter dash section and thought. He had quite a few quirks that would probably suit something like this, but there was one that would give him a bit more traction and shock absorption. Couple that with the wind quirk he'd picked up from the nursing home. He kicked his shoes off and tucked his socks inside them as he activated his quirk cat-like. Mutation quirks were always tricky to begin with, but he would probably never get used to the feeling of his feet changing shape. The quirk was pretty self-explanatory. It gave him cat-like traits such as increased agility and balance, as well as enhancing his eyesight and giving him a set of strong paws for feet. The moment Aizawa told him to go, breeze came to life and wind that hadn't been there before shot him forward past the robot set to call time. He landed roughly, but cat-like took the brunt off his ankles and he glanced over at Aizawa. It felt good to be able to use his quirks somewhere that wasn't within the safety of the support group. What are you waiting for? Next test. Aizawa shouted from across the field, spurring Izuku into action. This round of tests went much faster for him, and before he knew it, he was jogging over to Aizawa with a wide grin on his face. Not bad. Congratulations. You beat out pretty much all of my students' scores this year, Aizawa blandly said. If he squinted, Izuku might be able to say that he almost looked proud. Now, let's head back. You can grab a shower while I start lunch. Izuku trailed after his guardian with a smile that never left his face. Sunday started off fairly routine with a nice breakfast in the dining room together. Honestly, the frequent meals were starting to feel really nice. That's not to say his mother never provided him food, just that it was usually something quick and light that he could have on the go. After breakfast, and once the dishes were done and set on the rack to dry, Yamada guided him back to the table. We just need to talk to you about today, listener, he said with a smile. He really did his best, but it did nothing to stop Izuku's anxiety levels from shooting through the roof. Despite that, he kept quiet and took his seat once again. We have a meeting today with the rest of the staff here at UA. We're informing them about your status in the villain rehabilitation program, as well as answering any questions they may have, barring anything that is frankly too private and none of their business, Aizawa explained before taking a sip of his coffee. We just wanted to let you know that it may be a while. I prepped some lunch for you before I made breakfast this morning. It's nothing special, just rice balls, but make sure you eat, okay? I don't want Recovery Girl coming after any of us. She gets terrifying when people don't listen to her, Yamada said, side-eyeing Aizawa the whole time. Personal experience on that one apparently. Either way, we just want you to know where we'll be. We'll still have our phones on us so you can call if you need something. Aizawa was pointedly not meeting Yamada's eyes. But don't think that you're stuck here. You have access to most of the campus and the gym nearby. It's called Gym Omega, by the way. Is built with a basic obstacle course as well as an open area inside. If you want to blow off some nervous energy or get some practice in with some of your quirks, that's the place to do it. Izuku immediately perked up. Working with some of his quirks sounds like the perfect way to decompress before he has to face the horrifying thought of being around people his age. Yamada chuckled and reached over, ruffling his hair when he stood. We've got to get going so we're not late, listener. Not sure how long the meeting is gonna run, but we'll definitely be back before dinner, okay? He nodded. All right, I'll see you guys later. He stood from his seat and walked them to the door. It felt rude to just run off to his room without a goodbye. Remember, if you need anything to text, Aizawa reminded him as he slid his boots on. I will, I promise. And with that, the door was shut behind them, leaving Izuku alone in the apartment. He wanted to pretend that he didn't sprint to his room to change into a set of workout clothes, but that would be a bold-faced lie. He was stumbling to get changed quickly, and before he knew it, he was jogging out of the apartment in the direction of Gym Omega. Though he did make sure to grab the bento full of rice balls that Yamada had made him. If they're anything like the ones he'd had Monday, he definitely wasn't going to pass them up. It wasn't as if he hadn't had the chance to look around campus, but he'd been so busy that he had really just wanted to stay inside and relax while he could. So, while he was out and about, he figured he might as well look around on the way to the gym. Him wildly looking around is probably why he didn't notice the giant, super buff blonde until he walked through him. Literally, through him. He froze where he was standing when he caught sight of 3 upperclassmen staring at him with varying levels of amusement. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going, he stuttered out, bowing in apology as well as to hide some of his embarrassment. No worries, a masculine voice said, prompting Izuku to look up. The blonde was grinning down at him. Gotta give you kudos. I haven't seen any firsties take advantage of USJ's campus policies yet, especially on a Sunday. Oh, I live on campus. I've been busy the past week getting settled and all that, but I was heading to Gym Omega to work with my quirk a bit and figured I might as well take in the scenery on the way, Izuku explained. Ooh, you're a ward of UA. Haven't had any of those in a few years. Who's your guardian? What class are you in? The blue-haired girl beside him asked rapid-fire questions that probably could have rivaled Izuku when he's in the zone. Nejire, give him room to breathe, Blondie said before turning his attention back to Izuku. My name is Mirio. This is Nejire and that, he motioned to the anxious teen who looked like he wanted to melt into the ground, is Tamaki. Oh, my name's Izuku. It's nice to meet you all. Say, you're heading to Gym Omega. Do you mind if we tag along? It's always better to train with someone nearby in case something happens, Mirio said with his blinding grin. Sure, I don't mind. You all have a lot more experience, so do you mind if I pick your brains while we're there? Not at all, Kohai. We're here to help if you need it. It's usually easier to talk to your senpais than your teachers. Being surrounded by pro heroes can be pretty intimidating at first. Mirio started walking, guiding Izuku to Gym Omega as the other two fell in step behind them. Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, Aizawa and Yamada are nice, but it's weird thinking of them as pro heroes after living with them for a week. They've really got the whole separating work life and home life thing down pat. Aizawa and Yamada are your guardians. Wow, didn't even occur to me that they would be together. They're polar opposites. I guess I owe you some money, Nejire, Mirio said as he glanced back at Nejire. Nejire beamed. Never underestimate my sources. Izuku smiled as he watched the three of them interact from the corner of his eyes. He was going to like these three. They seemed really nice. Shout aside as he sat down in his designated spot in the conference room, and not for the first time did he wish that his husband was next to him. Unfortunately, it was well known among the staff that should anything happen to Nedzu, everything would fall upon his shoulders. It was a decision the rat began to make a long time ago when he was just starting out in general education and somehow managed to catch the principal's eye. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he wanted to transfer into the heroics course or the fact that he made use of the school's gyms well after hours nearly every day. Nonetheless, they were here for a reason. The general staff all knew that they would be getting a new student, but no one knew who or the reason why, and with Izuku starting school tomorrow, it was time to inform them. The worst thing you can do is send a hero into a situation blind, and as cruel as Nedzu was, he would only do so if he felt that there was something to learn and there are no real risks. Shouta has no doubt that he would have done so with this had Izuku not been in the crossfire. Nedzu cleared his throat, drawing Shouta's attention from his thoughts. All Might, Yagi, he really needed to get used to using the man's real name, finally arrived and took his seat. Now that we're all here, I have an announcement to make, Nedzu cheered. It wasn't surprising that he was so excited. He'd been looking for an excuse to activate the villain rehabilitation program for ages, but it had been on the back burner. It wasn't as if no one had qualified before. They had all simply given up by the time Nedzu got to them. Not that they can be blamed. After facing the issues that they faced for so long, it probably seemed like just another way to kick them while they were down. They got lucky with Izuku. He had just enough support from people he had met because of his quirk that he hadn't completely given up on society yet. Does this have something to do with why Eraser has had a whole week off? I certainly never thought I'd see the day where he actually took off work unless he was seriously injured, Vlad snarked, earning himself a glare from Shouta. It does, actually. You see, Class 1 will be getting a new student tomorrow by the name of Midoriya Izuku, a new hero course student. Don't you usually wait until the sports festival before you decide to move anyone? Nimiri asked. Under normal circumstances, yes. However, Midoriya is here under an old program that I created many years ago but never quite had anyone to use it for. It's called the Villain Rehabilitation Program. I'm sure some of you have heard whispers of the program before, but nothing concrete, so I am here to explain it to you all in order to get any misconceptions out of the way. Is the hero course really the appropriate place to put this kid? Vlad asked with his arms crossed and his brows arched. It is the only place for Midoriya. Regular classes simply will not suffice with the intense training his quirk requires. Nonetheless, Midoriya was given two options when I approached him. He could either continue on as he was, or he could become a ward of Yui and receive education here under strict supervision. All the staff are currently here right now. That's not exactly strict supervision. Nedzu merely clicked a button and a screen lit up of live cameras following Izuku's movements in Gym Omega as he's being doted on by the big three, who are all clearly enjoying themselves. Fair enough. Forget I said anything. Why do I get the feeling that there's more to this than just one of your old programs? Snipe asked. Because you'd be right. There is quite a bit more to this. The villain rehabilitation program was initially put into place in order to help out teenagers and young adults who have traditionally villainous quirks. Due to discrimination, many have been denied access to the means to survive. Unfortunately, most people who have been offered entry to this program have denied it and simply gone their own way, while others prove to be too volatile and willing to lash out. Midoriya Izuku is the first to ever accept the program and all it entails. Wait, so what exactly did this kid do? Did he even do anything, or was it purely quirk discrimination? Nimuri leaned forward, a concerned frown marring her face. He was, in fact, using his quirk quite frequently. However, he only did so when given explicit permission and on private property, so in all technicality he has done nothing illegal. Truthfully, the only thing that sent me in his direction was the fact that HPSC had been trying to track him down, Nedzu said, dropping all hints of playfulness at the somber declaration. Several people in the room tensed up in surprise and apprehension. The Hero Public Safety Commission was not something that was joked about inside UE walls. They were a pain in the ass and had caused more than enough grief for everyone employed here. No one who worked for Nedzu would be upset if the HPSC simply dropped off the map one day. Not even Yagi liked them, and they spent so much time kissing his ass it was unbearable. If anything, they'd throw a party to celebrate such a momentous event. They'd even invite Hawks to celebrate, because if anyone deserved to dance on the HPSC's grave, it was him. Alright, so what kind of quirk does the kid have that he managed to catch the attention of the HPSC? 13 asked. Nedzu's eyes shifted to Yagi for a split second, which made Shouta frown. What was he expecting from the number one hero? Midoriya calls his quirk exchange. To put it simply, it allows him to take and give quirks at will, Nedzu explained. Over the past 5 years he has gained a number of quirks from willing donors in order to counteract the drawbacks of his own quirk, which is quite clever. Shouta kept a close eye on Yagi, who had stiffened slightly and was making eye contact with Nedzu the whole time as if they were the only two in the room. People have willingly donated their quirks? Vlad asked, curiosity lacing his voice. Indeed, from what I can gather, he has had several people with quirks labeled villainous approach him with the intention of donation. He hasn't spoken much about it, but my research also leads me to believe that his services have been frequently requested at nursing homes in order to prevent lashing out from patients. He never takes a quirk unless someone signs a rather thorough contract. But I'm sure you can all understand why he is being placed in the hero course now. Regular quirk control classes will simply not do him any good. You don't say, Nimuri muttered under her breath. It's no wonder the HPSC has been trying to track him down. If he hadn't accepted your offer, he'd either be under their thumb or he'd conveniently turn up dead. If he turned up at all, Snipe said with a sigh. You've been suspiciously quiet, Eraser. I would have figured you would have something to say about all this, Vlad sneered. I do have something to say actually. Hazashi and I have been assigned as his guardians, and for the past week I've noticed some concerning behavior, Shouta spoke up. Concerning how, exactly? Yagi asked, fidgeting uncomfortably in his seat. He flinches at loud noises or anything abrupt. He's also so quiet on his feet that I often have trouble hearing him in the house. He explained with a frown. Just what the hell was with Yagi and Nedzu? That is concerning, Hound Dog cut in. I assume you'll be booking him regular appointments with me. That was the plan. Also, Yagi, he said, drawing the blonde's attention. I'll be assisting with foundational heroics lessons from now on. I want to keep an eye on the Hellspawn and make sure Izuku is settling into class without issue. Yagi frowned. I'm afraid I don't quite understand why you need to keep an eye on the rest of the students. Shouta sighed. Yagi, everyone has biases, especially kids who have grown up their entire lives with powerful, flashy quirks. The status quo has probably already been drilled into most of their heads, and if there are going to be any issues, then now, while they're still kids, is the time to fix it. The whole reason this program was created was to help people with villainous quirks get a better chance in life. Izuku was originally denied access to UE because every adult in his life failed him. They made sure that his record would not pass the screening system. Adults are more than capable of spreading cruel mindsets, and they've already shown that they have no qualms about sabotaging a good kid on the basis of quirk. The room was silent for a long while after that as everyone processed the information that they were given. Well, Shouta and I need to head back to the apartment. It's getting late and we don't want Izuku resorting to Shouta's terrible snack habits, Hazashi said, cutting through the silence as he got to his feet. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to go on the hour-long debate about jelly pouches again or if he just wanted to kiss his husband because the atmosphere that had taken over the room was starting to make him supremely uncomfortable. He was going to settle for holding his hand as they went back to their new apartment. Soon enough they were back in the safety of their apartment and away from the stress that his coworkers naturally seemed to bring with them. The meeting had run a lot longer than they thought it would, though quite a bit of time was spent waiting on those less inclined to be on time. It was about time to start dinner, and they could eat and head to bed early so they were well rested for tomorrow. He wasn't going to pretend that he didn't enjoy the week off that he got, but getting back to work and back to his usual schedule was going to be nice. It was going to be different since they were now in charge of a kid full-time, but as Aizawa looked over at Izuku, who was going on about how he'd made friends with the big three, he'd even got their numbers, he wasn't going to say it was a bad thing. It might just be what he and Hisashi were missing. It had been nice coming home to see their ward waiting for them. With patience and some luck, they may be able to become the family that Izuku needed. Tashanori was pacing around the meeting room. Gran and Mirai had thankfully shown up and taken a seat on opposite ends of the couch in the conference room despite the unreasonable time of day he requested the meeting for. He just couldn't sit by and wait until after the school day was over. Not when something this concerning had cropped up. "Are you going to tell us what's got you in such a state of disarray sometime this morning?" Mirai questioned. He did well to hide it, but Tashanori could practically feel the nervous energy coming off the man in waves. Not that he blamed his old friend. They hadn't seen each other in person for so long and had only just begun contact through email a handful of months ago. If he hadn't panicked and straight up called Mirai, he probably wouldn't have requested his presence here, as harsh as that may sound. Gran, on the other hand, was an absolute necessity. He trusted his old sensei to tell it to him straight if he was being an idiot and getting ahead of himself. "What he means is sit down and start talking before some of us die of old age," Gran barked. He did not flinch. He didn't, but it sure was close. Nonetheless, he took a seat across from the both of them and tried his best to put what he was feeling into words. "How much do we know about All for One's personal life?" he eventually asked. Better to approach the topic with caution. Other than what we know about the original holder of One for All and the knowledge of their relationship that has been passed down. Mirai paused as he thought it over. "I don't believe we know anything else. I would know if we did. I looked and there wasn't anything to find. So either he hid his personal life so well that I couldn't find a single shred of it, or he didn't have one. That monster's personal life was really secondary, and it likely wouldn't have aided in our investigation of his illegal affairs." Gran narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Why are you asking about this now? Has something come up?" Tashanori bit his tongue for a moment before he sighed. "There was a meeting yesterday between the staff here at UE to inform us all of a new student. UE has taken on a ward by the name of Midoriya Izuku. He has a quirk that he calls Exchange, but from the description it sounds like a carbon copy of All for One. What's the likelihood that they're not related in some shape, form, or fashion?" Thankfully, it was a rhetorical question, as his statement seemed to freeze the both of them in place for several long moments. Another person with All for One is not a good sign. This is going to end in disaster. "Have you given any thought to the file I sent you? Because I think it's about time you choose a successor, and Mirio is perfect. He's inspiring and talented, just like you." Mirai straightened and pushed his glasses up as he spoke. "Shut up, Night-Eye. Your agenda isn't what's important here," Gran snapped before turning his attention to Tashanori. "What's important is what you're going to do now. The way I see it, you have two options here. You can either treat this boy with suspicion and drive him right into the hands of whatever followers All for One had that are still alive and kicking, or you can put aside the biases you have with his quirk and treat him just like you do any other student you have, letting his guard down around someone with All for One. Night-Eye, I think you should leave and let the adults talk for a little bit, okay?" It wasn't a request, and Gran made that perfectly clear despite keeping his eyes locked on Tashanori the whole time. "Tashanori, call me when you're ready to give Mirio One for All. You won't regret it." Mirai was clearly displeased but made his exit without much fuss. "Now," Gran started once the door latched shut, "which route are you going to take? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I treat him like every other student and he turns out to be a carbon copy of that monster?" Tashanori asked, his voice barely a whisper. Gran sighed. "You're not Nana, Tashanori. In fact, you act very differently from her." He did flinch this time. He was sure that was not a compliment. "What does that? Nana practically raised you. Granted, it was not for as long as she wanted, but she still treated you like a son, and yet you did not become her. You have no idea whether or not this kid even knows about All for One's existence, let alone if he ever met the man, so what makes you think that this kid is All for One any more than you are Nana?" Tashanori stared at Gran with wide eyes as he continued on, as what he was getting at really sank in. Being paranoid around this kid is only going to make him feel out of place, and when kids feel like they don't belong, they look for somewhere that they do. Don't let your personal issues with someone he may never have even met push him into the empty spot that bastard left. Don't make an enemy out of him. Guide him. You're in the perfect position to do so. He sat there for a moment mulling over Gran's words. For as brash and harsh as the man could be, he had never once strayed him wrong. He slowly nodded. "You're right. I've been taking this too personally since his quirk was revealed. He's not All for One, and being enrolled here is probably the best way to ensure that. He's surrounded by good people. The least I can do is not make his life any more difficult. I'm the #1 hero, and if I start showing bigoted behavior, the children I teach will no doubt do the same," he said, feeling some of the stress fade away. He'd really been overthinking this whole thing. Now for the love of everything holy, take a nap before you have to teach whatever class you're teaching. You were probably up all night worrying about this, weren't you? Gran half-heartedly scolded. Tashanori smiled weakly. You know me too well. I'll head to the teacher's lounge. Aizawa takes naps in there all the time. I'm sure it won't be too outlandish of me to do the same. Thank you for coming on such short notice. I know it's quite a ways out of the way. Gran waved his cane dismissively. Bah, not that big of a deal. I'll see myself out. You get some sleep, you zygote. Izuku woke up far too early in the morning, and he was absolutely going to blame that on his soul-crushing fear for the day ahead of him. Mirio, Nejire, and Tamaki had done a really good job at distracting him the day before. They didn't even bat an eye when he hesitantly told them what his quirk was. But that distraction did not last long, because by the time he got home it was in full swing again. He managed to get through breakfast and then got dressed for the day. Wearing Yui's school uniform for the first time almost didn't feel real. It was like he was trapped in a good dream, and he was just waiting for the moment he would wake back up in his mother's cold and suffocating apartment. Aizawa took one look at the mess of a tie that was around his neck, and his expression contorted into a strange mix of amused and horrified. Izuku probably would have laughed if he wasn't so on edge. Without hesitation, Aizawa stopped in front of him and loosened the jumbled mess before retying it so it looks less like a noose and more like a tie. I'll teach you how to tie it yourself when we have some more time. For now, you'll be heading to class with me and waiting outside the room while I explain the situation to the rest of the class. Tomorrow, I expect you to be in the room before I get there. I won't be going any easier on you than anyone else. However, I do want you to come straight to me if someone says or does anything. I don't want to contribute to helping bigots get into places of power, Aizawa explained as he took a step back and nodded in approval. He glanced down at his tie that was now correctly tied before returning his gaze to Aizawa before thanking him. The man just ruffled his hair and proceeded to lead him out of the apartment and down the crowded halls of Yui. They came to a stop in front of one, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder if every door was so large. At least he could give Yui points for inclusivity. Don't worry too much, kid. My students may be brats, but I do have faith in quite a few of them, Aizawa reassured him. I'll let you know when you can come in, okay? He nodded and watched the pro hero disappear into the classroom, the door shutting behind him with a soft click. He finally let out a sigh and prayed that, despite whatever may happen today, he would make it with minimal issues. The sound of murmuring from inside the room drew his attention from his thoughts, and he could feel the anxiety creeping up. Suddenly, he wanted nothing more than to sit down with Kazumi and let her work her magic on him. Well, quirk, but really that's just semantics. The murmuring died down pretty quickly, and before he knew it there was a soft knock on the door. He suspected the only reason Aizawa knocked instead of just opening the door was to give him a few seconds to compose himself, which he really appreciated. He took a breath to steady himself before he straightened and opened the door to the classroom, revealing 19 pairs of eyes staring a hole through him. He almost wanted to turn tail and bolt back to the apartment, but there was no going back now. So he took a few steps into the classroom, only for his quirk to immediately latch onto a very familiar quirk that was flaring to life. F my life, he silently thought. The gods had granted him too many mercies. They must be trying to make up for the discrepancies. Tiny pops of explosions could be heard, as well as the screech of chair legs against tile as Bakugo shot to his feet. Deku, Bakugo viciously snarled, taking a threatening step towards him before his quirk abruptly cut off. Bakugo, sit down and stop using your quirk in class or I will expel you, Aizawa barked out, his eyes glowing vibrantly with the activation of erasure. Bakugo glared at the teacher and let out an angry huff but sat down nevertheless. Aizawa blinked, cutting off the effects of erasure. But he still didn't look happy. Detention after school today. Go to Powerloader's office. He'll be expecting you. What? Bakugo shouted in disbelief. You heard me. This isn't the first time you've used your quirk outside of sanctioned training exercises, and it's also not the first time you've acted as if you're going to attack a fellow classmate. Your behavior is abhorrent, and I told you what would happen if you did it again. You only get one warning. If looks could incinerate. Izuku was sure the glare that Aizawa and Bakugo were giving each other would have resulted in 2 piles of ashes. But Bakugo did the smart thing and kept his mouth shut so he wouldn't be punished anymore, and boy was that a sight on its own. Bakugo actually being held accountable for his actions. It definitely made him a little more fond of Aizawa. Now that that's settled, you may introduce yourself to the class and take a seat, Aizawa drawled, bringing Izuku's attention away from his astonishment. Sliding the door shut behind him, he continued into the room until he stopped beside the podium and introduced himself. Hi, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Please take care of me. He ended with a bow before his eyes scanned the room methodically. There was one empty seat near the window in front of a boy with bi-colored hair, and behind a girl with long black hair pulled into a ponytail. He strolled over to the seat pointedly, not taking in anyone's expressions. He wasn't quite ready to know how they felt about a villain suddenly being among their ranks. As soon as he took a seat, Aizawa moved on. Classes throughout the day were mundane and kind of boring. He was still trying to get used to the feeling of being in an actual classroom once again instead of his online classes. He missed being able to work at his own pace. He would have been done with everything by the time they had English. But the monotony of sitting in regular classes was almost drowned out completely the more time ticked by. Every second that passed was 1 second closer to foundational heroics, and he wasn't sure if he should be excited or nervous for that particular class. His anxiety said both before he could make the decision, so he spent most of the morning trying to restrain his jittery limbs and praying that he wasn't annoying any of the people sitting around him. He wasn't the only one who seemed excited the more the hand on the clock moved. There was an air of anticipation in the classroom that steadily grew. The bell rang for lunch, and before Izuku could run off and hide on the roof with his lunch, he was practically bombarded by some of his nearby classmates introducing themselves, which is definitely not the reception that he thought he was going to get when he walked in the door this morning. He was thinking more along the lines of Bakugo, or subdued suspicious whispers. The girl who sat next to him had a mutation quirk. Her name was Ashido. She practically kidnapped him, the others surrounding her following behind faithfully, and had him sit at their lunch table. "So, Midori, can I call you Midori?" she asked. "Sure. I don't see why not," he replied. "Great. Midori, you have got to tell us how you know Bakugo. Pretty please. It's not really groundbreaking. We went to the same school until our 3rd year of middle school when I transferred to online schooling. You know, you're not exactly what I pictured when Aizawa mentioned a villain rehabilitation program," Uraraka commented. "Well, that's because I only barely qualified as one. All I was doing was using my quirk, and I never did so out in public, so it wasn't technically a crime at all. Still, they offered and I wasn't going to pass up going to UE because of a technicality," Izuku explained before he dove into the absolutely delicious-looking katsudon he had gotten from Lunch Rush. "It is a logical first step for such a program. Midoriya, I don't want to pretend to know your circumstances, but I've known Aizawa-sensei since I was very young. He and my brother are close friends. And if he has put his faith in you, then it's because you are a good person despite whatever you may have done. Also, if there is anything you need in order to catch up with the curriculum, I would be more than willing to help." Hida spoke stiffly, but he had a genuine and honest air to him that set Izuku at ease. It was very pleasant. "Yes, I would like to second that sentiment. I am the class representative, so if you have any problems, feel free to reach out. Though, I should add you to the group chat. I'll also give you my personal number in case you need anything. The group chat can get pretty chaotic. It's easy to get lost in all the messages," Yaoyorozu said as she wrote down her number on a piece of paper and handed it over to him. What followed was a mass exchange of phone numbers in the most chaotic way possible. He was briefly worried about losing the brand new phone that Aizawa and Yamada had literally just gotten him. He couldn't help it, that thing was expensive, but managed to relax when it was back in his hands. It was also full of phone numbers. He'd never had a phone to share his number, but it hadn't really mattered before because he hadn't had anyone to share it with. He wasn't sure if he would call them friends, but it was definitely a start in the right direction. May was an absolute genius and was clearly heading to the top of her field. She also probably lived on caffeine and insomnia because she managed to complete his costume, support items and all, in only a few days, which is really impressive for anyone, let alone a student. He could probably stare at his costume all day and never lose a shred of amazement and genuine wonder the entire time. Alas, he had a class to get to and foundational heroics wasn't going to wait around for him. He did feel a little better when Kaminari laughed at his expression when he first opened his case and made the comment, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I felt the same way when I got my hero costume too." As he was changing and pointedly ignoring the glare that Bakugo was giving him, he couldn't help but think that this was probably the nicest that anyone his age has treated him in a very long time. Which, in retrospect, is very sad but no less true. It wasn't like everyone was being welcoming. There were a few that kept giving him suspicious side eyes, but considering it wasn't all of them, he was definitely going to count that as a win. He finished getting dressed but let his respirator hang around his neck and kept his goggles off his eyes for the moment. There was no need to have them on before they started anything. He followed another student out of the changing room into ground beta where they were supposed to go today. Apparently foundational heroics switch training ground frequently, which isn't a bad idea. He came to a stop in the observation area along with the others before he decided to take in ground beta through the large monitors. A cityscape with fairly standard buildings and roads. He wondered what they were going to do today. The possibilities were endless. What did they even teach exactly in hero schools, other than the obvious? "All right, everyone, All Might." Holy shit, it was All Might. Called everyone's attention to him as he stood in front of the class with Aizawa by his side. "Today we're going to be doing team exercises, and before you ask, your teams will be chosen for you." He chuckled at the resounding groans from the class. "I know, it's the end of the world. How dare I?" "Now," he continued, "you will be split into teams of 5. Each team will be assigned a color, which is very important because there are 5 objects scattered across ground beta and each of the colors assigned to your team. You are to collect all 5 items of your team's color and return here once you're done. But there's a twist. 2 teams will be in ground beta at once. Each team has the opportunity to steal a piece that belongs to another team as long as it has already been collected. If you come back with items from the opposing team, then you will get an extra 15 points per item. Also, we will not be using the entirety of ground beta for time-saving purposes. Aizawa and I have squared off about 3 city blocks where the items are located, and each team will be starting on opposite ends. Any questions before we assign teams? So, just to clarify, we can't touch any of the items that belong to the 2 teams that aren't in the arena? Yaoyorozu asked. You are exactly right. Everyone keep that in mind and make sure you know your color as well as the opposing teams. And we can fight the other team, Bakugo asked eagerly. This seemed to make a few people around him a little uneasy, not that he noticed. Yes, this is a retrieval mission meant to simulate those in real life. If you end up retrieving something from a group of villains and come across them along the way, you can most certainly expect them to fight for it. You should absolutely treat this as a real scenario. That means taking into account the best course of action. Whether that be fighting or retreating, All Might explained. Anyone else? At the silence that met his answer, he gave everyone a brilliant smile and began the process of assigning teams. He let out a sigh of relief when his team was announced. Himself, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Takoyami, and Todoroki are all under Team Purple. He didn't know much about Todoroki or Takoyami, but Yaoyorozu and Uraraka had been kind enough to sit with him at lunch, and neither of them had been rude or apprehensive about him. Then again, they didn't know what his quirk was yet. He wasn't sure if he was grateful that he wasn't on a team with Bakugo or worried because there was a chance he could be up against the blonde who clearly had it out for him. He eventually decided he was just going to be happy he was on a team with people who either seemed to be okay with him or just indifferent in general. In a single moment, his hopes and dreams were shot to pieces as All Might announced which teams were facing off against each other. Team Purple against Team Pink. His team against Bakugo's. Great. At least they weren't going first, so they had time to strategize. His team herded in the opposite corner of the room from Bakugo's as the other 2 teams left for the arena. Before we get started, can I ask what everyone's quirks are? Izuku hesitantly asked. He knew that he was about to have that question returned, and it would probably set the mood for the rest of the day, if not the rest of the year. But that thought process was quickly interrupted when they got around to describing their quirks for him. He restrained himself as best as he could, but their quirks were so cool. What about you? Uraraka asked, brutally killing the mood and stomping on the remains. He took a deep breath. All right, my quirk is a little complicated. It's called Exchange. It allows me to give and take quirks from other people. I'd rather not use Exchange itself because it can be very disorienting to whoever I use it on, and I'd prefer not to accidentally give anyone a concussion, but I've already got quite a few other quirks in my arsenal that I'm sure will be of use here. They were staring at him with various levels of curiosity and amazement, which is not what he was expecting, but he wasn't going to complain. That is so Opus, Uraraka mumbled. We're so gonna win this. He tried his best to push down the embarrassed flush. He wasn't sure it worked, but no one mentioned it. I actually have an idea. I don't think that we should completely separate from each other because that gives the other team more opportunity to steal one of our items, but Yaoyorozu, do you think you can make some tracking bracelets for us? That way we can find our way to each other in case we do somehow end up on our own. He asked. Of course, not a problem, she said as she was already getting to work. I'm not sure how big the items we're looking for will be, but they have to be small enough to carry. If at all possible, it may be a good idea to hide them somewhere on our costumes. I have several pockets inside my cloak that would be of use, Takoyami suggested. Soon enough they scraped together a plan and were left waiting on the other teams to finish the exercise, which wasn't a long wait by the time they had sorted everything out. Once they made it to their entrance and were given the approval to start, they gave each other a nod and split off into 2 teams. It wasn't ideal, but it was certainly better than everyone going it on their own. At least this way they would have backup, and it wouldn't take as long to search as it would have if they all stuck together. They had their provided communicators, so they knew when to head back to the entrance. Izuku took one last glance at Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Takoyami vanishing into a building before he turned his attention to the task at hand. Todoroki wasn't much of a talker, but the whole point was to avoid catching the attention of the other team, so that wasn't necessarily a bad thing at the moment. They went building after building, checking nooks and crannies. One of their items was an old figurine that looked like it was drowned in purple paint. Once he informed the others that he and Todoroki had found an item, Izuku tucked it away in one of the empty pouches on his belt, since Todoroki didn't have any pockets, which was probably something he should look into changing whenever he had the chance to update his costume. We've just found the 3rd item, Yaoyorozu said over their communicator, keeping it short and to the point. Just 2 more left, he thought as he and Todoroki walked out of the building they had just cleared. A tap on his shoulder drew his attention to Todoroki, who was motioning across the street. Resting right in the window of the building across the street was a miniature purple teddy bear. It was almost too perfect. They glanced both ways to make sure the coast was clear and hurried across the street as quietly as they could. Unfortunately, fate seemed to have it out for Izuku because by the time they made it halfway across the street, Bakugo turned the corner only a handful of buildings away from them. "Deku," Bakugo screeched. It only took a second for him to activate his quirk and launch himself through the air toward them at high speeds. Todoroki grabbed the item. "I'll distract him," he said, preparing to fight the one person he had been avoiding for years. A second later, a thick wall of ice shot up between them, blocking Bakugo off. "That should buy you at least a little bit of time to think of something to hold him off easier," Todoroki shouted over his shoulder, foregoing any and all thoughts of stealth as he bolted toward the item. Izuku smiled at the prudent use of the other boy's quirk before he took a moment to run down the mental list of all his quirks until he came across one that may just work if they were going for hyper-realism when designing the cityscape. He wished he had gotten his hands on one like Todoroki's because Bakugo's quirk became useless if he got too cold, but he would have to settle with Whirlpool. It was a fairly self-explanatory quirk. It took water from the surrounding area and created an inescapable vortex of water. With any luck, it would dilute whatever sweat Bakugo was building up. Crack! The shattering of ice made him jump back, his arm reflexively coming up to shield his eyes. A stupid move. He had goggles on for a reason. Luckily, he had enough experience with Bakugo that he was able to throw himself out of the way of the right hook headed toward his face. "Get back here, Deku." "No thanks," he shouted and reached into him for Whirlpool. He felt it rising to the surface, reaching out for any water in range to gather. Only there was nothing to pull. There was no water anywhere near them. He overestimated Yui's penchant for realism. Of course, this wouldn't be an exact replica of a city. The water bill would be outrageous, and the only reason they were able to keep up the facilities like they did was because they had Cementos on hand. Bakugo had a manic grin on his face when he recognized Izuku's expression. "What, Deku? Haven't stolen a quirk that would help against someone as great as me yet. I guess I could do you a favor and make sure you don't even get the chance," Bakugo hollered as he lifted his arm and reached up to pull the pin on one of the gauntlets he was wearing. "Don't worry, Deku. I'm sure you'll survive if you can dodge." Izuku had no idea what exactly that thing would do, but it obviously wasn't good news for him. He took off running towards the alleyway he and Todoroki came from. There was no need to put someone else in the line of fire, and prayed that the building would be enough cover and that it wouldn't end up coming down on top of him. The only problem was that Bakugo hadn't been aiming for him, he was aiming for where he was running. The blonde knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't stand still and take it, but he also wouldn't risk someone else getting hurt. He planned it out just so he would make sure to hurt him because that was who Bakugo was. He could barely hear over the sound of his heart pounding in his ears, but he could have sworn he heard Aizawa's frantic voice over the comms screaming at Bakugo to stop. The one thing he heard clearly was the click of the gauntlets arming and the following explosion echoing violently around him. For a brief moment he thought he was actually dead. He hadn't made it to cover in time, and Bakugo's aim had been perfected years ago after he refused to get within grabbing distance of Izuku. He didn't feel any pain. Nothing like the burns he had been so familiar with before. It took a moment to realize that at some point he had instinctively squeezed his eyes shut when he tried bracing himself for the impact. He slowly cracked open his eyes and squinted as he took in the scene before him. The smoke from the explosion was slowly clearing, revealing an unsmiling All Might standing between him and Bakugo. He must have shown up just in time to grab onto Bakugo's wrist and redirect the explosion into the air so no one would get hurt. Bakugo was staring up at the number one hero with wide eyes, his expression frozen into one of shock. "All Might, what are you?" In one swift movement, All Might practically ripped the gauntlet off of Bakugo's wrist. Then he did the same with the other, making the blonde stumble back in confusion. The pressure of All Might activating his quirk was almost more startling than the hero mercilessly crushing the gauntlets in his bare hands. "Bakugo Katsuki," All Might's voice boomed. "What in the world were you thinking? Not only did you ignore a direct order, but you tried to kill one of your classmates. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Bakugo sputtered, unable to process the fact that he was actually being reprimanded for his brutality, by the number one hero no less. But he's a villain." "He's not a villain. He is a student at UI, just like you and everyone else in your class. Even if he was a villain, that does not make what you did okay. When you are out in the field, your go-to action should not be killing everyone who commits a crime. Those gauntlets were only approved because in some cases you do not end up with a choice. Cases like a villain that is too strong for you or anyone else to handle without harming them in the process. This is not one of those cases, and you are more than old enough to understand that. This was an exercise to get you children used to coordinating with your fellow heroes and working together to achieve a common goal. This was not an excuse for you to hurt someone simply because you are afraid of what he can do." All Might spoke. His voice was even and loud but subtly laced with righteous fury. Before anything else could be said, a familiar capture weapon lashed out, wrapping around Bakugo without mercy and dragging him towards Aizawa, who was glaring down at the blonde. All Might, take care of the kids. Make sure they're okay and make sure Izuku gets to Recovery Girl. I don't care how much he says he's fine. I want him cleared by a professional. I'll be taking care of Bakugo, Aizawa said, and without another word, he was pulling Bakugo along with him to who knows where. Izuku stood there watching them go before his attention went back to All Might, who was slowly approaching him. Suddenly, he realized how much he was shaking and that his body felt almost numb, which was probably from how much and how long he had tensed up. All Might seemed to take in his expression and didn't hesitate to scoop him up off the ground before everything finally caught up with him. Shadow wasn't an expert when it came to anything involving emotion or socialization. He blamed Endeavor for insisting on him being homeschooled his entire life. He was, however, familiar with fear. It was something that he lived with for as long as he could remember, which is exactly why he noticed something was off with Midoriya the moment their teams were announced. When they found out who they were going against, the look on Midoriya's face had been reminiscent of someone given a death sentence. So he watched closely. He volunteered to go with Midoriya when they decided to split up and save more time. And yet, when his classmate told him to grab the item while he held off Bakugo, he barely hesitated. Shadow was well aware that he could have handled the explosive blonde. His mother's ice was more than enough to do the job, but instead of insisting he take care of it, he became a frontline witness to Midoriya's fear. A fear that was so familiar, so similar to his own. He felt like such an idiot. He felt like a failure. How many times had he begged the gods above for someone to notice his pain and help him? How many times had he sworn that he would never let something like that happen to someone else if he had the chance? He would make it up to Midoriya. There may not be much he could do on his own, but the least he could do was make sure his classmate wasn't alone in his suffering. Because Bakugo was Midoriya's endeavor, and that was something that Shadow was not okay with. Shadow was fuming. He was one offhand comment from blowing a gasket. His heart was still pounding, and his mind was racing as it replayed the disaster. The absolute shitshow that had happened in Foundational Heroics. He couldn't stop Bakugo's words from echoing over and over in his mind. The brutality, the carelessness, the utter disregard for the life of another. Every single bit of it did nothing but piss him off even more. This wasn't Bakugo's first offense, and if he thought he was going to get away with a slap on the wrist because it was hero training, that boy had another thing coming to him. If All Might hadn't gotten there in time, they would be burying a student. A student that didn't have anyone outside him and Hisashi who would really give a damn that he wasn't there anymore. Their kid almost died today. That made the steady, quiet tapping of his shoe falter for a moment as the reality of the situation truly hit him. He almost lost his kid. He and Hisashi had almost lost the kid they swore they would protect. He almost lost his kid before he could even get to know him. All today was supposed to be was a chance for Izuku to get used to his costume and fellow classmate. It couldn't make up for the 2 weeks he had missed, but it was supposed to give him the same opportunity that the others had. It wasn't supposed to be a near-death experience. The blonde had been deathly silent since they left Ground Beta. He hadn't said a single word or made a single noise at all. He almost seemed to be in a state of shock, which wasn't an unsurprising reaction to having the #1 hero tear into you so brutally. Hell, Shadow may not be the biggest fan, but even he could admit that All Might was effing terrifying when he wanted to be. Nedzu's cheerful yet malevolent aura was probably another factor in keeping Bakugo quiet. After Shadow watched the whole fiasco on the monitors, holding his breath and praying to any and all gods that All Might made it in time, he immediately called Nedzu and had him set up an emergency meeting with Bakugo's parents. Luckily, they were able to leave work so the three of them wouldn't be stuck waiting in Nedzu's office for hours on end, which he definitely would have done if it had come down to it. Nedzu, glancing over at the monitor, the one that Shadow knew showed camera footage of the hallway approaching his office, made him sit up a little straighter and try to banish a little bit of his anger. He hated dealing with parents, he hated it with a passion, but he knew that outwardly showing how furious he was would fail to get the point across. Before they could even knock, Nedzu pressed a button on his desk that made the door slide open, revealing a surprised Bakugo Mitsuki and Bakugo Masaru. "Please, do come in and have a seat. We have much to discuss," Nedzu patiently spoke. They took a moment to settle into the available seats while Masaru sent a concerned glance toward his son. "I was a little concerned when we got your call. What's this about? Did something happen?" Masaru asked. "When we started this school year, I noticed some concerning behavior regarding your son that directly clashed with the reports I had gotten from his previous school," Shadow explained. "In the beginning, I decided that I would reserve judgment and keep an eye on him. The problem is that your son is extremely violent and prone to degrading those around him as well as illegally using his quirk. He had been given warnings about his behavior from multiple teachers." He held up a small folder full of incident reports from the past 2 weeks. The fact that there was a folder at all when they hadn't even been in school for even half a semester was telling in and of itself, but he made little to no effort to correct his behavior. Normally, this would result in a detention, which he was actually assigned this morning. But after the incident that occurred in Foundational Heroics, I have officially made my judgment about your son." "What happened?" Mitsuki asked, her voice even and firm. though she did spare a glance to her son with a conflicted expression. During foundational heroics today, your son fired what would have been a killing blow straight at another student. Luckily, they were not injured, but the only reason they are still breathing right now is because All Might was on site and managed to redirect the explosion in time. I looked over the files of both students and found that they went to the same middle and elementary schools, so it leads me to believe that the abusive behavior your son has exhibited is not uncommon. Were you aware of any previous altercations between your son and Midoriya Izuku? Shouted question. Little Izuku, Mitsuki gasped, fear crossing her features. She whirled around, her expression contorting into horror. Katsuki, what the hell? Masaru reached over and placed a hand on hers. Later, Mitsuki, his voice came out a whisper, and Shouta was almost concerned at how pale he'd become. Almost. He looked up at Shouta and Nedzu, pursing his lips. What exactly is going to happen now? Shouta analyzed his face and body language for a moment. Under different circumstances, he could almost say that he might get along with the other man. He could at least respect his composure. As I mentioned earlier, I have made my decision regarding your son's future, and it is not in heroics. I am expelling him from the hero course and placing him on the blacklist, which means that even if he decided to transfer to another hero school, he will not be admitted to their hero course. Likely, he wouldn't be allowed in their schools at all. Being blacklisted from UE may as well be a death sentence to any career in the heroics field. What? Bakugo screeched as he shot out of his seat. You can't do that. Katsuki. Masaru's voice cut through the indignant screaming, instantly silencing the boy. Sit. Now. But, after what you've done today, and apparently what you've been doing for quite some time, do you really think we're going to pay for your education to become a hero? Even if you weren't being outright banned from every hero course in the country, I still wouldn't allow you to try for another hero school. Not after this. Your mother and I did not raise you to be like this. We were always told that you were a model student, and while you have some anger issues at home, we always assumed that you controlled yourself outside of the house. Masaru turned to once again face Shouta. Please, continue. Bakugo will have several marks on his file for each of the incidents that occurred while he was here, and a police officer will be collecting footage from his elementary and middle schools in order to correct his records. As Midoriya Izuku's official guardian, I will also be pressing charges, Shouta started. Wait, what? When did this happen? Inko didn't tell me anything about this when we had lunch the other day, Mitsuki interrupted, a baffled look on her face. Midoriya and Inko signed away all parental rights. My husband and I have been given guardianship. Now, I will be pressing charges against your son for attempted murder as well as Quirk-related hate crimes. What happens as a result of the investigation and trial will likely determine where your son will go from here. Either way, I will be requesting severe anger management, sensitivity training, as well as mandatory quirk-suppressing bracelets. Shouta thought he was being lenient, all things considered. He wasn't going to pretend that people couldn't change or that Bakugo didn't have the ability to change, but he also wasn't going to sit there and wait for it to happen. 9 times out of 10 people didn't change unless they had no other choice. Masaru slowly nodded while Mitsuki looked as if she was 1 second away from letting out a stream of anger-induced tears. Though with the way she was refusing to even look in her son's general direction, Shouta doubted it was because of him specifically. All right, thank you for informing us of this. Is there anything else? Masaru looked as if he was dreading that there would be one more nail in the proverbial coffin. No, I believe that concludes this meeting. Someone will be waiting outside of my office to lead your son somewhere he can change. He is to leave his hero costume behind so it can be disposed of or brutalized properly, Nedzu informed them. As they stood and made their way out the door, Bakugo paused right in front of Shouta. He could barely make out the hoarse whisper of why. That came from the boy. Shouta decided that it wasn't what he wanted to do. He wanted to scream. He wanted to punch something. The wall was looking pretty punchable at the moment, though Recovery Girl would heavily disagree with that sentiment. But he wouldn't do any of those things. He'd be able to blow off some steam in one of the gyms or during his patrol later. The fact that you are even asking me that is proof that you should not be a hero. But if you must know, it's because of your attitude. It's because you view everyone else as beneath you, and whenever someone else shows an ounce of skill, you take that as a personal offense. It's because you are already burning bridges, and it hasn't even been a full 3 weeks of school. You are violent and rude and treat everyone as extras as if you're in some kind of fantastical novel where you are the main character and no one else matters. If I were to send you into the field as you are, you would not survive. You would die a horrible death facing something that you are not ready to face, and you would be doing it alone because you view someone helping you as an insult. You are never going to be a hero because it isn't about helping people to you. It's about being better than everyone else, and that's not what a hero is. You will never be a hero because it's not who you are. Izuku didn't necessarily believe he was a bad person. Hell, he had worked his entire life to prove people otherwise, but the past week he'd been having some serious doubts about himself. After all, what kind of person is happy at someone else's misfortune? He had once admired Bakugo like no one else, bar All Might. He looked up to the boy and his confidence and determination to get exactly where he wanted to be in life no matter what. It was only after he saw firsthand precisely what Bakugo was willing to do to other people in order to get there that Izuku began to have doubts about the person that he used to call friend. Was Bakugo's behavior completely on him? No, there were years of people encouraging that sort of thing because telling someone with the perfect quirk the word no was blasphemy. But there came a point where Bakugo was old enough to do some self-reflection. He wasn't dumb. It wouldn't have taken him long to come to the right conclusions, and the internet is full of people like Izuku. People that were berated and abused for something completely out of their control, which meant that Bakugo was not absolved of the blame. His actions are what led him to this point in life. His unwillingness to show compassion or empathy. His downright avoidance of anything that indicated he wasn't the strongest, most perfect person in the world. All of it led to now. When Izuku's quirk came in and he had briefly taken the quirks of his bullies, was it really that bad considering he had given them back immediately? He saw a side of Bakugo he hadn't ever thought he would see. Bakugo was terrified of him from that point on. He tried to hide it by continuing on with his consistent torrent of abuse, but it was telling when he started working on long-range explosions. Anything he could to hurt Izuku without coming in range of him, of his quirk. Izuku genuinely tried to push down his horrible thoughts, but it never worked. All he could think whenever Bakugo started in on him again was that having that kind of power over someone was amazing. All it would take was a single touch and he could have anyone he wanted under his thumb because he would have an intrinsic part of themselves that they would never truly be able to let go of. Having that kind of power over someone was insanely tempting. And yet every time that little voice piped up in the back of his mind, he couldn't help feeling like the worst person in the world. He'd been on the receiving end of over a decade of abuse and neglect from everyone who should have been looking out for him. He didn't want anyone else to hurt because of him. So why did he feel so satisfied that Bakugo had been expelled? It felt like he was a starving man who had finally been given a single grain of rice. He saw the stupefied look on the blonde's face when he passed by the nurse's office on his way out of the school for the last time, and all that little voice in the back of his head could do was viciously spit out a good riddance. He felt bad about the boy getting expelled, but an even greater part of him finally felt free. He wouldn't have to walk on eggshells. He wouldn't have to constantly look over his shoulder, at least while at school. He was hesitant about bringing it up to Hound Dog in one of their therapy sessions, but he would much rather tolerate any backlash from that, though the counselor had proven himself to be fairly level-headed, than even think about telling Aizawa or Yamada. He was comfortable in his place at their apartment and didn't want to risk them changing their minds over thoughts that never left his mind. Hound Dog gave him an amused smile as he slid a jar of candy across the desk for him to take. The subtle behavioral reward made Izuku's lips twitch upward. Hound Dog had been trying to get him to be more open with his feelings. He wasn't going to oppose free candy, so he unwrapped a piece of chocolate and popped it in his mouth as he waited for Hound Dog's response. What you're feeling is as natural as breathing, Hound Dog started explaining. At our core, human beings are animals. We tend to hold ourselves higher because we pride ourselves on being able to separate from our baser instincts, but the truth is that there is nothing wrong with what you're feeling. When someone hurts you, wanting them to hurt in return is a fairly typical response. And, for the record, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to put space between yourself and your abuser either. Of course, you wouldn't want to be around someone who has hurt you over and over again. No one wants that. Izuku rolled the chocolate across his tongue as he stared at the wall just behind Hound Dog, thinking everything over. He did feel a little bit better about himself now. He wasn't sure he always would, but at least he had some words of wisdom to draw on when he had similar thoughts rolling around in the back of his head. Most of the time he didn't even have time to think about Bakugo. Yui's curriculum was intense, but occasionally his eyes would be drawn over to the empty seat across the room where the blonde used to sit. Other than that, he seemed to simply fade from Izuku's mind over the course of the week. In fact, there were only two remotely exciting things to happen during the rest of the week. The first was the media breaking and demanding to see All Might, which was ridiculously childish. Did they really think All Might personally owed them a statement just because he was working at Yui now? Aizawa was grumbling about vultures all afternoon, and Izuku wholeheartedly agreed. The next thing that happened he hadn't been sure had actually happened at the time. He thought it was some weird fever dream at first, but no. Apparently, Todoroki did in fact ask him if he was Aizawa's secret love child, and like someone with absolutely no shame he did so in front of their entire group of friends. He wasn't even sure how to respond and just sat there openly gaping at him. He must have taken it as a yes, because from that point on Todoroki looked extremely satisfied with himself. Todoroki's sudden addition to the group that seemed to have settled around Izuku was an interesting one. Ever since the first foundational heroics class, he firmly placed himself by Izuku's side. He wasn't sure what he did to gain the bi-colored teen's approval, but he wasn't complaining. Todoroki was a genuinely nice person who seemed to be as clueless as Izuku was when it came to socializing. though Todoroki's confusion stemmed from being homeschooled his entire life, whereas Izuku stemmed from being the social outcast. Otherwise, Izuku was proud to say that he managed to survive a solid week of school with minimal bodily harm. He got a paper cut on Wednesday, but that was his own mistake. Overall, it was a vastly different experience to his previous schools, and he was thankful for that. But here he was, ready to tackle another week of attending the school of his dreams, and he was loving every minute of it. He stepped out of his room with his bag slung over his shoulder and made his way to the front door. He, Yamada, and Aizawa had made it a habit to leave together, and while they split off, Izuku heading for the classroom and Aizawa and Yamada stopping by the teacher's lounge. It had become a nice, relatively peaceful walk that Izuku found himself looking forward to during the week. He slipped on his shoes and was quickly joined by his guardians following suit. Aizawa took one look at his tie and seemed to fondly huff as he reached out and retied it for him. No matter what Izuku did, he just couldn't seem to get it right. He tried. He really did. It just was not in the cards for him. Once that was done, they began their morning walk through the empty halls of Yui, and Izuku parted the two with a wave before settling in his seat in the classroom. Soon enough, more and more people crowded into the room, taking their seats and chatting with those closest to them until the bell rang and Aizawa swept into the room, bringing a hush over the room. He stood behind the podium and eyed all of them critically before he picked up something off the podium and placed it for everyone to see. It was a nice-looking plaque with the word rescue scrawled across it. Today, after your lunch, you will be participating in rescue training during Foundational Heroics. You each have the option of wearing your hero costume or wearing the sports uniform. Most of you have had enough time in costume to recognize which option will be more beneficial to you, though we will be talking about costume revisions and updates soon. Immediately after lunch, you should change and head to the front entrance. A bus will be waiting to take you to the location where your class will be held, Aizawa explained. The rest of the class seemed to buzz in excitement for the rest of the day. Keeping focus during other classes was almost impossible for a few. Not that he blamed them, this was rescue training. How subdued can you be when you're about to do something so exciting? I can't wait. Uraraka was practically bouncing in her seat at the lunch table. 13 is one of my biggest inspirations, and I heard she works here. Do you think she'll be helping out for the class like Snipe did when they went over basic aim for long-ranged attacks? It would certainly be prudent. 13 is at the top of her field, rivaled only by the wild Pussycats, and since she is employed at Yui, it makes sense, Yaoyorozu said. I'm more interested in where we're going, Izuku admitted. Yui's campus is huge, and if we're taking a bus to this place, it must be pretty far. That's right. You live on campus, don't you? Ida asked, pushing his glasses up. He nodded in response. Yeah, the apartment building Yui set me up in isn't too far from the main building. It's close enough that walking isn't a hassle. There's a path off to the side, and if you follow that, you'll come across a whole set of apartments. I think that they set them up for people with financial problems who can't afford travel time or close housing. Probably for their wards as well. Wards? Todoroki looked up from the bowl of soba he was worshipping. That's technically what I am. My mom gave up all parental rights, so Yui made me their ward. A teacher was assigned as my guardian in case of emergencies, Izuku explained. He tried not to wince at the passing thought of his mother and her eagerness to get rid of him. It still stung. Todoroki's eyes lit up as he honed onto a single part of his statement like a bloodhound. Oh, a particular teacher. Perhaps your father. Though, I don't imagine he would have to fight hard to get custody of his child. Izuku stared down at his bowl of yaki udon and took a deep breath. He was never going to live this down, was he? The snorts of laughter from the rest of the table made him shake his head, and suddenly he had an idea. He looked Todoroki in the eye. You know, Uraraka was talking about how much 13 inspired her. How do you know they're not related in some way? A big sister, an aunt maybe. Uraraka was an instigator, and that was okay. It just meant she was going to be the first to suffer through Todoroki's conspiracies with him. The others would fall soon after, all in due time. Todoroki's entire face went through several vastly different ranges of emotion in several seconds, and he opened his mouth only for Uraraka to loudly interrupt him. So, you said you thought that the apartments were for people who were having trouble with housing and travel time. Think there's any way I can get in on that? Todoroki's eyes narrowed in response, but he let it slide as he hunched over his soba with a mumble, I'll get to the truth eventually. You can't hide forever. Izuku chuckled and took a moment to get a little more serious. I can't say for sure. My guardian mentioned something along those lines in passing, but even if I'm wrong, you should probably go up to the financial department and see if you can get any scholarships or something to help provide. Hero students get a lot of perks that no one really knows about unless you go deep diving, because we're expected to be in top condition so we can perform our best. You could probably get at least some of your meals taken care of. Uraraka looked thoughtful and nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'll stop by after school today if I'm not too tired after rescue training. Or maybe I'll just come in early tomorrow. Are you having trouble with your housing? I would be more than willing to share one of my guest rooms. My parents wouldn't mind. They spend most of their time in their house in Monaco anyway, Yaoyorozu offered. Uraraka looked a little unsure. Not that he blamed her. Accepting a room from someone can go wrong pretty quickly if there weren't solid boundaries set in the beginning. Are you sure you'd be okay with that? She hesitantly asked. Of course, I wouldn't have offered it if I didn't mean it. Yaoyorozu looked a little sheepish. The truth is, I've been a little lonely for a while now. Sure, there are the staff who upkeep the house, but I hardly ever see them. Uraraka's expression turned thoughtful at that. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to hash out any details because the bell rang signaling the end of lunch. Izuku picked up his empty tray and followed the others, setting the tray down in its designated spot before they made their way to the changing rooms where their costume cases should be waiting for them. Sure enough, Izuku walked into the changing room alongside Todoroki and saw his case propped up against the wall with everyone else's. He picked it up and scurried off to the spot at the end of the bench he'd practically claimed as his own by now, quickly changing into his costume. Once he was sure he had everything in order, he closed the case with a satisfying click and followed the others who were finished to the expansive courtyard in front of the school. A bus was already there waiting for them, and Aizawa was curled up in his eye-searing sleeping bag propped up against the doors. Izuku fought off a laugh but couldn't do much to hide the grin. He still couldn't quite get over that sleeping bag. He hadn't thought much of it when he'd initially seen it around the apartment, but when he saw Aizawa slip into it during class, he was a bit baffled. No one else had even batted an eye though, so it must have been normal. He ended up shrugging it off and going along with it. Aizawa had 2 jobs. The man deserved some sleep. He didn't even want to think about how Yamada functioned with 3 jobs. Some mysteries were better left unsolved. As soon as he was joined by the rest of his classmates, Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag and tossed it in the compartment under the bus. He cleared his throat, interrupting Ada's failing attempts at herding people into lines. All right, on the bus. We have a schedule to keep. They quickly got on the bus and found a seat. If they all conveniently found one near their friends, no one was going to say anything about it to avoid making Ada sulk any more than he already was. Almost as soon as the last person sat down, the bus took off heading for another area on campus, and everyone on it dissolved into soft chatter so as not to disturb Aizawa. Izuku was interrupted from his thoughts when he heard his name called. He looked up, eyes searching until they landed on Kaminari. Yeah, something has been bugging me since you came to our class, Kaminari started. But how did you and Bakugo know each other? I mean, the moment you stepped in class he started acting off. He was kind of violent before, but it was like the moment he saw you he lost what was left of his marbles. He grimaced. Bakugo and I grew up together. Our mothers were close friends, and I guess they thought we would be too. As you can probably guess, we aren't friends and we haven't been for a very, very long time, Izuku explained. What I don't understand is how you were the one to get the villain label. You're probably one of the nicest people I know. Bakugo, on the other hand, Zero trailed off, a sour look on his face. That's quirk discrimination for you. They start teaching that at an early age. If you have a cool, flashy quirk, you get a pass. If you have a scary quirk, you don't. It didn't help that my quirk is nothing like my mother's, for the most part, he said. Oh, what's different? Did you take after your father? Yaoyorozu asked. He shrugged and delved into an explanation. Not sure. I don't really remember my father. He left when I was around 4 and he wasn't around much before then. My mom didn't really talk about him either. She can pull small objects towards herself. I have no idea what my father's quirk is, but it probably has something to do with affecting quirks. Unless mine is just something completely new, that wouldn't be totally outlandish with quirks these days. But it would make sense. You take pulling objects and something that affects other quirks and you get the ability to pull quirks to you. That's kind of where I think my mother's quirk plays into it. I don't technically have to touch someone to take their quirk. It's just that the range is so limited that I might as well be touching them, so that's the route that I usually go. What's your range? Kirishima asked. 10 inches. Izuku snorted at the various expressions of disbelief or mild disappointment. I know, right? It's almost redundant. I don't know. In a pinch, that 10 inches could probably save your life. Kirishima gave him an optimistic smile. Before anyone else could ask anything, the bus slowed to a stop in front of a dome-shaped building covered in probably thousands of glass panels. Yui spared no expense once again. A hand gripped his shoulder, making him look over at Uraraka, who was bouncing up and down excitedly. It's 13. This is the best day of my life, she whispered, never once taking eyes off the hero in the spacesuit. Izuku covered his mouth to muffle the laugh. It was nice to see people get so excited over something they enjoyed. He turned his attention to their teachers and intently listened to the speech 13 gave. It was a very good speech. It didn't sugarcoat things and still encouraged them to use their quirks creatively to find a solution. Then, they were guided into the USJ and Izuku got the worst feeling in the pit of his stomach that was only reinforced by the soft beeping coming from the tracker on his wrist. Aizawa's head snapped over to him, instantly recognizing the tone, and met Izuku's eyes. Aizawa strode over with his phone in hand as his fingers tapped on the screen, probably sending a message. A few of the others were sending confused looks their way, but panic was very slowly starting to take over Izuku's mind. Click. The sound of the doors to the USJ locking made his body freeze up. Aizawa had a similar reaction, and it even managed to cut off 13's description of the facility. But Izuku's fear was only amplified the moment he felt hundreds of quirks flooding the USJ and a swirling mass of black fog appeared in the plaza. Everyone out. 13. Destroy the doors if you have to. Get them out of here, Aizawa shouted as he pulled his goggles over his eyes. What's going on? Kirishima asked. Those are villains. Now get the hell out. Aizawa was eerily calm as he launched down the steps right into the fray. Izuku stepped forward, but before he could follow, a hand wrapped around his arm. He followed it back up to Todoroki, who was frowning at him. We need to go. He knows what he's doing. Todoroki was firm and sure of himself, but he didn't know what Izuku did. You don't understand. He needs help. There's more down there than what you can see. I can lighten the load a little bit. He knew he would probably regret what he was about to say, but right now he couldn't think of anything else, and so can you. You could freeze most of them to the ground. Todoroki looked hesitant at that, briefly glancing back at the group of students edging closer and closer to the exit before focusing back on Izuku's face. We are going to get in so much trouble. Despite the situation, he couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. He was pretty sure it was slightly hysterical. He held up his wrist with the tracker on it. With any luck, backup will be here soon and we won't be in detention the rest of the year. Maybe only a month or two. Todoroki looked like he was regretting his decision already, so Izuku took off down the stairs, dragging him along before he could change his mind. Nedzu was in the middle of lecturing Yagi when a very specific tone sounded from his phone. His back went ramrod straight and he stopped mid-sentence. He took out his phone and immediately sent a quick message to Eraserhead. Midoriya's tracker shouldn't have had any issues. Power Loader made it insanely durable as well as essentially everything proof. Well, almost everything proof. There was only so much one could do. After a solid minute without a response from Eraserhead, he turned his attention to Yagi. I hope you've rested enough because we've just lost contact with Midoriya's tracker and Eraserhead isn't answering his phone. His voice was uncharacteristically serious, but they had all been worried after the break-in. None of the reporters present had quirks like whatever had destroyed the gate. He pressed a button and leaned over to speak into a microphone. Yui Emergency Defense Task Force, please report to the USJ immediately. Code White, he said calmly and clearly before removing his paw. What's Code White? Yagi asked, seeming unsure if he wanted to know the answer. Code White means that we've lost communications and there are possible hostiles. I know you've stretched your limit, but I need you to go on ahead. You'll get there faster than anyone else. Nedzu hopped off his seat. He had to meet Yamada. There were other teachers within the school that would keep everything under control, and he had to make sure the blonde kept it together when his husband and child were right in the middle of what could possibly be a disaster. Before he even made it to the door, Yagi was gone. He could only hope that All Might made it in time. Izuku was absolutely going to give Aizawa some serious credit for not even batting an eye when his enemies were conveniently frozen to the ground. Of course, that didn't stop those with long-range quirks, so Izuku had to take care of those before they could hurt his dad guardian. If he had to, he could give them back at a later date, but right now they clearly did not deserve their quirks. He had Todoroki right by his side as they swept through those on the outskirts of the plaza without mercy, which was a valid response to people who decided it was cool to attack children. But then something caught his eye, something that felt slightly off. He scanned the area until his eyes landed on the hulking guy with a bird-like mutation. Only, he wasn't a person anymore. His brain was openly exposed and he was stuffed full of quirk after quirk in a way that no human or animal ever should be. It was unnatural and disturbing. Someone did this to a person. Someone either thought that this was okay or didn't care enough about life to understand just how wrong this was. Either way, Izuku had no desire to ever let this thing get away. Midoriya, Todoroki got his attention. I froze the landslide and flood zones over. The villains there won't be able to bother anyone. The other zones are blocked off so they can't bring backups here easily. You took care of the long-range quirks, so we should go. Aizawa can handle this. As if fate was eagerly waiting for those words to be spoken aloud. Everything went to shit in a single moment. Namu, a raspy voice screeched. The hulking bird monster moved faster than anyone could process. A sickening crack filled the silent plaza and Izuku wildly looked around until his eyes landed on Aizawa. The ground was cracked underneath him and the monster, Namu, was on top of him, a hand keeping his head plastered to the concrete. His heart was pounding so loud in his ears that he couldn't hear anything else. He couldn't look away from the blood pooling under Aizawa's head. He could see his dad's hands twitching as they tried to get a grip on the ground enough that he could push himself up, but he simply didn't have the strength to lift his own body weight. let alone that of the giant beast on top of him. Todoroki was shaking his shoulders trying to snap him out of it, and it was at that moment the sound of quick footfalls, someone running, heading right towards them, caught his attention. In a split-second, whirlpool came to life within him. The ice from the flood zone splintered and cracked as water rushed up in a violent vortex, mercilessly trapping the leader within the water. He rushed past Todoroki, his feet shifting as cat-like activated. With a single strong push he leaped into the air, landing on the back of the Namu. The moment he got within range, he let Whirlpool fall apart as he started ripping quirk after quirk out of the monster violently, all while ignoring the strain of overusing exchange. Just because he could take quirks without touching someone didn't mean it was easy, and he was already pushing it with the quirks he had gotten his hands on while clearing the minor thugs in the plaza. But he held out, and the final quirk, a regeneration quirk, slid into place next to his others. The Namu immediately dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Midoriya. Todoroki's panicked shout drew his attention from the body and to his friend. Todoroki was shivering, and ice was rushing across the plaza, unable to catch up with the leader who was rushing toward him with an outstretched hand. Probably a 5-point activation quirk. It didn't matter, he would figure it out. It was about to be his, after all. Another one for his collection. He shifted to the left and his hand shot forward, knocking that stupid-looking hand off the man's face while he brutally ripped the quirk away from him. When he met the eyes of the Ahole who started all this, he was greeted with a shocked and dazed expression. He was panting and trying to brush off the sluggishness that was slowly overtaking his body. He almost wanted to start sobbing when the warper appeared in the plaza. The warper took in the surrounding area, and a portal began to form under the now quirkless blue-haired man. Oh, hell no. Izuku lunged forward, his fist gripping tightly onto the man's coat before he threw him straight at Todoroki, who sidestepped as quickly as he could to avoid being a landing pad for a grown man. He wasn't about to let this effort just escape after everything he's done. The sound of the doors flying off their hinges drew the mist man's attention. He seemed to be conflicted before he took one look at All Might standing in the entrance of the USJ, then to the Namu, then blue hair. He seemed to have a somewhat functioning brain because he processed the odds of him managing to pull a win out of his ass when the rest of his party was down for the count. In a quick, smart move, he vanished in one of his own portals, effectively saving himself from getting pummeled. Despite his head screaming in protest, he stumbled back to Aizawa. Before he could collapse, All Might had wrapped an arm around his waist, kindly keeping him from hitting the pavement. But then they were moving. That wasn't right. He could still help. Stop, he slurred out as he reached for his guardian. I can help. I can help. His vision started blurring, and his head pounded in what was probably the worst migraine he'd ever had. It wouldn't hurt to close his eyes for a minute, right? Just so the lights don't stab his head anymore. Tashanori ignored the feeling of blood in his throat as young Midoriya sagged in his arms. He quickly pressed 2 fingers against the boy's neck and sighed in relief at the strong pulse beneath his fingers. It must have just been exhaustion, but better safe than sorry. He scooped the shivering Todoroki up in his free arm and tried not to wince at the sheer cold emitting from him. In a single leap, he had them both at the gates with the rest of the class that hadn't been warped somewhere else. Young Uraraka and Shoji quickly ran forward with worry in their faces. He handed Midoriya over to Shoji's open arms, and Uraraka helped Todoroki stay on his feet. Take them outside for when the ambulances arrive, he quickly directed before he was off again. He collected Aizawa and dropped him off at the entrance as well before he scoured the different zones of the USJ for any more students. Once he had a complete headcount, he moved on to rounding up the villains, starting with the dazed leader that was in the plaza still staring at the spot the warper had vacated in disbelief. It wasn't long before he heard the sound of sirens, and he was joined by fellow UE staff. From then on, everything was simple. Villains were arrested. The children were looked over by medical staff and sent home if they were cleared, and the staff, minus 13 and Aizawa, went back to UE for an emergency meeting. How did this happen? Yamada asked. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were puffy and rimmed red. It was likely the break-in the other day. We all thought that it was suspicious. They must have used that to gain access to information, Kayama surmised. That doesn't make sense. There would have been no time to destroy the gate and make it all the way inside, past the huge crowd of students to the staff room, which is the only place we keep information like codes and schedules, Snipe said. They did have a warper, the students confirmed it, and Yui growled. It's a little early to assume anything. We have no idea how this warp quirk works or if it has specific requirements, Nedzu interrupted. Yamada's gaze shot from the table to the principal, realization dawning on his face. You think someone on the inside gave this information away? That statement made several staff members tense. It is a possibility, one that I will prepare for, though I do hope it isn't true. Has anyone figured out what they were even here for? Majima asked. We managed to get a few statements from the hired hands. Apparently the leader, a man who goes by Shigaraki Tamura, brought them all together in order to kill All Might, Nedzu said. I'm guessing there is no record of a Shigaraki Tamura anywhere, is there? Ishiyama stated rather than asked. You would be correct. By all pretenses, Shigaraki Tamura does not exist in any database. I don't believe he will be much of a problem now that he's been neutered, so to speak, Nedzu said, tapping his paw on the table. Do I even want to know? Kayama asked. Midoriya took his quirk. At least, that's what we gathered from his ramblings. He is not the most stable of persons. Though once his mind seemed to clear, he refused to say another word unless it was to Midoriya himself. Not happening, Yamada snarled. We might not have a choice. We need information. We may be able to put some more pieces together once Midoriya and Aizawa wake up, but if we don't, Kan trailed off at Yamada's murderous glare. Unfortunately, he is right. If we can't get any more clarity from Midoriya or Aizawa, we won't have a choice. But I can assure you that there will be serious precautions taken before we ever allow such a thing. Nedzu attempted to be gentle, but Yamada wasn't exactly in the best state to care, considering his husband and son were both in the infirmary, neither showing signs of waking anytime soon. It's not something to worry about right now, Yamada, Inui gently said. Indeed, there isn't much that can be done at all until they wake. Perhaps this meeting should finish at another time, when we have more information at hand. Speculation will do us no good. Nedzu turned to face Yamada. Go to the infirmary. Recovery girl may have an update for you by now. But that the meeting was dismissed and teachers flooded out of the room. All except Tashanori, who stayed in his seat trying to process his thoughts. You've been awfully quiet over there, Yagi, Nedzu called as soon as the door shut. What's going through your head? Tashanori sighed as he reached up and rubbed his forehead, trying to will away the forming headache. I have a feeling that this is only the beginning of something horrible, and I can't help but feel that he is at the center of it. I was under the impression that you killed him. The body was never recovered. I do sincerely hope he is as dead as I thought him to be, but even if he is, I just can't shake the feeling that it has something to do with him. I may have been able to defeat him, but he had many loyal followers who would likely be out for revenge. I can only hope that the one who got away didn't manage to put together the pieces of Midoriya's quirk. Nedzu tensed at that. You think that if they figure out Midoriya has a similar quirk, they will turn their attention to him in order to create another all-for-one? I must admit that hadn't occurred to me, but the thought is worrying. The only reason we even knew the USJ was under attack was because Midoriya's tracker cut out. If you hadn't gotten there when you did. Nedzu didn't finish the sentence. They both knew it would have been the worst-case scenario. Master was far from happy when he returned empty-handed. No Shigaraki Tamura. No Namu. Just Kurogiri alone in the safe house. Explain yourself, Kurogiri, a harsh voice said over the speaker attached to the TV. He paused as he processed the entire incident that was the USJ. There was something so off about what happened, but he couldn't quite place it. It was there just at the back of his mind, just waiting for the final piece to complete the puzzle. Well, Master impatiently demanded an explanation. All Might was not there when we arrived. I split off to separate the students as planned, but it took longer than we originally accounted for. By the time I arrived back in the plaza, the Namu was completely unresponsive, most likely dead. One of the students somehow managed to incapacitate it, he explained as his thoughts recalled the situation. Realization dawned on him. Shigaraki Tamura was unable to use his quirk. Every one of his fingers were touching the ground, but it didn't decay. Eraserhead was incapacitated, unconscious by the time I arrived. We have records of everyone we hired, and none of them have a similar quirk. The only other people there were two students. One was the Todoroki boy and the other was the one that killed the Namu. I am unsure what exactly his quirk is or how he managed to incapacitate both the Namu and Shigaraki Tamura. Master hummed. Interesting. It seems we will have to contact our friends in the police department and Yui. Surely one of the two will have some answers. Izuku sat in Recovery Girl's office, fidgeting and bouncing his leg up and down rapidly as he waited on her to finish her examination of him. The sooner she cleared him to use his quirk, the faster he could help Aizawa. Seeing the man who had taken him in, lying on the bed unable to move, wasn't something he enjoyed at all. It just made him feel guilty for not doing anything more and left a burning feeling in his throat from shoving down the need to cry. Breathe, Izuku, Yamada whispered, his hand resting over Izuku's clenched fist. He had been stressed out the past few days with both of them being stuck in the infirmary. When he woke up, all he could feel was the sensation of someone brutally taking a pickaxe to his skull. He opened his eyes only to immediately squeeze them shut and roll over to bury his head in the pillow as if that would stop the bright fluorescent lights from assaulting him or the nausea they induced. Izuku, Yamada called his name quietly. What's wrong, listener? Talk to me. Tell me how I can help. Light hurts, his voice came out cracked and hoarse. Only then did he realize he was thirsty. Seconds later, the click of the light switch echoed through the otherwise silent room and Izuku was embraced by the darkness. A gentle hand splayed across his back. Come on, you gotta sit up for me. I have some water for you and Chiyo is on her way to talk to you, Yamada explained as he helped Izuku sit up long enough to gulp down the small cup of water offered to him. Sagging back against the pillow, he let out a groan. Where's Aizawa? He asked. He's asleep right now. He's in the bed next to you. He cracked his eyes open a bit and glanced over. Aizawa was wrapped head to toe in bandages. The sight made his eyes sting with tears, and the pounding in his head just got worse. Hey, Yamada cooed. Don't you worry about him. Shouta is strong. He'll bounce back without a doubt, and when he does, he's gonna want to make sure you're back to your usual self. Yamada reached out and took his hand, rubbing gentle circles into his skin. The sound of the door opening drew their attention to Recovery Girl, who took in the darkened room with a contemplative expression. She made her way over and did a quick examination, all while being mindful and considerate. I wasn't able to heal you because you were completely drained, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway because you weren't injured. What's happening now is that you're suffering from extreme quirk exhaustion, and you'll likely be feeling the effects for the next day or so. Quirk exhaustion isn't something that can be healed. For the most part, you're going to have to recover naturally, but I can offer you some mild painkillers. Until I clear you, you are not to use a single quirk. Not yours and not any that you have collected. Understood? She asked in a firm tone that left no room for argument. He nodded slowly, so as not to aggravate the migraine, and gratefully downed the painkillers handed to him. As soon as he settled back into the warm spot on his bed, he broached the topic of Aizawa. I think I can help heal him, he said. Recovery Girl looked up from her clipboard, surprised and vaguely incredulous. You have a healing quirk? I didn't think someone would give one of those up. That thing at the USJ had a regeneration quirk. It's really strong. I'm not sure if it will work on injuries that have already started the healing process. But if it doesn't, I do have an energy restoration quirk that works via sunlight exposure. It would be a bit longer of a process than the regen quirk, but it would be better than waiting for him to recover naturally, Izuku explained. He hated that he would have to wait to try the regen quirk, and he hated that it would just be more time that Aizawa was in pain, but he just wanted to help. Recovery Girl looked thoughtful. I'll have a talk with Nedzu about it. It will still have to wait until you've recovered, but we'll see. Now he was just waiting for the results. He really hated waiting. Recovery Girl rolled her eyes in bemusement when she turned the corner. You can stop working yourself up now. I have the results and you are perfectly fine now. You are cleared to use your quirk without fear of backlash. Nedzu is on his way with a guest to observe the process. After you've done what you can, a detective will be waiting in one of the meeting rooms to ask you some questions about what happened at the USJ. He tensed up again, a jolt of fear striking him. Are they going to try and put this on him? The timing of the rather major villain attack was absolutely not in his favor, considering the whole reason he was at UE was for a freaking villain rehab program. Yamada squeezing his hand brought him back to reality, and he zeroed in on the concerned look his guardian was giving him. It's okay, Izuku. We know that you had nothing to do with anything that happened, and I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. His tone was reassuring and firm, and he never once let go of the hand he was holding. It was nice. No one had ever done that for him. Not since the doctor's appointment where he was diagnosed quirkless by a quack. That just seemed to be who Yamada was. He was observant and quick to see the problem at hand, and even quicker at coming up with a solution. Izuku really hit the lottery with Aizawa and Yamada. He couldn't ask for better, but he was still left wondering when the other shoe would drop. They couldn't protect him from everything, no matter how hard they tried. But he would put aside as much anxiety as he could and just hope that everyone else would grant him the same kindness that Yamada and Aizawa have. A knock on the door drew his attention, and he took in a deep breath to try and steel himself for what was coming. A moment later, the door slid open and in walked Nedzu and a tall, skinny man he didn't recognize. He narrowed his eyes as he stared the man down, trying to figure out why he seemed so familiar. A few moments later, it finally hit him. His quirk. He would recognize that quirk anywhere. Even though he'd only seen the man in person a handful of times, he'd never forget the unusually vibrant, shifting colors that made up his quirk. All Might. The name left his mouth before he could stop himself. Everyone and everything in the room came to an abrupt halt, apart from Nedzu, who seemed delighted by this. How did you know? All Might sputtered, looking very alarmed. Oh, what a hole he dug himself this time. Well, I can kind of see what quirks look like. I didn't really recognize you, but I did see your quirk during Foundational Heroics, and I was wondering why it seemed so familiar, but you didn't. But I guess a transformation quirk would make a lot of sense, considering you are hardly, if ever, seen outside of work, and you would attract a lot of attention if you got groceries as All Might. He spewed word vomit despite desperately wishing his mouth would stop before he embarrassed himself any further. Thankfully, Nedzu stepped in before he could say any more. Well, I must admit I am very curious about the regeneration quirk that you picked up from the USJ. Such quirks are rather rare, and to, hopefully, see one in action is exciting. Since you've been cleared and we are here, you may do whatever it is you need to do. The atmosphere shifted and any lighthearted air that previously existed had vanished. This was a serious matter after all. Izuku slid off the hospital bed that he had been sleeping in the past few days and made his way over to Aizawa, who was still covered head to toe in bandages. He reached out and gently laid a hand on his arm. In a single moment, erasure slid into place under his skin. He could feel it just beneath his eyes. It was almost like a constant pressure that was begging to be released, but he shoved down the urge to use it. Instead, he pushed the Region Quirk into Aizawa and prayed that it would work even though the healing process had already begun. Region Quirks were always finicky in some way or another. Everyone held their breath for several moments, except for Recovery Girl, who was keeping an eye on his vitals. No one moved an inch. Dark eyes cracked open and Aizawa let out an exhausted groan. Gods, someone dim the lights. It's too early, he muttered and tried to roll over. It was only then that he seemed to realize that something was off because he was wrapped so tight he couldn't move. Yamada let out a watery laugh. Shouta, how are you feeling? He asked. Even from behind the bandages he looked like a disgruntled cat. I feel like I somehow managed to get tangled in every single capture weapon that I own. Recovery Girl rolled her eyes and started removing the bandages around his face, still being careful just to be on the safe side. He's definitely feeling better. One by one bandages were removed and tossed in the wastebasket for disposal. By the time she was done removing bandages, the Region Quirk seemed to have done its job and left no visible mark on Aizawa. Recovery Girl handed Aizawa a protein shake, and once he was finished with it, she pressed a kiss to the back of his hand. She leaned back, seeming impressed as she turned her attention to Izuku. That's quite a quirk you managed to pick up. There was nothing left for me to heal, and in only a few minutes' time. Izuku couldn't stop the warm feeling in his chest from spreading. All he'd ever wanted to do was help people and to be acknowledged for doing so. That felt pretty amazing. He also probably had something new to talk to Hound Dog about. However, Aizawa's concerned expression drew him back to reality. Aizawa reached out and gently took a strand of hair into his hand. Izuku, what happened? He cringed when he caught sight of the pure white roots in a section of his hair between his dad's fingers from a nearby mirror. I kind of overused my quirk, he admitted sheepishly. There's no kind of about it, boy, Recovery Girl barked. You severely overused your quirk with that stunt you pulled. Your quirk is a muscle. If you overuse it, it can leave you with serious damage. You're lucky that all the stress did was turn part of your hair white and not something more detrimental. You better not do it again, because next time that severe of a case of quirk exhaustion could do much worse. Thankfully, Nedzu once again decided to be his savior and intervene. Shio, what are the chances of granting Midoriya a healer's license? Recovery Girl's expression turned thoughtful as she eyed Izuku. I hadn't even thought of that. It wouldn't be hard with you expediting the process. But he would have to put that Region Quirk of his under various tests to find its limits. Is that really a good idea right now? Yamada cut in. He's already got a lot on his plate. Is this really necessary? Honestly, it needs to happen eventually, and with the way this year is going, the sooner the better. He was able to use the quirk on Shouta because he was given explicit permission by both you and Nedzu. If he uses it again to save someone else's life without a healer's license, he could face serious consequences. The license is more to protect him than others, Recovery Girl explained. Yamada bit his lip as he glanced between Aizawa and Izuku. Aizawa reached out and laced his fingers with his husband's. It would be a good idea to have, just in case, and with Nedzu expediting the process it will be much easier. He turned to Izuku. But it's all up to you on whether or not you want it. Honestly, I really don't want to go to jail because of something as stupid as a technicality, so I am all for it, Izuku answered frankly. He secretly loved the thought of being able to use one of his quirks to help someone. However, I'm going to need the quirk to be able to get the license. He reached a hand out to his dad, who didn't hesitate to take the hand offered with his free one. All the fuzzy feelings in his chest that simple sign of trust gave him were going to make him cry before the day was out. In a second he had Region back and Erasure was returned. There was a part of him that mourned the loss of Erasure, but Region eased the loss some. Well, I will get started on the paperwork, but for now you both need to be debriefed about what happened during the USJ. We're hoping that you might be able to clear some things up, as you two were right in the fray, Nedzu said as he hopped off the chair he was sitting in. All Might stood as well. I can take you to the meeting room, if you'd like. I'm not sure if you know him, but Detective Tsukachi is a good friend of mine and generally just a good person. Izuku almost snorted at that. Who would have thought he'd be seeing the detective again so soon? Recovery Girl handed over spare pairs of slippers to both Aizawa and Izuku. They might as well get it over with now. You're both clear, but I want you to take it easy for the next few days. Yes, you may return to work and school, but nothing strenuous. No patrol, Shouta. No training, both of you. She gave strict orders and shooed them all out of the infirmary without room to argue. They stood in the hallway in a bit of a stupor before All Might cleared his throat. Well, I suppose we should get going. Don't want to keep the detective waiting after all, he said. Yamada rested his hands on Izuku's shoulders, drawing his attention. Remember, you don't have to worry about a thing. I will be there every step of the way. I promise. He tilted his head, confused. Shouldn't you be going with Aizawa? Aizawa snorted at that. Kid, I am a grown adult and I've been through many debriefings. I was cleared by Recovery Girl, so I can make it to Nedzu's office just fine. Besides, I would feel better knowing Hisashi was with you right now. Okay. Izuku slowly nodded. All right, that does make sense, I guess. Reaching out, Aizawa fondly ruffled his hair. Good. Once we're both done we can go home and have a nap. Yamada barked out a laugh at that, all while smiling at his husband. Leave it to you to start thinking about napping the moment you wake up. I have my priorities. Come on, Izuku. Sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can head home. The cats have been going nuts with the both of you in the infirmary for the past few days. I would have brought Kazumi by for a bit if I thought Chiyo wouldn't skin me alive. Alas, I have some self-preservation. Yamada guided him down the hallway and All Might followed closely behind. Soon enough they were all situated in the meeting room provided for them. It was a very inviting space with a couch and several armchairs. A table placed squarely in the middle with a few bottles of water and a file folder full of paperwork made it seem a little more used. Detective Tsukachi was already in one of the armchairs waiting for them. He straightened when they came into the room. Midoriya, it's nice to see you're looking well despite the circumstances. He spoke with a gentle, even tone. It was nice. Thank you, Detective Tsukachi. He said, I have a few questions with you regarding what happened at the USJ. I was hoping you might have some insight since you were in the main plaza at the time. If you feel like you need a break at any point, just let me know. Okay. He nodded in response. All right. He reached over and clicked on a recorder. Can you tell me when you first realized that there was something off? It was just after everyone entered the USJ. The tracking bracelet I was wearing abruptly cut off. It was one of the stipulations of attending UE that they know where I am at all times, and so it was pretty fortified. The only way it could have cut off like that was if someone was blocking the signal. The doors locked and trapped everyone inside, and that's when they showed up. My quirk allows me to sense quirks around me, and the entire USJ was suddenly flooded with probably 100 people. Eraserhead went down to the plaza to hold them off while 13 tried to find a way out, but there were just so many people. I figured that we could lighten his load a little bit so he could focus on the main problem, and Todoroki and I went down to the plaza. We stayed away from the main fight and blocked off access to the plaza so villains that were in nearby sections couldn't get in. We were planning on heading up to the entrance to try and get out of there, but the leader, the guy with blue hair, called out a name. Namu. Then this thing attacked Eraserhead. It moved so fast I didn't even see it until it was on top of him. What exactly do you mean by thing? Tsukachi asked. Whatever it wasn't human anymore. It might have been at some point, but it just felt wrong. It had so many quirks shoved into it that there was no going back to what it used to be. Normal people don't have the right biology for handling multiple quirks. How do you know this? He sounded genuinely curious, but it didn't stop Izuku's metaphorical hackles from rising. The sentence on its own was accusatory. When my quirk first manifested, the doctors overseeing my hospital stay put me through several tests. My brain scan came back abnormal. I couldn't tell you the details, but they said that it was likely because of the strain that multiple quirks would put on the average person, and this was likely a mutation inherited from one of my parents in order to protect myself once my quirk manifested. Izuku explained. Normal people don't have the mutation that I do, so, from what I can gather, the Namu is the result of a normal person with too many quirks for their brain and body to handle. Tsukachi was visibly disturbed at the information but continued on nonetheless. All right, what happened next? My body just moved on its own. I used one of my quirks to temporarily restrain the leader, and then I took every quirk that the Namu had so it wouldn't be able to hurt anyone else. Then the warp user showed up. He tried to take the leader and leave, but All Might showed up before he could. After that, I don't really remember much. I think I might have passed out. Everyone sat there processing everything that Izuku just said for a few long moments before Tsukachi clicked the recorder off and sent him a grateful smile. Thank you for telling me everything, Midoriya. Before I go, I wanted to let you know that nothing is going to happen to you for your actions at the USJ. You were on private property and given permission to use your quirk, so no laws were broken. A small weight lifted off his chest at that. He knew that Yamada promised nothing would happen to him, but the reassurance was nice. As for the quirks that you took during the attack, Tsukachi's words sent a jolt through him. He had taken quite a few quirks. He wasn't sure how his own would feel about returning them. As of now, you are being permitted to keep them. The attackers at the USJ were detained, and the higher-ups are pretty ecstatic to not frequently administer quirk suppressants. You actually did quite a few of us a favor. He could keep them. Probably not forever, but for now that was better than nothing. It certainly eased the building anxiety and squashed the idea of dealing with his own temperamental quirk anytime soon. Taking quirks was one thing, but giving them was something that always left him feeling empty. It didn't last forever, but he still didn't enjoy it. Are we free to go, Tsukachi? Not that I'm rushing, but it's been a long day, Yamada asked. During the whole interview, he never once let go of Izuku's hand. He just supported him as best as he could without interrupting. It made Izuku feel warm. Of course, I've done what I came here to do. Thank you all again for this, Tsukachi said. With that, Yamada and Izuku began the trek back to the apartment. When they arrived, Aizawa was already on the couch waiting for them. An abundance of freshly cooked food was laid out across the coffee table. "Shoo, what's all this?" Yamada asked, eyeing the delicious food waiting for them. "Lunch Rush was kind enough to drop some food off for us so we don't have to cook tonight," Aizawa said. "Lunch Rush is my favorite hero in the world," Yamada said seriously, drawing a laugh from Izuku. He wasn't wrong. Lunch Rush was amazing and very considerate, and was that Katsuden. As soon as Midoriya and Yamada left the room and the door shut firmly behind them, Tashanori critically eyed his old friend. "There's something that you were leaving out, wasn't there?" he asked. Yamasa winced. "I think it's best we wait for Gran and Night-Eye for this. They're already on their way." I didn't want Midoriya running into Mirai considering his obvious distaste for Midoriya's general existence, Tashanori said. "He hasn't even met Midoriya, has he?" Yamasa was rightfully confused. "No, just knowing he has a similar quirk to All For One seems to be enough to condemn him for Mirai. Personally, I think he's just using Midoriya's existence as an excuse to continue pushing me to give One For All to Toga. I wish I could say that surprises me, but he's always been one to push his own agenda." A knock on the door drew their attention, and in walked Gran and Mirai, the latter shutting the door behind him and locking it. They settled themselves onto the recently cleared couch, and Tashanori turned his attention back to Yamasa, not willing to waste a moment more. "All right, they're here. Now what was it that you weren't saying earlier?" Tashanori blurted out the question. This whole situation had left him feeling anxious for days on end. Any kind of information was better than nothing, even if it was a confirmation of his worst fears. Sukachi waited until Gran and Mirai took a seat before he sighed. "All the quirks that Midoriya picked up at the USJ. He's never going to get the chance to return them. I didn't want to say anything because he's just a kid and this is a lot to handle, but nearly every single villain that was at the USJ was warped away sometime after they were taken into custody. Their bodies have been popping up all around the city ever since." "You said nearly," Mirai mentioned. "That implies the existence of exceptions." "Only one. The leader, who goes by the name Shigaraki Tamura, is the only one still in custody." "The leader? You would think that would be the first person they would have sprung from jail," Gran commented. "We think it's because his location is private. The rest were open for public record, but currently only a handful of people know where Shigaraki is, and every one of them have been vetted by Nedzu himself." "Has anyone gotten any information from him?" Mirai asked. Sukachi shook his head. "He refuses to talk to anyone but Midoriya Izuku. He won't budge no matter what we do. While I am apprehensive of the two of them talking, any answers we may get far outweigh the risk." "When will this conversation be happening?" "As of right now, not at all. No one has brought it up to Midoriya yet, and it is his decision, after all. Why has he not already been asked? This kind of thing cannot be put off. Wasn't the boy just here? Why wasn't the topic brought up then?" "Night-Eye, shut up. The boy was only just cleared to leave the infirmary today. If he was my kid, I wouldn't want to immediately throw him into this mess either. His guardians made the right decision, and I think you're forgetting something very important here," Gran snapped. "And what would that be?" Mirai asked icily. "He is 15. He's a kid who just went through hell and saw one of his guardians nearly murdered right in front of him. So get your head out of your ass and drop it." Mirai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll drop the subject, but this can't be put off forever if we ever want to get answers." He turned to Tashanori. "Have you thought more about Tagada?" "I don't think that we can afford to wait any longer, Tashanori." A shot of annoyance ran through him. He knew that Mirai would try this again, but his insistence was starting to grate on his nerves. "I met with Tagada a couple days ago. He is a fine boy and will make an amazing hero," he said. Mirai's expression brightened a bit at that. "So you see what I have as well. He's the perfect successor to One For All." "I knew you would." "I am not giving him One For All. Even if I offered, I got the impression that he would not have accepted my offer. From what I could tell, Tagada is proud of his accomplishments despite his quirk being particularly difficult to handle, as he should be, and wants to prove himself worthy of the title of hero on his own." Mirai's face dropped at that. "You can't be serious, Tashanori. You have no idea what he would have done had you offered One For All to him. You can't presume to know. He's the perfect candidate. I'm not having this conversation with you anymore, Mirai. Frankly, I'm getting tired of your entitlement. One For All is my quirk to give to whomever I please. I met with Tagada after your many, many demands, and while he is a lovely boy, he isn't going to be my successor. You haven't even offered. You're making a mistake here, Tashanori. The only mistake I made was not shutting you down immediately. I am not looking for a successor who is a carbon copy of myself. Don't think I didn't notice the subtle pushing you've been doing to that boy. He's a child who doesn't recognize when he's being manipulated by someone he holds in high regard, but I have much more experience in that area, and I won't tolerate you grooming him to be someone he isn't. You need to get it through your thick skull that while I held a lot of respect for you, it does not excuse your behavior. I am very disappointed, and I've already brought my concerns to Nedzu. You'll be lucky if you get to keep your status as a mentor after this. You certainly won't have Tagada at your agency any longer," Tashanori snapped. He tried to keep his cool, but every little frustration he had with the man he used to call a friend spilled from his mouth. Mirai was staring at him in shock before his gaze fell to his lap. I see. This is where things have come to. He shook his head and stood. You've made your position clear. I will not bother you anymore. He turned and strode out of the meeting room, not bothering to close the door behind him. About damn time, Gran grumbled. Tashanori sighed. Was I too harsh? No, this was a long time coming. He's been overstepping his boundaries for quite a while now, Tsukachi said honestly. I'm guessing you already have someone in mind. And don't look at me like that, you've always been easy to read. You wouldn't have been so insistent if you didn't have a name floating in that brain of yours, Gran said. Tashanori snorted. Leave it to Gran to break things down so easily. I do have someone in mind, several someones actually, but for now I am going to wait a little longer. Get to know them better. Tamura often wondered how his life came to be what it was. He killed his family when his quirk manifested, spent several days wandering through the streets until Sensei found him and took him in. Then he was raised in the bar. It all seemed so simple when he broke it down like that, but the more he thought about the more it seemed too convenient. Well-timed. He wasn't sure, but it left him with some complicated feelings. Sensei had given him everything. He gave him a home, a purpose, a family. But maybe that was the problem. Maybe Sensei had given him too much, and maybe, just maybe, Sensei had taken away some things as well. Important things. He clearly hadn't been telling Tamura the entire truth. If he had, Tamura would have known that there was someone out there that had a quirk similar to All for One. He would have known that Sensei had a child. And the kid was obviously Sensei's child. He looks like a small green version of the man. He continuously replayed the events of the USJ attack in the back of his mind, simply trying to pinpoint the moment that turned his entire world upside down. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that it was the moment his quirk slipped out from underneath his skin. He had never felt so free than he had in that moment. Sure, he felt like someone hit him with a fast-acting version of extra-strength Benadryl at first, but he no longer felt out of place in his own body. There was no longer a constant ache in his skin. He didn't feel the need to scratch at a persistent itch and never find relief. He felt good, which then led to his current questioning of the man who picked him up off the streets when no one else bothered. He wasn't stupid. He'd seen and read several books worth of notes from both the doctor and Sensei. He knew that there were plenty of quirks that were ill-suited to their user, but none to the degree that his was. Most quirks had some kind of natural defense built into their holder, though there were the occasional outliers. It makes him wonder why his quirk made him feel so horrible inside and out. It took days for him to accept that there was only one logical conclusion, and that was that Sensei had to have given him his quirk at some point. After all, the only other exception to ill-suited quirks were ones that didn't belong to their holder at all. There was a chance that the body could adapt to a quirk that didn't belong to it, but it had to be something the holder had some kind of vestigial mutation to handle. All of his thoughts now were hard to process. He didn't want to believe that Sensei would do this to him, but it's the only thing that makes any kind of sense. And doesn't that sting? The quirk that he'd had almost his entire life, the quirk he had used to kill his entire family, was never his to begin with. If he hadn't gotten it, how different would his life be? Would he be able to see his mother's loving smile again? Would he and Hana have ever gotten out of that awful house away from their awful father? What would he even be? He wanted to go home and not have to think about anything so annoying for at least a week. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure he ever had a home to begin with. He sighed and let his head fall back onto the wall behind him with a soft thwomp. There were too many things adding up in his head, and he didn't like the results. He needed to see that kid again. But who was to say that he had any more answers than Tamura himself did? He wouldn't know until they sent him in to talk, if they ever planned on it. Until then, he would sit in the same exact spot drawing more and more conclusions about his life that he had been too blind to see. And wasn't that ironic? He was suffering the same fate that he accused everyone else of because he was too busy admiring the man who selflessly saved him when no one else would lift a finger. There were many things that he had acquired experience in over the years, most of them typically unsuitable for the general public. Gaining loyal followers was only a minor part of a major operation, and when minor parts stopped working like they were supposed to, they were replaced. Simple as that. He had managed to get some rather intriguing information out of the pawns he collected from their prison cells before he disposed of the waste. The doctor had been upset that there was little left but scraps. He would get over it as soon as he was presented with a new project, though. The most important thing was that there was someone walking around with the ability to either render someone completely quirkless or a variation of his own quirk. Either option was interesting and something that he never once thought to account for when he was laying the framework for All Might's demise, but there was something telling him that the latter was the answer he was looking for. He couldn't help but wonder how this had flown under his radar for so long. If the boy was with a group of first years, that meant he would be a teenager, and he wasn't too thrilled to know that someone had been walking around with such a quirk for so many years. Then the good doctor brought up a point that had him upset, to say the least. Of course, it was only logical that the boy shared some kind of relation to him with a quirk so similar. But such thoughts only managed to strike a nerve. If there was a chance that the boy was his, he was even less thrilled at the thought of any possible child that belonged to him not being within sight or at least under strict guard. He didn't like his things being completely unattended. He vehemently blamed that walking muscly monstrosity in spandex. Their fight was excessively brutal, and having his skull nearly crushed naturally left him with several rather large gaps in his memory. It was likely this exact reason that he had no clue of this boy's existence. Just one more thing the so-called symbol of peace had robbed him of. He would have to remedy this issue soon. This wasn't something that could afford to wait. That boy was his, and he wasn't going to tolerate that oaf tainting anything else that belonged to him. Tomorrow would just have to wait until this was taken care of. Perhaps it would teach him to calm down before he got acquainted with his new little brother. But until then, he had to track down some answers, and he knew exactly where to start. School had been cancelled for 4 days, and 3 of them Izuku had spent in the infirmary nursing his migraine along with various other awful side effects of quirk exhaustion, while the beginning of the 4th day had been rehashing a traumatic incident. It was safe to say he did absolutely nothing major the rest of the day. He texted some friends since he was finally able to pick up his phone without pain. A quick chat later, and he found out that Uraraka had taken Yaoyorozu up on her offer since her parents were unable to leave work, but they were all rightfully worried about her staying in an apartment alone. Which, good for her. Staying with Yaoyorozu at least meant that she wouldn't have to worry about skimping on meals just to keep the bills paid. Musutafu apartments could get expensive since there was such a heavy hero population, and Yui was right there. As for the others, Todoroki had a mild case of frostbite, but that was easily taken care of, and everyone else managed to escape unscathed apart from minor scrapes and bruises. It lifted a weight off of his shoulders that he hadn't realized he'd been carrying the past few days. Knowing that the people he was slowly starting to call friends were okay was relieving. What couldn't seem to leave his mind was the conversation that he and his guardians had before they all went to bed. They all sat at the kitchen table. Yamada looked vaguely unsure about something, but Aizawa kept his expression set in a practiced neutrality. "What's going on?" he asked, unable and unwilling to deal with any kind of tense silence. His day had been long enough, he didn't need to add any more anxiety to top it off. "Before we begin, we want you to know that whatever decision you make, we will support you all the way, all right?" Aizawa asked. We were told that the leader, who goes by Shigaraki Tamura, has only made a single request since his detainment and refused to say another word since. His request was that he only talk to you. Wait, I don't understand. Why? Aizawa sighed and pushed his hair out of his eyes in barely concealed frustration. Unfortunately, that isn't something anyone has managed to figure out for sure. The closest theory is that he wants to talk to you because you managed to single-handedly take him down. I want to make it clear that you don't have to do this. If this isn't something you want to do, then this subject will be dropped, and I will personally make sure that no one brings it up to you again. Yamada cut in, his voice firm. Ultimately, his curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed to meet with Shigaraki. There were just too many answers that he didn't have, and it kept bugging him. Maybe if they talked, he could get some kind of closure for the whole event. Yamada and Aizawa remained supportive and didn't second-guess his decision. They simply sent off a text to Nedzu, and arrangements were made. He would be taken to the facility where Shigaraki is being held after classes today. It was all very sudden, but with the attack that occurred, Izuku couldn't blame them for wanting answers as soon as possible, and if he could coax them out of Shigaraki, that was just a bonus in his mind. It still didn't stop him from being jittery and nervous. Not that jittery and nervous was an outlandish response considering the attack hadn't even happened a full week ago. Hopefully going to school would distract him until it was time to go. They all sat together for a nice breakfast that Aizawa had made, and then they were off to the main building. Izuku was secretly thankful for the short commute because it meant he got to sleep in a little longer as opposed to taking the train. The halls weren't empty, but they weren't overly crowded either. There were muted whispers filling the air, and he could briefly make out several people talking about what news outlets were referring to as the USJ incident. As soon as he heard that, he glanced out the window toward the Yui barrier, which had been fully repaired and thoroughly upgraded over the little break they'd given the students. Thankfully, there were no reporters crowded around the entrance. It was what started this whole mess in the first place. It didn't take a genius to connect those dots, and he didn't think his friends would enjoy being harassed once again, especially after all the fuss they caused last time. Needless to say, his opinion of reporters wasn't the fondest out there. "Don't worry," Aizawa mumbled, drawing his attention away from the window. He was watching Izuku from the corner of his eye. Nedzu bought up all the property around the school, including the sidewalks. If they step one toe out of line like before, they'll be getting lawsuits thrown at them that they won't ever be able to handle. There will not be another incident like before. His shoulders drooped a little at this. The reassurance was nice, but he couldn't help but wonder if he was really that easy to read. Aizawa let out a huff that sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "Go on to class, kid." It'll start in a little bit and I'm not going to go easy on you if you're late. See you in class, he mumbled as he watched his dads walk off toward the teacher's lounge together for a moment before he made his way to 1A. When he opened the door, he briefly noticed most of the class crowded into groups instead of in their seats before he headed over to his group of friends, all of which conveniently sat around him anyway. As soon as he took his seat, they were on him. Midori, what happened? 1 second you and Todoroki were with the rest of the group and the next you two just vanished. Todoroki won't say anything because it adds the melodrama or whatever he said. I think it's just his inner theater kid talking, Ashido said in a rush while giving Todoroki the stink eye for being so dramatic. Izuku took one glance back at Todoroki and snorted at the satisfied look on his friend's face. He was enjoying this way too much. I can't really talk about much of what happened, but I can tell you that we tried our best to help Aizawa-sensei, he answered after careful consideration. Boo, cop-out answer. She whined and draped herself over her desk, pouting the whole time. I'm honestly worried about Aizawa-sensei, Yaoyorozu admitted. I got a glimpse of him before they put him in the ambulance and he didn't look too good. Izuku shared a look with Todoroki briefly. It was bad enough seeing it happen up close but not knowing what was going on and then just seeing their teacher's battered body. He hadn't thought about how terrifying that would have been. He went to reassure her that their teacher was just fine now, only for the bell to ring, sending everyone scattering back to their desks. Even when they thought Aizawa wasn't going to be there, the habit was already ingrained. The door swung open and in walked Aizawa-sensei. There were several gasps and everyone was staring at him in confusion as he made his way to the podium at the front of the room. He came to a stop and his eyes trailed over his students before he sighed. What? He asked irritably. Several hands shot up at that, inciting a sigh before his eyes drifted over to Ida. Ida. The hands lowered as Ida cleared his throat. Aizawa-sensei, I believe that my classmates are wondering how you seem to be in perfect health despite the injuries you received at the USJ. Midoriya, under recovery girl's supervision, used one of his quirks to heal me. Now, if that's all, we have a lot to go over, he simply said before turning to the board behind him. He picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the board. Yeah, where'd he steal that one from? Minda said snidely. His voice was a whisper, but in the silent room it almost seemed to echo, which probably wasn't his intent. It was like someone tossed a bucket of ice water over him with that comment. He could feel his skin buzzing slightly and suddenly he felt like he was back in middle school. Snide comments, fear, anger, everything he had put up with that he thought he left behind just came rushing back to him. He felt stupid. He had already gotten used to the people around him either staying silent about their prejudices or, in the case of the friends he had made, not letting something like his quirk get in between them. He should have known that wouldn't last forever. There were obviously some people in class who had problems with them. Aizawa whirled around, his hair raised and his eyes flashing a brilliant red as he zeroed in on Minda, who had clearly forgotten just who was in charge of the class and shrunk back in his seat. Minda, expelled. Nedzu will be waiting with your expulsion papers in his office. What? You can't do thaw. You seem to have forgotten where you are. I made the rules and conduct that I expect you to follow when you're in my classroom explicitly clear. None of you are exempt and there are no free passes. Now, get out. Aizawa glared at the boy the whole time he was packing his things and practically fleeing from the room. His quirk only let up when the door slammed shut behind him. He turned his attention back to the board like nothing happened and finished writing on the board. Now, we have several things to go over today. First, Yui has decided that we will be installing a dorm system. While it is not currently required for the other courses, it will be for all Hero students. Over the next week, I will be visiting each of your parents personally to inform them of all the details. Any questions? He asked, scanning over the room. When no one said anything, he nodded and moved on. As you all are aware, Yui is well known for the annual sports festival. While many teachers were against having it this year, the school board put its foot down, so it will be continuing on schedule. That being said, we have decided to take more precautions this year than we have in previous years. First, none of your real names will be broadcasted as usual. Normally, we would wait until after the sports festival to do this, but this year you will be coming up with your hero names beforehand, and that is what will be listed in place of your actual name. Second, you will be required to wear your hero costumes, barring most support items. You've seen what does and does not work with your hero costumes by now, and I suggest talking about updates with those in the support course. If there are support items that you need to get through the festival, you will still have to fill out the proper forms. Third, there will be 3 designated training areas open until 5:30 p.m. every day. Each facility will have at least 2 teachers supervising, so if you need help or advice, do not hesitate to ask. Anything else would be a waste of resources. Finally, if you do not wish to participate in the sports festival and can give a valid excuse as to why, you will not be required to. However, that doesn't mean you will be given a day off. If you don't participate in the festival, you will be required to aid either the management course, lunch rush, or recovery girl. Your choice. Now, any questions? When no one said anything, Aizawa nodded. All right. You will have until a week before the sports festival to make any changes to your costume. That way they have time to do the upgrades, and you will have until the day before to decide on hero names. You should be careful what you choose, as once you have settled on a name, it will be difficult to change if you manage to change it at all. Fair warning, you will have to run your hero names by midnight for approval. You have the rest of homeroom to think it over. Excited chatter immediately spread through the room like a wildfire before Aizawa even had the time to retreat into his sleeping bag. I already know what I'm going with, Yaoyorozu said with confidence. Oh, Ashido said while leaning closer over her desk. Do tell, Creati. To be honest, I've had my hero name planned out for years now. It's cute and simple but still gets the point across. Aw, that is cute. I've had my name planned out for a while as well, Uraraka admitted with a smile. I'm going with Uravity. Those are both super cute. I have some ideas and I've been pretty set on Alien Queen, but I'm not sure that will get approval, Ashido said with a contemplative look on her face. Alien Queen does sound like a cool hero name, Izuku started, but I can see where it might not get approval. You should probably have a backup on hand when you go to midnight. Yeah, but I have no idea what to choose. The only thing I can think of is Pinky, which I guess is pretty fitting, but at the same time I just think it's kind of boring. What about Viscosity or Viscidity? It draws back to your acid and it sounds more fun than Pinky, Kaminari suggested. All heads turned toward him with matching surprised expressions, making him pout in response. What? I can have good ideas. Ashido beamed. Those are perfect, Kaminari. Thank you. Now, she turned to the only others in their little group that hadn't come up with a name with a mischievous light in her eyes. What about you three? Oh, I was kind of leaning toward Blackout. I think it's cool and it has a nice ring to it, Kaminari said. You're full of wonderful ideas today, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. Because it's you, I'm sure you meant that as a compliment. If it were anyone else I would have doubts. That comment drew a few laughs. What did you two have in mind? Uraraka asked, turning her attention to Izuku and Todoroki. I do not know. I hadn't thought about it much, Todoroki admitted with a shrug. I'll have time to think about it though. Izuku nodded in agreement. I'm not sure either. I had a ton of ideas growing up, but I never thought I'd actually be a hero, and all the names I chose before just don't suit me. He thought about the times he had insisted on an All Might-themed name, and his face settled into a carefully neutral expression to not give anything away. No way in hell was he going to embarrass himself like that, especially since the inspiration for the name taught his class. That was a giant no thank you moment. That's perfectly fine. I went through a lot of names before I had my heart set on Creati. Whatever you choose should be something that represents you on a fundamental level. You're going to have the name for the rest of your life as a hero. After all, Yaoyorozu said thoughtfully. Her head tilted slightly and a finger resting on her chin as she spoke. The bell ringing made several people jolt in their seats, having lost track of time in the excitement of hero names. The excitement died down a bit now that they remembered that they would still be going about the day as normal. They probably could have talked about hero names all day, but core classes weren't going to allow that. Before he knew it, they were being let out for the day. Foundational Heroics today was purely classroom with a lecture on how villains are made. The serious topic kind of dulled the mood a bit after all the hype this morning, but it didn't last for long. I kind of want to upgrade my costume, Uraraka said out of the blue. I've been thinking about it all day since Aizawa-sensei brought it up. I have as well. The USJ was horrible, but it did put into perspective that my costume just isn't functional, Yaoyorozu said, receiving similar nods from Uraraka and Todoroki. I can't keep the heels. They're just impossible to run in. I get the point of having spring-based heels to ease landings with my quirk, but it makes running a pain. Surely they could have come up with something that was relatively flat. Uraraka trailed off. I think I know someone who can help you guys, Izuku mentioned. She made my costume. We talked about everything I wanted to include and it was really well made. I think she would be especially excited to be able to help you, Yaoyorozu. Me, he nodded. Yeah, you said you were having problems with your costume, and I'm gonna be honest. From what I've seen of it, it seems really impractical. How is it helping you if it rips every single time you have to make something big? If you want, she can definitely make you a costume with your DNA as a base so you can wear something more practical and still have access to your quirk. It was silent for a while as those in the general vicinity stared at him before Yaoyorozu spoke up. They can do that. Yeah, it's what she did with my costume. She also used self-healing fabric, like the kind Midnight uses, so even if the DNA-based costume wasn't compatible enough with your quirk, you could just use that. After a good look at their expressions slowly devolving into a very reasonable frustration, he ripped out a piece of blank paper and wrote May's name and classroom down before handing it over. Here, just let her know what you want. She's very excitable, but she does great work. The paper was snatched from his hands, and he covered his mouth to fight the laughter bubbling up at the intense look Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were giving it, as if May would suddenly manifest right there if they wished hard enough, which is not something he would put past the support student, to be honest. Izuku stretched in his chair before he packed his stuff away in his bag. Now that the school day was over, his lingering nervousness about meeting with Shigaraki was back with a raging vengeance. This was probably the reason he was too distracted to notice the gathering collection of quirks outside the door to the classroom until Kirishima opened the door and they were all greeted with an irritated crowd. What is going on? As UE students, you should know better than to block the door and crowd the hallways like this, Ada said sternly. The sports festival is coming up. They're checking out the competition, Jiru said blandly from her seat. She hadn't bothered to get up. She probably heard them crowding around the classroom. I can't speak for the others, but I'm here because I wanted to see if the rumors are true. Did they really let a villain into the heroics course of all things? A boy asked. He had very fluffy purple hair and looked like he needed to catch up on several years' worth of sleep. For the second time that day, ice ran through his blood, but for a very different reason. Other people knew. How? This was supposed to be kept to his class, so how was there a rumor going around the rest of the school? In hindsight, he should have known that it likely wouldn't stay just in his class, but he still held out hope for some kind of privacy. The purple insomniac scoffed in disbelief. Are you serious? You know how many of us were aiming for the hero course. Unfortunately, the entrance exam is incredibly biased. It favors flashy, destructive quirks over all others. Several of us didn't make the cut, but they made room for an actual villain. How is that fair? And isn't it so convenient that after a villain was admitted to the school that there was an attack? The timing is a little too perfect. A chill settled over the room at that, and it wasn't just from Todoroki. Nonetheless, he was the one who stepped forward first. I don't know who you think you are. Truthfully, I don't really care. But don't talk about things you don't understand. You weren't there. You know nothing about what happened. If you did, you would know that the one you call villain fought harder than anyone else to make sure everyone was safe. So do yourself a favor and keep your shitty opinions to yourself before you look like more of an ass than you already are. By the time he stopped, Todoroki was standing face to face with the insomniac. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were quick to stand beside Todoroki, wearing matching unimpressed expressions. I don't care what kind of complex that you have, but I suggest therapy instead of lashing out at someone who doesn't deserve it, Uraraka said, venom dripping from every word. Ashido reached down, grabbing onto one of Izuku's hands firmly while Kaminari took the other. Izuku himself was in awe. There was still an awful feeling in his chest, but as he looked around at his friends, he could honestly say he'd never felt so amazed before. No one had ever stood up for him like that before. It was always him against the world. Then he was thrown headfirst into a new home with new, loving parents and a new school with equally loving and compassionate friends. It made him tear up. Ida began quickly clearing the hall with stern warnings. It probably helped that Shoji and Sato, who were giant blocks of pure muscle, and Takoyami, who had the benefit of a sentient quirk that could easily look terrifying despite their typically cheerful demeanor, were looming behind with similar stone-cold faces. Are you okay, Midori? Ashido asked, her brows furrowed in concern. Yeah, his voice cracked, immediately proving that he was not, in fact, okay. I swear I am. No one's ever done something like this before. No one's ever been as nice as you guys. It means a lot. He pulled his hands free and wiped away the waterfalls that began running down his cheeks. I am not very well versed in friendship, but I am pretty sure that's what friends are supposed to do, Midoriya, Todoroki stated matter-of-factly. Izuku, what? Yaoyorozu asked hesitantly. You guys can just call me Izuku, please, he clarified. Several people wore tender expressions. I don't know if I can speak for everyone, but only if you do the same for me, Totoro Shadow said, the others quickly agreeing with the sentiment. When they arrived at their destination, he was very confused and was wondering if this was a roundabout way of dumping him off somewhere and leaving him behind. The facility they drove to was hours away from the city in a small, long-abandoned town. With the amount of overgrowth, he couldn't help but wonder just how long this place had been abandoned by the general public. So it was safe for him to be mildly concerned because, as far as he was aware, he was going to an undisclosed secure facility used to house dangerous criminals. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the driver stopped the car in front of an abandoned drive-thru and leaned out the window to hold a card up to the window. The street in front of the drive-thru opened up to a tunnel like in one of those spy movies, making Izuku's eyes widen in shock. They apparently weren't playing around when they said secure facility. Aizawa, who was sitting on one side of him, took one look at his expression and did him the favor of holding in his laughter. Yamada held no such reservations. Wish we could have recorded that, Yamada said, wiping tears from his eyes. You couldn't have warned me, Izuku asked with a pout. Aizawa reached down and ruffled his hair, and missed seeing a reaction. Not a chance, kid. He rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the window, watching as the car drove through the artificially lit tunnel into a very limited parking lot. The light air in the car had summered quickly. "Welcome to Zagreus. Hopefully, we won't have to come back here again." Yamada's playful smile had fallen into something more serious as he stared out the window. They all piled out of the car as a guard approached. "You're the ones here for Shigaraki?" she asked. At Aizawa's nod, she motioned for them to follow her through a thick door reminiscent of one on a vault. "Good. Hopefully we can get some answers now." He still hasn't said a word since he requested to talk to Midoriya Izuku. He doesn't even ask for food or water outside scheduled meals. Izuku's eyes wandered over the gray concrete walls and the intimidating doors they were passing. Each door had a number and a name on it, but he didn't recognize any of them. Looking at those doors made him feel like someone was grabbing onto his heart and squeezing without mercy. He couldn't help but wonder if this would have been his fate had he not accepted Nedzu's offer. Would he have been snatched off the streets and shoved into the nearest secure undisclosed prison? Would anyone have even looked for him, or would he be completely forgotten? The only trace of his existence left being his name on a door. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of those thoughts. Going down that road would do him no good right now. He had to focus on the talk he was about to have with Shigaraki and, hopefully, the answers he might get. They came to a stop in front of the door bearing the name Shigaraki Tamura, and the guard opened it for them, revealing an observational room with the cell lying on the opposite side of what he was assuming was very thick, cork-reinforced one-way glass. His eyes landed on Shigaraki, who was laying on the bed in the corner of the room staring up at the ceiling. His extra hands appear to have been confiscated. Thank the gods for that, and he was gifted with a shiny new set of gray scrubs. "All right," the guard said, bringing his attention to her. "No matter what happens in there, you don't have to worry about your safety. If he gets out of hand, there will be a warning, and if he continues, a neutralizing agent will fill the room. It's nothing harmful, it will just put the both of you to sleep. We have other precautions in place that we only use in dire emergencies, but he's been pretty subdued the entire stay. Whatever you two talk about, we would appreciate it if you could get the name or possible location of whoever he was working with." "Got it." He nodded, silently very glad he wasn't being sent in with a laundry list of questions to try and remember. Yamada placed a hand on his shoulder, drawing his full attention. "You're sure you're okay with this? It's not too late to turn back if you're having second thoughts," he said, brows furrowed in concern. "Getting answers is not on you. You're still just a kid." An invisible weight he hadn't even realized was there lifted from his shoulders. The whole facility they were in set him on edge the moment they entered the tunnel, and his thoughts drifted to dark places. But, with Yamada and Aizawa here, he really had nothing to worry about. They had proven multiple times now that they weren't about to let anything happen to him, and this was just one more instance to add to the ever-growing list. He reached out and rested his hand over Yamada's, giving the man a smile. "Don't worry, I'll be okay. Having answers would probably help, so I guess it's safe to say that I want to do this more for myself than anything." Yamada still looked a bit hesitant, but he nodded and took a step back to stand beside Aizawa. The guard led Izuku over to the door and opened it for him. He stepped inside the room, just barely managing to keep himself from freezing in place when Shigaraki's head snapped to the door and, subsequently, him. The sound of the door loudly sealing shut made his treacherous heart speed up for a few moments. He took a silent breath to steady himself and took in the room now that more of it was visible. It was nearly barren, which didn't really surprise him. The only things in the room were the bed and a toilet off to the side. The lack of privacy wasn't really a shock, but he couldn't help the sympathetic wince. The idea was mortifying. His eyes went back to Shigaraki, who had sat up on the bed and was currently staring a hole through him. Shigaraki's face seemed to phase through a myriad of emotions that he couldn't quite place until it settled on neutrality. The silence was starting to unnerve him. "What's your name?" he asked. Shigaraki snorted at that and said, "If you're here, you already know the answer to that. I'm not exactly the greatest at icebreakers, so I thought pleasantries would be more suitable." He tilted his head critically. "All right then, Shigaraki Tamura. Just call me Tamura, though. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you when you're not trying to violently murder me or my friends." The tiny little passive-aggressive jab felt good, but where the hell did his brain-to-mouth filter go in the last 7 seconds? Likewise. Oh, at least Tamura seemed to take it in stride instead of trying to repeat the attempted murder because of his sheer audacity. "That's cool." Izuku chewed on his lip as silence settled between them for a long moment. He was still pretty new to social interaction. What was he supposed to do now? Tamura eventually sighed. "Listen, we both have questions or you wouldn't have come. So why don't we take turns? You go first." He thought for a moment before he settled. "Why did you launch an attack on my school?" "I was going after All Might with the intention of killing him. The schedule I was given said that he was supposed to be there. We had someone who could block off electrical signals so a distress signal couldn't have been sent out. It was also a facility that, despite still being on campus, was far enough away from the main building that meant it would have taken time for any kind of backup to arrive if that failed," he explained. "Your quirk is to give and take other quirks, right?" "Yes." "Why did you want to kill All Might so badly?" Tamura hesitated at that. I think it's because I thought he was responsible for everything wrong with society. His entire brand of being the symbol of peace was the worst idea in the world. All he's done is make everyone complacent. When it comes time for someone to step up as a human being, they won't, because surely a hero will be by to help soon. Heroes are nothing but spectacles these days. They put on a show, and if they make it grand enough, they get more money, and it can all be traced back to All Might's rise to power. Somewhere along the line, basic accountability died. Thought. Tamura looked up at him in confusion. You said you think it's because you thought he was responsible. Did something change that? He was silent for a long while before he nodded. I think that's what someone wanted me to believe. I won't lie and say that I don't think that All Might's rise to power is why people are the way they are, because I believe it's a big part of what's wrong with society. But I've had a lot of time to think recently, and I'm not sure if everything I've been told is right. Do you know who your father is? Izuku was taken off guard with that question. His brows furrowed in confusion. Not really. He wasn't around a lot when I was a kid, and he was completely out of my life by the time I was 6. I don't really remember much about him. Why? My sensei was a long-time rival of All Might's. They'd been fighting for as long as I can remember, and it all came to a head when I was 14. All Might finally caught up with my sensei and they fought. The fight nearly killed sensei, but he managed to survive. Only he has some major lasting injuries. I'm only bringing this up because you look like a younger, green version of what he looked like before the fight. You also have the same quirk. The ability to give and take other quirks isn't exactly common. Izuku stared at Tamura for a long while. He wished he could say he felt something, thought something, but it seemed like his thoughts and emotions decided to take a bit of a vacation. Honestly, he was very grateful for that at the moment. He didn't feel like having a meltdown in the middle of a prison cell. What do you gain from telling me this? Nothing really. I've got pretty much everything I need. I figured it out after you took my quirk, and I was able to process some stuff. You see, Sensei funds a lot of quirk research, and I'm talking about some of the sick stuff that only the most fed up people in power would sign off on. Illegal human experimentation and all. I'm not aware of a lot of it, but I do remember reading about quirk drawbacks and what the difference is between ill-suited quirks and quirks that don't belong to the user. His mind immediately latched onto the talk of quirks involving something he didn't know, and he leaned forward, though he pointedly ignored the talk of human experimentation. I'm not very good at remembering the technical stuff, so I'll just use your friend as an example. He had a nice quirk. Most people in this generation have vestigial mutations that keep their users from experiencing the full force of backlash. That means he would be less susceptible to frostbite than the average person. However, had his quirk not been suited to his body, that would mean he lacked the immunity aspect, but he wouldn't be devoid of other vestigial mutations typical in ice quirk users, like his temperature running colder than the average person. If that quirk was taken, that mutation would not disappear. He would still have a cooler than average body temperature. However, quirks that don't belong to the user are much different. Depending on the quirk they got, the user would likely not have any vestigial mutations related to said quirk. They would experience severe drawbacks that wouldn't exist if it was a natural-born quirk. These drawbacks would completely disappear if the quirk was taken from them, as opposed to the ice user continuing to run cold. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. When I was 5, my quirk manifested and I killed my entire family. My quirk is completely different from everyone else's. It has no basis anywhere in my family tree from what I'm aware of, which stands to say that it was an ill-suited quirk born from a freak mutation. It made me constantly itch. It was like something was crawling underneath my skin all the time, and any kind of stress made it worse. It doesn't sound like it, but it was a pretty severe drawback. It would get so bad that I couldn't think about anything else, and I would scratch to the point I scarred myself badly, as you can see. Since my quirk was taken, I haven't itched once. In fact, I've never felt so good in my entire life. It wasn't your original quirk, Izuku surmised, trying to ignore the horror growing in the back of his mind. No, it wasn't. That means that the death of my family was intentional. And isn't it so convenient that days after the incident, a man who can give and take quirks picked me up off the street when no one else would help me? Isn't it convenient that my sensei was right there when I was at my lowest point to take me in and give me speeches about just how corrupt the world is? He asked. Tamura leaned back against the wall, a bitter smile on his face the entire time. I want to help, Izuku declared. I want to stop him. He can't get away with hurting people like this, but I need your help to do it. Do you remember anything? Locations, associates. Tamura stared at him with wide eyes and his mouth parted in shock. Eventually, laughter that bordered on hysterical consumed him until he was in tears. Holy shit, you're so earnest. I mean it. I want to help you. I believe you. I don't have much to tell, though. By this point, he's probably cut ties with the places I know of. At least until he comes for me. The doctor still might be at Jaku, though. Izuku's brows furrowed at that. How do you know he's coming for you? Midoriya. He went out of his way to concoct a plan so I would lose all faith in society and raised me for 15 years. That's a 15-year investment. Whatever he wants out of me, he hasn't got it, and I doubt he'll just let me go with no issue. As for the doctor, I think he goes by Yujiko Daruma in official settings. An intercom that he wasn't even aware existed crackled to life. Midoriya, your time is up. He frowned. He wasn't told there was a time limit to this conversation. It would have been nice to know beforehand. A bit miffed, he glanced back at the glass for the first time even though he couldn't see anyone on the other side. It's time for you to go. It was nice being able to talk. Thank you for clearing some things up for me, Shigaraki said. I should be the one thanking you, Shigaraki. You didn't have to talk to me. You didn't even have to reach out, but you did. Tenko. My birth name is Shimura Tenko. Please call me Tenko, he explained. Izuku hesitated for a moment but nodded. All right, I think I can do that. You should get going before they flood this place with gas and take you out that way. He cracked a small smile and headed to the door, waiting for the guard to open it. Hey, Tenko. Yeah, can I see you again? If they even let you, I think I'd like that. She paced their living room back and forth, violently chewing on her nails. It was an old habit she thought had been long since broken, but recent stress had brought it back with a vengeance. What the hell are we supposed to do now? She asked her husband. She knew he wouldn't have an answer for her. At least, not one that she would like. They both already knew what they had to do. We need to pack our essentials and leave the country as soon as possible. I still have some contacts that aren't related to All for One. I can get us all some passports and new identities, her husband said. He was sitting on their couch staring at the coffee table as if it would have all the answers they needed, as if it had the power to save their lives. We thought we were safe, she whispered. She could feel tears stinging the back of her eyes, worsening her already awful headache. Were we ever really safe when it comes to a man like All for One? Even if we run, we won't be able to stay in one place for long. We'll be running for the rest of our lives and praying that his associates in other countries don't hold us down until he can rip us to shreds himself. He's not exactly an understanding person. He's just going to assume we were being lax. He's not going to care that it was the schools letting our son get away with this shit and keeping us ill-informed. We don't have any other choice. I'll get in contact with someone tonight, but we need to start packing essentials now. If we even want a chance at keeping our family alive, we can't afford to hesitate. We can just send in our resignations as soon as everything is ready and disappear. What the hell is going on? A familiar voice asked. Her son was standing in the doorway looking so confused. She couldn't help the flare of anger she felt when she saw him, but she shoved it down as best as she could. The entire shit show that was the meeting where her son was expelled for his behavior was still fresh in her mind. She found out so many things in one afternoon that she never in her entire life wanted to know. Her son had doomed them all and he didn't even feel bad about it. Yet, Katsuki, her husband said, sit down, we need to have a talk. Something soft brushing against his cheek made him stir. As awareness slowly started to sink in, he felt a heavy weight on his back. He cracked dry eyes open and caught sight of a tail resting on his cheek that he followed as best as he could to Kazumi, who was curled up on top of him. It wasn't the worst way to wake up. Would have been better if his cat wasn't so heavy. He felt around the bedside table until his hand landed on his phone and he picked it up to check the time. Seeing it was only a few minutes before his alarm was set to go off, he let out a tired groan. They didn't get back the night before until almost 11 and had a late dinner before crashing. Once again, he was thankful that he lived on campus instead of being forced to wake up early to take the train. He squinted at his phone and saw a text notification from Konami. A jolt shot through his body and he quickly opened his phone to check it. Cthulhu, your services have been requested. He sat up a little so he could send a reply, getting an outraged meow from Kazumi before the weight on his back disappeared. Local cryptid. I'll talk to my guardians this morning and send you a time and place after breakfast. He pushed himself out of bed trying, and failing, to ignore the slight racing of his heart. The thought of a new quirk always managed to get him motivated. He hadn't even had time to practice with the ones he got from the villains at the USJ between recovering from quirk exhaustion and real life getting in the way, and here he was about to add another to his collection. Not that he was complaining. He would never be upset about expanding his collection. He really just wanted to get some practice in with his new quirks. He would have to make time somewhere for it. Next week he should be taking a couple classes with recovery girls so he could qualify for the healer's license. Add regular classes on top of training for the sports festival and any other donations that may or may not come up, and his schedule was ridiculously full. At least he would be able to add quirk training to their sessions training for the festival. He almost missed the time before Yui. At least he had some downtime then. Now it was constantly go 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 with little to no breaks in between, all while the stress piled up. He sighed as he reached out and rubbed his thumb across Kazumi's blessedly soft head, his heart melting a little when she immediately started purring. With everything he'd been dealing with lately, it was no wonder he woke up to his personal therapy cat laying on top of him. With a sigh he left the room, leaving the door cracked so Kazumi could get out, and followed the delicious smell of breakfast into the kitchen. Yamada sat at the table, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, grating a handful of essays while Aizawa stood at the stove finishing up what looked to be Tamago Gohan. "Good morning, listener," Yamada said as he took the seat beside him. "Morning," he replied. Before long, several bowls were placed on the table and Yamada was scolded into putting his work away long enough to eat. Izuku wasted no time digging in. It was only when he was nearly finished with his bowl that he decided to broach the topic. "I got a text from one of my friends. She said that there was someone looking for me. They want to donate their quirk. I was wondering when and where you want the meeting to be," he carefully said, eyeing the two of them as subtly as he could. Aizawa and Yamada locked eyes briefly before Yamada spoke up. "You had a long day yesterday. Why don't we wait until tomorrow after school? That way you get some kind of rest in today. There's a cat cafe not far away from the school so you and Shouta can head over when school lets out." He nodded his agreement, pleased with the suggestion. That seemed reasonable. Having a normal school day sounded really nice as well. It was peacefully silent as they finished the rest of their meal together. But before Izuku could stand to wash his bowl, Aizawa caught his eye while shaking his head. Confused, he lowered back into his chair. "Kid, we wanted to talk to you about everything that's been going on lately. We're worried that you might be taking on too much. I probably wouldn't be as concerned had the USJ incident not happened, but ever since then things keep piling up on your plate and you haven't had the time to recover," Aizawa explained. "You've got a follow-up meeting with Nedzu after school today. It's just one thing after another. We're just worried that, if you keep going like this, you'll burn out. We want to make sure you have enough time to recover from everything," Yamada interjected. "And those 3 days you spent in the infirmary don't count because you were suffering from quirk exhaustion." He nodded slowly as he processed what they said. "Yeah, I was actually thinking about that too. Honestly, I was thinking about sat in bed for as long as I could and just taking it easy. The past week has been a lot and I have a ton of sleep I want to catch up on." They seemed to relax a bit at his admission. "Good. That's probably what we were going to end up doing this weekend as well. We can make breakfast bentos the night before so you can just grab one when you want it." Aizawa leaned back in his chair and took a sip of his coffee, seemingly satisfied with the lazy day plans. With that out of the way, Izuku took his bowl to the sink and washed it out before setting it in the drain to dry, doing the same to his chopsticks. As soon as his hands were dry, he whipped out his phone and sent a general time as well as the date and location to Konami so she could pass it on. The rest of the day passed blessedly normal. At least it did until lunch when he was spirited away by a stray Shouto before he could completely zip up his backpack. He didn't question his friend as he was led further and further away from the general populace because he had full faith that whatever Shouto needed to talk about would come out, probably in a very awkward but endearing manner. Soon enough they were alone on the roof, the door shutting behind them with a loud click. After several minutes of silence and his friend just staring a hole through him with a carefully neutral expression, he was suddenly very aware that murder was an option. He couldn't recall anything he'd done to piss Shouto off, but that didn't mean there hadn't been anything. Did he miss a text? Was murder a valid response to missing a text? He wasn't sure about that one. People joked about it a lot online. "Is something wrong, Shouto?" he asked after several more minutes of silence. "When I first entertained the thought of asking you what I'm about to, I brushed the idea off because I didn't want it to seem as if I was only befriending you for your quirk. The last thing I would ever want is to abuse our friendship." Shouto spoke slowly, as if carefully choosing his words. "Oh, okay." He definitely didn't sound like he was building up to telling Izuku he'd decided to kill him. "That's a relief. That being said, after the USJ and with the sports festival approaching, I've been struggling to restrain myself. I want you to know that I value you for more than just your quirk before I even asked, but I can't let this be anymore. So, will you accept my father's fire?" Izuku blinked as he stared at Shouto, his confusion growing with every second that he spent trying to process what he just said. Okay, so he wasn't about to murder him. But this was arguably much worse. He's asking Izuku to essentially go suicide by cop. He knew they were both pretty new to the whole friendship thing, but this was a little much after only a couple of weeks. At least he hoped it was. He decided the best way to breach the topic was gently, or as gently as he could word it without spending an hour mulling over his options. "Shouto, you do realize that stealing the quirk of the number 2 hero would likely result in a very serious prison sentence, right?" Shouto looked a bit alarmed at that and tried to backtrack. "That's not what I meant. I meant for you to take the fire he gave me." He raised a brow critically. "Wow, I didn't know your sperm donor could give and take quirks. Small world, isn't it? Think he'd give me tips, or is that stick shoved too far up his ass?" Shouto sighed in resignation, as if wondering if he should have expected this out of Izuku. He should have. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" By the time Shouto finished his explanation, any ire Izuku felt had a new source. Endeavor. With a sigh, Izuku held his hand out to Shouto. "Unfortunately, He still had a point to prove, and murder was off the table, as was suicide by cop. Okay, Shadow hesitated about 0.02 seconds before he took the proffered hand, looking as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Izuku almost felt bad about what he was about to do, but he shoved that feeling away because it was better for Shadow to learn now in a relatively safe environment, as opposed to later in what could be a life or death situation. Half cold, half hot settled into place next to Izuku's hoard as if it had always been there. He would always secretly relish in the feeling of taking a quirk. He pulled his hand back and let out a soft sigh before he lifted both hands and activated the quirk. A tiny flame burst to life in one hand and ice shards grew from the other. Shadow's brows furrowed. "What?" he eventually asked, dumbfounded. "Don't worry. I'm not planning on keeping your quirk. I just needed to make a point. You brought me here to ask me to take your father's flames, but I'm afraid that would be impossible for the simple fact that your father isn't here right now. What you are looking at right now is your quirk in its entirety. Your quirk doesn't belong to your father and it doesn't belong to your mother. You have something completely unique to you. You don't have two quirks, you have a single quirk that relies on thermal equilibrium," Izuku explained. When Shadow's face fell into his default carefully neutral expression, he continued before his friend could shut down completely. He lifted his hands slightly, the quirk still activated. "These flames, I can choose what I want to do with them. I can make the decision to lash out at the people who have hurt me or those viewed as lesser. Or I can choose to help someone with them. This fire can be used to help people with hypothermia, or it can be used to defend someone who is being repeatedly abused by someone they're supposed to trust. But the same can be said for the ice. Fire is not the only source of pain, and ice can hurt someone just as easily. It can cause the same amount of damage depending on how it's used. The point I'm trying to make is that no one decides how you use either part of your quirk but you. Both of your parents have hurt you. Your father is a bastard and an abuser, and your mother left you feeling as if you were a burden too heavy to bear. As a result, you distance yourself from people in fear that they will be the same as your father, or they will eventually be unable to handle being around you like your mother. You have to realize that you are not responsible for your parents' actions. The only person you are responsible for is yourself, and only you have the power to break the cycle. You're the only one who can choose the path you want to take in life. You are my closest friend, Shadow. That's why I am warning you now that repressing a part of your quirk will only end in disaster. Quirks want to be used, and the more you use them, the more powerful they become. If you continue to only use one aspect of your quirk, both will still grow in power because it is a single quirk. The only problem is that you will have no control over your fire. Lack of control leads to people getting hurt, no matter if it's intentional or not. He lowered his hands, letting the fire and ice fade away as he kept a careful eye on his friend. Shadow had long since averted his eyes, staring intently at Izuku's hands. When he finally spoke, it was barely a whisper, and Izuku was left straining to hear. "I don't want to hurt anyone." Izuku held his hand out to Shadow. "You know, I was hoping to have a training partner after school. I have a lot of quirks, and I think my guardians want to see me having fun with friends more. Only if you're up for it, though." He cracked a tiny smile and took Izuku's hand without hesitation. "I think I would like that. You have experience with fire quirks." "Not quite fire quirks. Those are pretty popular and not many people are okay with giving them up, but there are some similar quirks like heat generation. I'm not sure how well that translates, though." That got a chuckle out of him. "Fair enough." He stood, pulling Izuku up off the roof. "We should get back. Lunch is almost over and the others are probably getting concerned." "Good idea. Hey, maybe we should start eating up here. I like the privacy. And we wouldn't have to talk so loud to hear each other." Shadow hummed in agreement as he reached out and pulled on the door leading back into the building. It went eerily quiet after that. "Shadow, why aren't you opening the door? It seems that we may have a slight problem." "We're locked out, aren't we?" "It would appear so, yes." Thankfully, he and Shadow had a couple brain cells to spare between the two of them, and because they both had their phones on them, decided to text Momo. Before long, they were joined by the rest of their friends, and the door was propped open as they all finished their lunch. Tenya had even been kind and thoughtful enough to bring them food since they hadn't thought to buy any before their impromptu talk. After they hurried through lunch, the rest of the day passed in a blur until Izuku was waving goodbye to his friends and heading down the hall to Nedzu's office for the follow-up meeting he requested. He still wasn't sure what the principal wanted to talk to him about, considering Aizawa and Yamada were most likely required to give him a play-by-play of his talk with Tenko. Whatever it was better to just get it over with and be done with it. One less thing for him to worry about in the long run. He had just raised a hand to knock when the door slid open before him. Resisting the urge to roll his eyes at that dramatic power move, he walked in and shut the door behind him. As he walked in, he briefly paused in his tracks as he caught sight of All Might and an older man in a hero costume occupying 2 out of the 3 seats available to guests. After shaking out of the surprise, he came to a stop in front of Nedzu's desk and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for coming to see me, Midoriya. I've recently been made aware that your schedule is becoming quite crowded, and I know that time is valuable, especially for teenagers. That being said, please take a seat, and if you would be so kind, would you tell me your thoughts about Shimura Tenko? Nedzu asked. Izuku took one of the free seats, quietly glancing at the other two. I do apologize for not warning you of the extra company for this meeting. It was a last-minute decision after the staff were briefed of the conversation. Right. What exactly was it that you were wanting to know about Tenko? I'm pretty sure Aizawa and Yamato would have told you everything we spoke about. He trailed off, unsure of where he was even supposed to start. He had some pretty strong feelings about the conversation he had with Tenko, some that he hadn't even had the time to process. Namely the fact that his sperm donor was apparently a villain. He didn't even want to think about that. It could go in the furthest box from the forefront of his mind, locked away for another day. As long as that day was far, far away from right now. That is true, but you are in a unique situation, as Shimura specifically asked for you and some of the information that was brought to light because of your conversation. Nedzu hummed, though I suppose questions would make this easier on everyone. How would you classify his behavior in comparison to the USJ? He paused as he thought over the previous interactions. During the USJ he was unstable to say the least. But when I talked to him yesterday, it was like a switch flipped. He was like a completely different person. He was calm and showed a lot more rationality than he did before. He seemed completely sure of himself at the USJ, but now that he's had some time away from his sensei, he's unsure, questioning himself and everything he thought was true. He's shown that he's been trying to differentiate between his thoughts and what he's been told his entire life, which indicates a lot of growth in such a short amount of time. I think that even if his sensei were to come from him, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted out of Tenko anymore, especially with the conclusions that he's drawn regarding his quirk. It wasn't wrong. The shift in demeanor had been jarring when he walked into that cell. He thought he'd be dealing with an unpredictable and unstable person prone to violence. And what do you think about the suggestions he's drawn about your parentage? Izuku grimaced at that. Nope, can't do it. Not today. Honestly, I've been trying to avoid thinking about that at all. That earned him a snort from the old man seated by All Might. Even if, by some unfortunate twist of fate, it is true I wouldn't be able to help you. A couple of months after my 4th birthday, my father went to the States for milk and never came back. I can't be completely sure, but I think he and my mom still talked for a while after that. Hell, he might still be in contact with her for all I know, but I haven't spoken to the man at all. I see. I will have to arrange a meeting with her soon, Nedzu said as he glanced over the paperwork on his desk. Eventually, he returned his gaze to Izuku. What do you believe should be done with Shimura? His brows furrowed at that. Does my opinion really matter? Wouldn't the law supersede anything I think? Perhaps, but you are a prime example of how I can bend the law to my will. It's just a matter of effort. Once again, you are in a unique position that no one in this room has insight to. Izuku leaned back in his chair, eyes shifting to the ceiling as he carefully thought over his words. I think that if you take into account everything that has happened to him, he can't shoulder all the blame for his actions. Someone with a lot of power went through a lot of trouble to give him a quirk at the right time, and they went through even more trouble to find him after it activated and take him off the streets. It's pretty clear that he was being groomed for something terrible, and he just had the reality of the situation smack him right in the face. I think that nothing will change if he's immediately condemned. It's obvious that nothing in his life has been his choice, and he deserves a chance to find out who he is without someone whispering horrible things in his ear. Nedzu grinned at that. In that case, you may just have another member in the villain rehabilitation program. He looked over at Nedzu, somehow both surprised and not. That would be a good idea. Tenko being in Yui might give him a little more protection from his sensei. He seems pretty sure that he will come for him, and I'm inclined to agree with that. Besides, keeping him locked in that cell as a precautionary measure of protection just seems like a cruel and unnecessary punishment for something that ultimately wasn't his fault. That was exactly my line of thinking. Thank you for coming by today, Midoriya. It was much appreciated. I do believe that is all I needed from you, Nedzu said. At the clear dismissal, he stood and bowed once again before heading to the door. Before he could open it, he paused and turned back, meeting Nedzu's curious eyes. Was there something else, Midoriya? I was wondering. The doctor that Tenko mentioned yesterday, was he caught? He hesitantly asked. The smile on Nedzu's face dimmed a bit. Unfortunately, he had long since gone by the time we arrived. Shouta was just starting dinner when Hisashi viciously poked his side. He was about to send his most exasperated "Are you kidding me?" face to his husband, but before he could, he was greeted with a gleeful face and rapid hand motions to follow him. Utterly confused, he had no choice but to follow Zashi into the living room. All irritation melted away in an instant when he saw Izuku splayed out across the couch covered in several cats. Shaking his head with a fond smile, he snapped several pictures that Hisashi would no doubt demand later before he headed back into the kitchen. Least he could do was have a hot meal ready for the problem child when he woke up. Isn't he so adorable? Shoo, Hisashi whispered. It was more of a rhetorical statement than a question, considering he would likely accept nothing less than an agreement. Not that he was wrong. I'm just glad he's getting some rest. I remember being exhausted all the time when we were his age, and that's not counting the workload that Yui carries, let alone everything else he's dealing with. Hisashi nodded his agreement. We can wake him up when dinner's cooled off enough to eat. One little nap won't hurt his sleep schedule, and he's got another long day tomorrow. Yeah, I just hope that meeting won't last too long. I'm not exactly sure about his whole process when it comes to accepting Quirk donations. Well, at least you'll be at the cat cafe, so it's not like you'll be bored while he works his magic. Shouta paused as he thought back to a conversation he had earlier in the day. You know, it's weird, but after Nedzu mentioned that we were going off campus for one of Izuku's donations, Yagi approached me after Foundational Heroics and asked if he could be the one to tag along. That is weird. What did you say? I thought about denying him, Shouta admitted, but I thought it over for a minute and agreed to let him come with us. I was worried about his initial reaction to Izuku's quirk, but so far he's been nothing but supportive, even a little protective, of Izuku. Besides, I know Izuku is an All Might fanboy at heart, and having his idol being so openly nice to him has got to be like a dream come true. Who am I to get in the way of that? So what you're doing is confirming the theory that you have been a softie all along. Shouta rolled his eyes, lips twitching up in a small smile. If that's what you want to take from this, then sure. There was comfortable silence between the two of them as they moved around each other in the kitchen with practiced familiarity. That silence turned tense pretty quickly. Do you think that the concern Yagi had was less about Izuku and more about the guy that Shimura mentioned yesterday? Hisashi asked. The question stopped him in his tracks as his mind started connecting the dots. Shimura said that his sensei hated All Might, that he practically spewed All Might hate his entire life, which shaped his original views. Then, said Sensei, and All Might fought. Do you think that this guy is the one that gave Yagi that scar? The time limit. I am suddenly much more concerned about the deadbeat dad trying to come back into our kid's life. If someone could do that to the #1 hero, to All Might, what kind of chance do we even stand? Shouta hated himself for finishing that line of thought. He felt sick to his stomach as he stared down at the boiling pot in front of him. He could almost feel the bile rising to his throat as a thick tension settled into his shoulders. If that son of a bitch decided he was going to waltz back into Izuku's life, what could he do about it? Would he even stand a chance against this guy? Hisashi's fingers tightly lacing with his didn't ease his worries. He knew his husband was having the same line of thought. Izuku was supposed to stay back in the classroom when the bell rang, under Aizawa's instruction. They would wait for the majority of the student body to flee campus before they left for the cat cafe. Remember, this weekend you will all begin moving into the dorms. You only have 2 weeks to be officially moved in, or you will be booted from the hero course. It sounds harsh, but it's non-negotiable. Yui is providing moving trucks, Aizawa lazily drawled as the rest of the class packed their things. That's all, you're dismissed. He watched as everyone left like they were running from a fire and shook his head, amused. He zipped his backpack up while Aizawa kept an eye on the entrance, waiting for the crowds to disperse. If one looked closely, they could almost see the glint in his eyes, begging for the kids to hurry up so they could go to the cat cafe. Coffee and cats were Aizawa's weakness, and Izuku sent out a silent prayer for those who dared to get between them. There was a knock on the door before it opened, revealing All Might in his small form. Hello, he greeted happily. Young Midoriya, I do hope that you don't mind me tagging along with the both of you today. Not at all. It sounds great, he hurriedly said. Aizawa gave him a warning last night and the option to refuse, but how was he supposed to say no to the #1 hero? More importantly, having the symbol of peace around was one hell of a way to ease his anxiety, even if he wasn't in his bigger form. The feeling of his quirk alone was so comforting that just being around it made him relax. Strange as it was to say, it almost felt like being hugged tightly. It was nice and left him feeling warm and happy inside. Several minutes later they were off. The cafe was only a few minutes from the campus, down the street and 1 block over. It was a cozy-looking place that brought a smile to his face, from the bubbly art on the front window to the cats he could see lounging inside. As they made their way inside, Aizawa glanced at him. Did your contact give you a description of who you're meeting with? He frowned a bit at that and glanced at his phone. Yeah, but all she said was he's burnt to a crisp. You can't miss him, and I guess that would stand out, but that's a weird description. Pretty accurate though. I believe I found who you're looking for, All Might said. Izuku followed his gaze to the corner where a man with black hair and severely burnt skin sat. He shrugged and walked over with little hesitation. When it came to quirk contracts, he was a completely different person. He had a job to do, and by now he was comfortable enough to do it without constant anxiety plaguing him. He took one of the seats across from the man and started rifling in his backpack for the contract. The man seemed surprised as he stared Izuku down. Kid, I think you have the wrong table. I'm waiting for someone. He looked up at him critically. Didn't you contact Cthulhu? You're a kid. Wonderful observational techniques. Careful, you'll put pros out of business with that. You can call me the Collector. Dabai. Sorry, I was just expecting something else. Glad to disappoint. Now, let's get down to business. I need a detailed report about your quirk before we go any further. It's called cremation. Pretty self-explanatory. I create flames hot enough to cremate the human body. Unfortunately, I don't have the resistance to use it without slowly cooking myself alive. At this point, All Might and Aizawa had taken a seat on either side of him. That's pretty uncommon these days, not having vestigial defenses against your quirk, All Might commented, surprise taking over his face. Yeah, well that's what happens when you're the product of a quirk marriage. Gotta love eugenicists, Dabai snarked. Izuku tapped a pen on the table and slid the contract across the table to Dabai. All you have to do is sign and it won't be your problem anymore. Already his mind was running over every possibility with that quirk. Funny, he was just talking about not having a fire quirk to Shouto and now he was about to get one. Another, slightly quieter part of his mind was eyeing the burnt flesh covering Dabai's body and thinking. Dabai stared down at the contract, a conflicted expression crossing his face before resignation settled in place. Do I need to sign my legal name? Yeah, that would be preferable, but you don't have to worry. As long as you don't try to screw me over, no one but myself will ever see the contract, Izuku explained. That seemed to reassure him enough and he signed his name, handing over the contract with little hesitation. Of course, Izuku got a nice look at the signature before he put it away and he almost wanted to laugh. The timing couldn't be more hilarious, though that quiet part of his mind was speaking up a bit more. Region was right there. So, how exactly does this work? Do you need DNA, hair, blood? Dabai threw out suggestions, a morbidly curious look on his face. For some reason All Might nearly started choking, but Izuku just laughed. Oh gods no, that's disgusting. Who would even agree to that? He held his hand out. A simple handshake will do. A handshake. Dabai looked disappointed to say the least. Izuku got the distinct impression that Dabai was just as dramatic as someone else they both knew. That's it. Technically, if you don't want me to touch you, I don't need to. It's just easier this way. Takes less focus. When Dabai shrugged and took the offered hand, Izuku wasted no time pulling the quirk into place with a small smile. He'd always wanted a fire quirk. He couldn't wait to start working with it. He pulled his hand away. Did you, MHM, just as painless as Cthulhu, hopefully, told you? A silence settled over the table as Dabai stared down at his hands as if trying to activate his quirk. He was unable, of course, but he didn't seem particularly disappointed. More, sad and slightly relieved. Lost, unable to hold himself back any longer, Izuku looked over at Aizawa. Do you think I can use Region on him? You don't have your healer's license yet, Aizawa said. Yeah, but it won't matter as long as Recovery Girl oversees it and he gives explicit consent. Aizawa stared down at him with pursed lips for a few long moments before he sighed. I'll text Nedzu for a visitor pass. He pulled out his phone and sent off a quick message. Wait, what? Dabai asked, confused. How do you feel about helping the healing process along? I don't imagine those skin grafts are doing much considering you were having trouble with your quirk and getting them replaced would be expensive. Why would you offer that? You don't know anything about me. Izuku gave him an unimpressed look. If Cthulhu sent you to me, then she did her research. She wouldn't have let you anywhere near me if she thought you were going to be a problem. Besides, you're already going to have trouble finding a job without a quirk, but your appearance on top of that isn't going to help. Nedzu agreed. There's a guest pass waiting for us, Aizawa cut in, sliding his phone back in his pocket. Dabai stared at them for a long while, disbelief decorating his face. Eventually, it settled into resignation. All right, I'll go. Great. Izuku beamed. He wondered just what he could do to keep Todoroki Taoya around after he was healed. Izuku was quickly starting to get sick of seeing the nurse's office. It wasn't anything against Recovery Girl, but he really wished he didn't have to come back here again. Not even for the class that she's going to go over with him so he can get his healer's license. Unfortunately, he knew it was inevitable and he would be doomed to come back here often. He wasn't going to complain to anyone but himself, though. She was helping him out of the kindness of her heart despite the fact that he kept giving her more and more to do on top of her already heavy workload. But it was pretty fun seeing her boss people around. Everyone was terrified of the tiny healer and it was great. Even Dabai was afraid and he had an almost untouchable attitude about him. At least he did until she walked in the room and demanded he get on the bed and strip down to his boxers. He was currently sitting on the bed, fidgeting as Recovery Girl looked him over. She finally took a step back and looked at Izuku. All right, the skin grafts are in an absolutely dreadful state. They're barely healing even though they have been well taken care of. Hopefully that regeneration quirk you got will finish the job. Izuku stepped forward and took the hand that Dabai was already holding out with a small smile. Region got to work immediately as it settled, knitting skin back together and clearing up the worst of the damage. Recovery Girl kept a close eye on him as he started healed and nodded her approval. All right, now let's get those staples out before he takes that quirk back. Izuku tried not to wince at the clear discomfort on Dabai's face as each staple was removed and dropped into a metal container on the bedside table with a little cling. As each staple was removed, Regen took over and healed the wound easily. It left him wondering just how strong the quirk was and what kind of limits it had. The limits had to have been pretty hard to reach if the Namu he took it from was supposed to be strong enough to beat All Might. Soon enough, Dabai was staple-free and was given a pair of clean scrubs to change into before Recovery Girl shooed him into the bathroom attached to the infirmary so he could shower. As soon as the door shut, she whirled on Izuku, making him flinch back slightly. "And you, this will not be a recurring theme. You are going to have that class with me tomorrow before any more emergency situations come up and your bleeding heart refuses to wait," she said sternly. "Not after school. He needs to rest some time and he hasn't been doing much of that," Aizawa interjected. "I'll write a note excusing him from his classes tomorrow. But I don't want to put this off any longer. We will have a lot to go over, but by the end of the day his application should be approved. It's mostly going to be testing the quirk to know which situations it should be used in. If that's all right with you," she asked, looking at Izuku. He nodded. "Yeah, I've been wanting to test the quirk out, but I can't do that myself without getting hurt, and I know that certain people would be upset about that." "Damn right. Just mentioning that is concerning." "Do I need to talk to Hound Dog?" Aizawa asked. From anyone else that probably would have been insulting, but Aizawa was just no nonsense, and he wasn't going to hesitate when it comes to general well-being. Izuku shook his head. "No, even I think that's a stupid idea. I have no idea where the quirk draws the line and I don't want to risk permanent injury." Recovery Girl hummed. "In that case, we will likely move the testing ground to the nearest hospital. There will likely be plenty of willing people to test the regeneration on. Besides, the hospital has the means to create the healer's license, so you very well may be able to leave with one. It will be an all-day trip, so you will be missing all your classes. It might do you good to ask a friend to take notes for you. Now we just need someone to guard him all day and someone to cover their class," Aizawa said. "I would be more than happy to," All Might said, "and I'm sure that I could ask Gran Torino to come along for extra protection." Aizawa hummed. "I suppose I could cover foundational heroics myself." Izuku felt kind of bad for the rest of his class when he saw the grin growing on Aizawa's face. He would send Momo a warning so she could let everyone know when he asked her to take notes for him. "Keep that information to yourself, Izuku." Well, there goes that idea. Aizawa was probably going to do something sadistic. He was very glad he was missing it. Noya Itsuno never meant to get wrapped up in the underworld. She had been perfectly happy with her life. She had a good job, a beautiful and loving wife, and the wonderful home they built together. It was so perfect, until it wasn't. She and her wife wanted nothing more than to have a child together. For obvious reasons, that wasn't physically possible, so they looked into adopting, only to be constantly hit with roadblock after roadblock everywhere they turned. It wasn't hard to figure out why, as both her and her wife had very obvious mutation quirks. They had almost given up when they were approached by a man claiming he can point them in the direction of someone with enough power to get them approved for adoption. It seemed far too good to be true, and they fully intended to ignore that and learn to live without the child they wanted. But it never left their minds. Eventually they agreed to look into it, but how were they to know that they weren't allowed to say no after they approached? Itsuno wished they had just let it be. She loved her wife, and not being able to have the child they always wanted wasn't going to stop that. Hindsight is better than foresight. Now she was stuck with a brand new, boring job involving record keeping for someone she assumed was an actual demon. On one hand, it wasn't all bad. She never really interacted with the man, which she was insanely thankful for. She just sat in a room all day, and if an email was sent, she was to download the file and print it out before placing it in the location listed in the header. She never once looked at the files themselves. She had no interest in what kind of horrors they may contain. She had just placed a packet into one of the filing cabinets when it happened. A suffocating pressure mercilessly squeezed her chest, and she could have sworn she saw her life flash before her eyes. She was shaking by the time it eased up enough for her to move, and she caught sight of the demon himself sitting in her chair. She didn't dare move again. She didn't even try to speak. She wasn't quite sure that she could at the moment. The only thing she could do was stand there and wait for him to give her orders. "Noya Itsuno, correct?" he asked. His voice wasn't loud or booming, but it commanded her attention a hell of a lot better than shouting ever could. "Yes, sir," she said. Her voice was shaking almost as much as she was. "You've done a wonderful job so far. Much better than the last record keeper." He couldn't quite keep his curiosity contained. She viciously bit the inside of her cheek to distract from the bubbling fear in her chest. The man just smiled. It was a disturbing, nausea-inducing sight. "But let's skip the pleasantries, shall we? I am in need of a file under the name Midoriya." She wasted no time and swept through the many files, desperately wishing these were digitized, because at least then she could just type in Midoriya and would immediately have the file at her fingertips. When she finally found it, she wanted to cry, because that, hopefully, meant that he would leave soon. He took the file offered without a word and flipped it open. She had no idea how he could read without eyes, but she wasn't about to ask either. She wasn't that stupid. As he read over the files, she did some breathing exercises as quietly as possible so as not to draw any attention to herself. She almost managed to return her heart rate to an acceptable level when that suffocating air descended on her again, this time putting her on her knees. She was just aware enough that she started sobbing when he finally warped out and left her alone. When she finally managed to get a hold of herself, she noticed the file left open on her desk. She violently slammed it shut, not daring to look at the contents before it went back into its place. She never wanted to know what made that demon so furious, but whoever it was, she felt sorry for them. Much like the infirmary, Izuku wasn't really a fan of hospitals. They were both too loud and too quiet, and they just had an air of misery inside. However, for the first time in forever, he was actually excited to be inside one. Of course, it had something to do with a quirk, because that was the only thing that could possibly make the experience better. Recovery Girl had been running him ragged since 6 this morning. While he wasn't exactly jumping for joy at having to wake up so much earlier than usual, he understood that they had a lot to do today, as they would not only be testing the limits of region but exchange as well. He was under strict orders to inform her if he started experiencing any negative effects from exchange. To be completely honest, he wasn't sure if he would even notice, with his mind running a mile a minute as he put Region to the test. Region had more than proven it was a very powerful quirk. It didn't seem to work on illnesses, but physical injuries were another story entirely. He watched the quirk regrow someone's leg to the point that the developing scars were barely visible. He briefly wondered if the quirk would eventually reverse all scarring if a person had it long enough. Considering it even managed to restore damaged tissue in someone's eyes and gave them their sight back, it wasn't an outlandish thought. Those are just a few examples of the amazing things it had done in only a few hours. There were some unexpected side effects, though. One person who volunteered to test it out ended up regrowing a kidney they had donated decades ago. It opened up so many opportunities, and he couldn't help the excitement he was feeling. He hated hospitals, but he might end up taking more frequent trips in the future because everything he had done felt so good. It was the perfect distraction and exactly what he needed. Logically, he knew he couldn't avoid thinking about his father forever, but he was more than willing to put it aside for now. The last thing he wanted was to think about someone so closely related to him being a horrible villain. Truthfully, he was still holding out hope that maybe Tenko was wrong, and having his quirk taken just reminded him of his sensei's ability to take quirks, as awful as that already made him feel. Thinking about it just ended with him being angry in some form or another. Nearly his whole life, people had constantly called him villain. They beat him down. They sabotaged him constantly. They did everything they could to make sure he couldn't find a way out of the title he had been given the moment his quirk came in. He worked so hard to be a good person because he didn't want to be called a villain for something as simple as his quirk, and here was this a whole, apparently the biggest villain out there, with a quirk so similar to his, making it even harder for him. A hand swatted the back of his head, startling him out of his thoughts. He whirled around, coming face to face with the older hero that accompanied All Might during the meeting the other day and volunteered to come with them today. He introduced himself as Gran Torino. "Stop thinking so damn hard, kid. You'll just end up hurting yourself," Gran barked. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Sorry," he mumbled. Gran wasn't wrong. He would probably end up with a stress headache if he kept on with that line of thought. He probably needed to talk to Hound Dog soon. Gran eyed him critically. "You're still thinking about what that Shimura kid said, aren't you?" he questioned. Izuku grimaced but reluctantly nodded, more like trying not to and miserably failing. "If you got a question, you can ask me. I know Tashanori ain't the most approachable about this particular topic. I'm not sure I can give you the answers you're looking for, but I've been wrapped up with that bastard for too many years to count." Struck by surprise, he only stared at the man for a minute while his brain tried to process that. Thousands of questions raced through his mind, and he picked the first that came to mind. "Why don't you guys hate me? I mean, if this guy really is my father, wouldn't it make more sense for this to be going? I don't know any other way but the way it is." Gran snorted. "You're asking why we're being so nice?" His mouth snapped shut, but he nodded. That was pretty much the gist of it. Gran sighed, leaning his head back against the wall behind the bench they were seated on. "Kid, you aren't responsible for anything that monster has done. Hell, you weren't even alive for most of it. You want to know why we're being nice to you? It's because you haven't done anything wrong, and we're not the type to punish you for the actions of someone else. You're not a villain, and you're certainly not a bad person. Bad people don't get so excited when they help others." Izuku stared at the older man with unshed tears stinging the back of his eyes and his throat closing up slightly. "Thanks," he croaked. "Young Midoriya," All Might called, drawing his attention. When he looked up, he saw All Might and Recovery Girl heading his way until they came to a stop in front of him. With a grand flourish, a small plastic card was presented to him by All Might himself. He gingerly took it out of his hand and looked over it, a tiny grin forming on his face and tears finally falling. "Don't get too excited, that one is just temporary. Because you're studying to be a hero, a permanent one can't be issued until you settle on a hero name. But since you're on a time limit for figuring that out, you'll have your official one after the sports festival, Recovery Girl explained. Now, it's time for us to head back to Yui before your guardians get impatient and come to pick us up themselves. He couldn't help the laugh that burst from his lips. That does sound like something they would do. He couldn't wait to show them his temporary healer's license. So what were the two of you talking about earlier? Tashanori asked as soon as Midoriya disappeared from sight. Must have been pretty serious considering it looked like he was about to cry. Cute. You're not even pretending to tone down your fondness for the kid anymore. But you don't have to worry, he's fine, Gran said, masterfully avoiding giving him a straight answer. Fair enough. Tashanori's curiosity was burning, but he wasn't going to push. Ultimately, whatever was said was between the two of them. In all seriousness, how is the case going? Gran asked before Tashanori could politely change the topic. He frowned at that. Several people are trying to get a hold of Midoriya and co. to no avail. She answered the first call from Nedzu but hung up the moment she realized who it was. All calls to her workplace have been subsequently ignored. They're going to send someone to the house soon. It's hard to find someone who's in the know to spare some time with everything going on. Nedzu won't send Present Mike, Eraserhead, or myself for obvious reasons. Tsukachi is still flooded with work from the USJ. It's a mess, he said with a sigh. I'll do it, Gran offered, more like demanded. I'll talk to Nedzu when we're done here and head over as soon as I can. I'll wait for that woman to get home if I have to. Tashanori blinked as he stared down at his old teacher. Not that I'm ungrateful, but what brought this on? Gran sighed. That kid has a lot on his shoulders right now. The sooner we get some answers, the less he'll have to worry about a centuries-old villain hanging over his head. He hummed at that. It wasn't like Gran was wrong, but he couldn't help but feel like there was something more to it. What's on your mind? You have an idea, a theory, or something going through your head right now. I don't want you worrying about what I'm thinking, Tashanori. I'm not saying anything until I get confirmation of my suspicions, so don't bother pressing. He stared at his teacher, eyeing the conflicted expression, but he let it go. As much as he wanted to know what was going on, now clearly wasn't the time. The paperwork should be going through today. He commented instead. For Shimura, MHM, it goes without saying, but my application was rejected immediately. Nedzu said it was too personal for me, and placing him with All Might probably wasn't the best idea considering the past 15 years of his life. Tashanori, I could have told you that it was a bad idea. Do you have any idea who he'll be staying with? I'm assuming that since the paperwork is going in today, there's already someone lined up. 2 volunteered, 13 in Snipe, and I believe Nedzu gave them joint custody, for lack of a better word. They each have their own expertise that he believes will help Shimura learn to cope and eventually recover from the trauma. Gran grunted as a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Those two both have pretty good heads on their shoulders from what I can tell. If one can't handle the situation, the other should be able to step up without issue. He nodded. That was the plan. Nedzu doesn't do things for no reason. Tashanori glanced at his phone when he felt it vibrate, and one look at his messages had him smiling. Hey, did I tell you I hired a new assistant? No, you didn't. That poor bastard. You better be paying them good for having to constantly track you down. His body shook with laughter. Believe it or not, he's really keeping me in line. I'll believe it when I see it. After a brief lull in conversation, Gran asked, Say, have you come to a conclusion about your options lately? I want to wait until they've finished their finals before I say anything. But, yes, I think I've pretty well come to a decision now. Izuku arrived back at campus right as school was letting out. He decided to take the time and people watch. Well, kind of people watch. It was a game he had made a long time ago where he watched people go by and tried to guess what kind of quirk they may have by their appearance and the general feel of their quirk. It was a nice way to wind down after a long day. Some people were easier than others. Mutation types were pretty obvious outwardly, but they often had a wider range of abilities than the average person. Mental quirks were harder outwardly, but they all had a very distinct feel to them that was unlike any other quirk type. It was all pretty interesting. His eyes bounced over several different people until they caught sight of familiar wild purple hair. He froze as the other boy's words seemed to echo in his mind. Then he couldn't help but wonder what exactly he was doing. Wasn't he going to be aiming for the hero course? Why was he leaving when Yui offered free resources to train? He looked the boy up and down critically as the irritation set in. He walked over to the lanky, clearly untrained student and grabbed his arm in a tight grip before dragging him away from the crowd. It was damn near insulting. Almost like a slap in the face. Here he was complaining about Izuku, but he was skinnier than Izuku was when he was offered his position at Yui. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Let go of me, Purple shouted. Shut up, Izuku bit out harshly. I can't believe you. You came up to class 1 after a traumatic event and essentially pinned the blame for the entire thing on me. Then you pretty much declared war on the entire hero course because you want to transfer. Now what are you doing? Going home. What, do you just think getting into the hero course is a cakewalk? You think that because a villain managed to get in that you can just waltz into the sports festival without an ounce of training and expect to somehow prove you belong there. He wasn't mincing his words at all. He couldn't believe the audacity of this guy. Newsflash, you aren't going anywhere if you don't put in some effort. Yui is offering free resources to people who don't have the luxury of being able to train in a regular gym, and you're just going to ignore that. Purple was staring at him with wide eyes as he was dragged along like a ragdoll. Izuku came to a stop in front of a familiar gym, the one closest to his apartment. He swung the doors open and shoved Purple in. So what you're going to do is train with me every school day until the sports festival, and then you're going to take what you learn here and prove that you actually deserve a spot in the hero course. Purple was stunned speechless and couldn't take his eyes off of Izuku. Izuku, are we kidnapping people now? A familiar voice called from behind him. He turned around and came face to face with Shadow, closing the gym doors very ominously. Suddenly, he felt kind of bad for Purple. He probably thought they were going to kill him now. Fine, Purple said. He was glaring up at the two of them, a determined glint in his eyes that made Izuku smile. Great, Izuku chirped, mood taking a total 180. He held his hand out to Purple. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and I can't wait to see what you can do. Shinso Hitoshi, Shinso said. He didn't take the offered hand at first, too stupefied to really notice it, but when he did, Izuku beamed at him. He does that, Shadow said, addressing Shinso. You'll get used to it. Or you won't. Anyway, are we all training together now? Fayumi will be so happy I'm making so many friends. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Himada and Aizawa are supposed to be the supervisors for this gym. They should be here soon and we can start then, Izuku said. Almost as if on cue, the door to the gym opened again. He turned around to greet his guardians but came face to face with Mirio, Nejire, and Tamaki. Midoriya, it's great to see you again, Nejire said, waving excitedly. He smiled, waving back. It had been a little while since he saw them. They texted pretty regularly, but it wasn't the same. Suddenly, an idea struck him. These were the 3 top students in the school. They could probably help whip Shinso, and, to a lesser extent, Tim, as he was still working on not relying on his quirks so much, and he'd managed to build up some muscle and stamina recently but not enough, into shape. Do you think you guys can help us out? We're training for the sports festival, he explained their situation. At the very least, with them there, they wouldn't have to wait for adult supervision. They already knew what they were doing and how to spot and avoid injury. Yeah, no problem, Mirio happily agreed. A little too happily. Izuku was probably going to regret this later. He absolutely regretted every second of that complete and utter nightmare. And he was sure Shinso and Shadow did as well, considering they were all basking in the coolness of the gym floor. Shadow, the angel that he was, had even been so kind as to frost it over for them. The sheer gap in experience between them in the third years, who were currently laughing as they left them laying on the ground, still able to comfortably stand or move in general, was astonishing. Yui really didn't play around when it came to training, which Izuku knew when he agreed to attend, but knowing was one thing and experiencing is an entirely different thing. You people are insane, Shinso rasped between heaving breaths. A glance over made Izuku wince in sympathy. The other boy was so sweaty his normally gravity-defying hair was sticking to his skin and his arms and legs were still shaking from exertion despite his splayed-out position on the ground. Aren't you trying for the hero course as well? If so, then you don't have any room to talk, Shadow commented. Out of all of them, he was the most in shape and thus the most composed after they'd been gleefully beaten down by the third years. A quick tap of his finger sent a fresh layer of frost over the ground that they all relished in. I would make a snarky comment, but I will refrain since you're a walking freezer and our current cooling system. With a miserable groan, Izuku pulled himself into a sitting position. He'd been getting more fit without the use of his quirks, but he still had a long way to go, and this was just further proof of that. As his eyes landed on Shadow, he perked up a bit as he remembered something very important. Shadow, I was recently gifted a brand new fire quirk. I know we already talked about training together with fire, but now I actually have a fire quirk to train with so we can really learn the ropes together. Though I hope if you have any previous knowledge you'll share it so I don't make a fool of myself, he said. He lifted his hand and cremation came to life, lighting his fingertips with tiny blue flames. He normally wouldn't risk using such a quirk without a heat resistance quirk, but Region was already taking care of everything. It still hurt and he couldn't help the wince of sympathy for Dabai. Wait a minute, Shinso interrupted, all his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as he shot into a sitting position all while eyeing the flames in confusion. I thought you had a transformation quirk. Yeah, I definitely saw you use a transformation quirk and change some key features into some kind of cat. Shadow snorted, thoroughly amused watching Shinso go through a range of emotions in a split second. This was the perfect time to have some fun. Consider it payback for the previous attitude Shinso had. I mean, I definitely have a transformation quirk like that. Then how are you doing that? Shinso gestured furiously to the fire still at his fingertips. I also have a fire quirk. Didn't you hear me tell Shadow that I picked one up? Picked one up? You don't just pick quirks up at the grocery store. They don't offer refunds or exchanges in genetics. No, but I do, he said with a smile. He was trying his best not to laugh at the expression on Shinso's face but was ultimately failing miserably. After a minute of relishing in the tumultuous look, he finally took pity on the other boy. All right. My quirk is called Exchange. It allows me to take and give quirks. Shinso stared at him seemingly in shock for a few moments before he narrowed his eyes. Prove it. Izuku shrugged and looked at Shoto. Do you mind? He asked. He was a bit hesitant to ask such a thing from anyone, but he trusted Shoto. Sure enough, the other boy didn't even hesitate. He tried to ignore the fuzzy feeling in his chest by focusing on his quirk. The quirk had barely settled before he drew his hands back and fire lit in one hand while tiny structures of ice formed in the other. Holy shit, Shinso whispered. He was staring down at the quirk in use with wide astonished eyes. How is that even possible? Shinso, I'm gonna be completely honest when I say this, I have no earthly idea. It probably shouldn't be, but at the same time people still don't know why humans developed quirks in general, so getting into the specifics like how my quirk is possible is not really something I want to delve in. I would end up staying awake until I found suitable answers, or I would end up passing out while being very dissatisfied. Which is much more likely than the former, Izuku said. That is so opus cool, but kind of unfair for everyone else. I mean, how is anyone expected to counter a quirk like that in the sports festival? He snorted at that. It's not like I have a quirk for everything. The quirks I do have each have their own limitations. When I agree to take on a quirk, I don't just take all the benefits, I take all the drawbacks too. And that's on top of the drawbacks of my own quirk. And what would those be? He probably would have been offended at the question. Asking someone about the drawbacks of their quirk outside settings meant to work around those drawbacks or very personal relationships was a pretty big faux pas. If Shinso wasn't clearly teasing about fishing for information. Nice try, but I'm not giving you any advantage in the festival. Besides, I could ask the same about your quirk. At the playfully dramatic sigh the other boy let out, Izuku couldn't help but feel the previous tension he felt about being around him fade away. He was worried there would be some lingering resentment, especially after he kidnapped Shinso earlier, but it seemed that the sparring helped him work it out of his system. I am curious about something, Shoto piped up. Does Gen Ed fall under the same requirements for the sports festival as the hero course? If you mean the changes enacted because of the attack on the USJ, then yeah. We have to either have a very basic costume design or a reinforced gym uniform as well as an alias to go by. A lot of people in Gen Ed who aren't aiming for heroics have opted out to just help the business course or recovery girl, but some are just doing it to have fun. I think, if anything, that getting a costume and going under an alias is exciting for a lot of people. Not everyone has the ability or desire to be a hero, but we've all been there at least once as a kid, and this is kind of living the dream even if it's only for a day, Shinso explained, a small smile on his face as he did. Have you decided on a costume yet? Izuku asked. Whenever you get into the hero course you can pretty much upgrade it as you see fit, so it doesn't have to be perfect right now. I've got the basic design for what I want. I just have to take it to the support course to get it made. I was gonna head there for my free period tomorrow, so I have enough time to talk to whoever is gonna make my costume. I haven't figured out my name though, Shinso said. Join the club. Everyone else has pretty much already come up with something, and I know there's still time, but I still don't have a clue what my hero name should be. As soon as he admitted that, the suggestions started flooding in, getting increasingly more ridiculous. Snatch, Shoto suggested. Collector's edition, Shinso said. Eraserhead's secret love child. Eraserhead, but make it permanent. I will trap you both in a water vortex. He warned them, though the smile on his face probably didn't make it seem like a valid threat. That's a weird hero name, but I guess it gets the point across. Kind of a mouthful though, Shinso said, a lazy smirk on his face. Yes, it would get kind of exhausting to say in the middle of a mission. Maybe keep that one on reserve if you can't think of anything else, Shoto suggested. He wasn't smiling, but it was a near thing, the corners of his eyes crinkling up a little. You're both horrible, he said through laughter. They were such dorks. Taoya did not have a good start to life. He was born for the sole purpose of fulfilling the wish of a man whose ego ruled his life. He was born and raised being told his sole purpose for being bred was to surpass a man that his father held animosity for. And when he wasn't good enough, he was tossed to the side for the next project. Year by year, he was slowly joined by each of his siblings as they were all rejected. They were thrown to the side like garbage, but fully expected to be picture perfect in front of the rest of the world. It was only when Shoto's quirk manifested that they were truly forgotten. He hated his youngest brother for it. All those years of work he put in to be the perfect son, the perfect successor, just to please his father, and here he was completely forgotten for the perfect little golden child. It burned him up inside, almost as much as his quirk did. All he wanted was a chance to prove that he was good enough, that he was worth the same time and effort as Shoto, that they were all worth it. So he trained past his limits because that's what their father always instilled into them, to go beyond, no matter what. He burned himself inside out over and over and over again, and when he finally felt as if he had honed his quirk enough to show his father that he had other children, that he was there and he was worth more than the role he'd been placed in, he begged him to come watch him. He didn't let up for weeks, every day at breakfast and dinner. The only times that his father was home, he asked, pleading for his father to come watch him. He swore he would show him that he wasn't a waste of time. Every day he would go up to wait at the hill where it was safe to use his quirk. The training room just wasn't big enough for what he'd been practicing. Every day he would practice for an hour and then he would wait, and wait, and wait some more. When his father refused to show his face, he would trudge back down the hill exhausted and disappointed all over again. The last day he bothered to try was the day he thought he was going to die. He thought it would all be over when he let out a furious screech at once again being disregarded completely after waiting half the night for a shred of hope. Flames ripped out of his exhausted body uncontrollably. They consumed everything in sight, and when he felt his skin bubbling and blistering he thought that would be the end of him. Just the forgotten sun at the top of the hill where his ashes would rest when his quirk finally destroyed him. Then he woke up. He wasn't sure how he had gotten there, but an underground doctor had taken pity on him and saved his life. Recovery was a long and painful process. But eventually he was up on his feet and sent off with a warning that any other services he required would not come for free. Everyone had a price and charity was rare. Years passed by, and every time he saw his father's face on the TV he was filled with a nausea-inducing rage. The same rage that happened every time he used his quirk. He fell into a bad crowd, and when that fell through he had no idea what to do with himself. All he had proven is that his only talent was hurting himself and others. He didn't have a wake-up call until he was shaken awake in an alley by a hero in shiny silver armor. Pain echoed through his entire body. Every muscle and nerve was completely and utterly exhausted. He opened his eyes and came face to face with a metallic helmet. He almost wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all. Heroes just couldn't leave him alone in his suffering. He sat up, biting back the pain groan that wanted to escape him. Better to get this over with. Easy, the hero said. He reached down and pulled a sealed bottle of water from who knows where. Did that armor have pockets? It was quickly uncapped and held out to him. Here, it's not a cure-all, but it's better than nothing. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, but he took the water nonetheless. He wasn't sure when the last time he had anything to drink was, and he certainly wasn't going to pass up the gift. People could say what they want about handouts, but he'd found that those who looked down on them tended to be the ones who never needed them. Beggars can't be choosers, after all. Thanks, he rasped. His voice sounded awful, and he wasn't surprised to see the hero wince as he spoke. Do you have anywhere to go? Would you like me to take you to a hospital? The hero asked as he finished off the water. No, to both of your questions. He was expecting pity. He was expecting an apology and to be left to die on his own once again. He wasn't expecting to be guided to a support center for people like him. People down on their luck. People with villainous, ill-suited, or mutation quirks. Anyone who needed help. That single interaction changed his life. Not once did anyone in that support center judge him. They didn't side-eye him. They didn't fear him. It was so different to the past 10 years of his life that he's pretty sure he went through some serious whiplash at first. He went through several temporary jobs and stayed in the residential area of the support center. He spent a handful of months there before he heard the rumors. There was someone out there that could take quirks. They called him the Collector. He attended support groups in Musutafu and accepted quirks that others had no interest in. Quirks that did more harm than good. He ignored it at first. Cremation burned under his skin and was always one wrong move from killing him, but he still had things he wanted to do. He still had people he wanted to get back at, and as long as he was alive he didn't expect that to change. Besides, stories like that were usually exactly that. Stories. But time wears on people. Anger is exhausting, and he'd spent the last decade carrying it around like it was his lifeline. It wasn't until he woke up one morning and looked at himself in the mirror that he decided he had to give it up. He was so tired. He was tired of being consumed by anger and fire every second of every day. He was tired of being in constant pain with no sign of the light at the end of the tunnel. He packed the meager belongings that he'd accumulated over the months he spent at the support center and boarded a train to Musutafu. He bounced between a few support groups until he came across the one he was looking for. They were all fiercely protective of the one he was looking for, and he wasn't granted any information. He was told that his request would be sent in and he would be contacted with a time, date, and location. He wouldn't deny being a little put off by the hostility at first. That changed when he met the Collector. He wasn't expecting a teenager, but it made sense now. One thing you learned real quick on the streets is that messing with kids is a surefire way to get killed. They were off limits. It was no wonder they were all so fiercely protective. That thought only became cemented in his mind when that kid single-handedly changed his life. Not only did he not have to live with the constant pain of his quirk hovering just beneath his skin, but all the pain his injuries caused him was no more. He was probably the healthiest he'd ever been his entire life. As he was being walked back to the gate, one of the men who had accompanied Midoriya, He said his name was Yagi Tashanori, gave him a card and offered him a job to get off his feet. He debated for all of 5 seconds until he got a good look at the card and realized he would be getting a position at Might Tower, All Might's hero agency. Needless to say, he accepted on the spot. What kind of idiot wouldn't? If he didn't like the work there, he could leave, and simply having that on his resume would almost guarantee another job. And a smaller, pettier part of him relished in working for the man his father hated the most. He worked directly under Yagi Tashanori, who he quickly found out was actually All Might after signing a very extensive NDA, mostly following him around and keeping up with paperwork. It wasn't super exciting work, but he figured that would probably be best if he was going to be making a new start in life, and shadowing Yagi kept him out of a stuffy, cramped office. He had a feeling he would be spending a lot of time in Yui's teacher's lounge because that's where Yagi spent most of his time. The best part is that Yagi allowed him to keep his anonymity. No one had to know he was Todoroki Tauya, and he was more than okay with that. "Do you mind accompanying me to Class 1A's dorms?" Yagi asked one Monday afternoon. "The kids have started moving in. Several have already done so, and I'd like to stop by and see if they're settling in well." "Yeah, not a problem. I could use a bit of a walk right now. Anyway." He shut his folder and got to his feet. The walk to the dorm was a comfortable quiet that was quickly disrupted by the ambience of the dorms. It wasn't that it was loud, but it wasn't necessarily quiet either. There was a soft chatter that encompassed the common area. His eyes immediately landed on Midoriya's familiar green hair, only for him to freeze in place when he saw who was standing beside him. Shadow, his youngest brother, one of the people he spent so long hating. Something he had recently discovered was his very misplaced resentment, was leaning close to Midoriya with a tiny, barely there smile on his face. His heart pounded in his chest before he forced himself to take subtle calming breaths. There was no way Shadow would recognize him after so long. He was way too young to remember much about him. Still, it was probably better to limit contact to make sure Endeavor never caught wind of his existence. He hung back and let Yagi check in on the students present while trying to ignore the delicious smell coming from whatever the hell it was that Aizawa was making for the kids. He was unfortunately interrupted from glancing over his files by Aizawa calling his name. Restraining a sigh, he made his way over to the table and asked, "What did you need?" "Formation was originally your quirk," Aizawa started. "I was wondering if you would be willing to help Present Mike with Midoriya's training. Todoroki's as well. He has more experience with fire than Midoriya, but it never hurts to get an outside perspective from someone with more experience." He almost wanted to cry. There goes his plan of adamantly avoiding his little brother. "Sure, I don't mind," he said. He really hoped it didn't sound as strained as it felt. He would just have to adjust. He doubted Shadow would put 2 and 2 together anyway. Once upon a time, Inko had been a naive young woman. She was fresh out of school and staring at the bright, wonderful future ahead of her. She knew what she wanted out of life, and she was going to get it. She spent her entire life bouncing through foster homes, never settled, never secure. She learned quickly not to unpack her belongings because she would just be packing them up again sooner or later. By the time she turned 18, she was old enough and smart enough to track down her birth parents. She wanted to know who they were and why they had given her up. A smaller part of her wanted a connection to someone. Anyone. She didn't find much, other than their death certificates. That cleared up quite a bit for her and gave her some hope that maybe she wasn't as unwanted as she assumed. So she went forward with her life, though she took the surname of her parents back as a reminder of where she came from. Then she met Hisashi. He was charming and sweet and kind, despite her spilling hot coffee down his nice suit the first time they met. Her life seemed like that of a fairy tale. She fell in love and lived happily ever after with Hisashi by her side every step of the way. She was ecstatic when she found out she was pregnant, and he shared her sentiments. When Izuku was born, she loved him instantly. She was stuck alone with him often due to Hisashi's demanding business schedule, but that was completely alright. He wouldn't be gone forever, and he wasn't. He came back frequently, probably more so than before. But he only had eyes for Izuku now. She was okay with that. She was. It just felt a little like she was nothing more than a caretaker for their son. She didn't feel like his wife anymore. Any and all affection ceased completely when Izuku came into the picture, and suddenly her happily ever after didn't feel as magical as it used to. His business trips became more and more frequent and longer in duration, but he called every day to check on Izuku. Eventually, he stopped coming back except on holidays and Izuku's birthday. He still called every day, and when Izuku was old enough to hold the phone on his own, video chats were the preferred method of communication. But something was off. She knew it. There was a feeling deep in her gut that screamed that something was wrong with the man she married. So she did her research. She was, by no means, a stupid woman. She took every precaution in the book and then some. She didn't like what she found. All roads led back to something illegal, something dangerous and terrifying lurking in the shadows. Her husband had lied to her the entire time. He lied about his name. He lied about his quirk. He lied about his job. She knew she never got all the answers, but she found enough that she slowly started cutting off contact. It was made easier after Izuku was diagnosed quirkless. He didn't stop calling at first, but she no longer let Izuku talk to him. She gave excuses that Izuku wasn't feeling well. He wasn't in the mood to talk. He's busy with homework. Whenever Izuku would ask about his dad, she would say that he left because he didn't have a quirk. She felt a little bad about it, but it was better than the alternative. Eventually, the calls slowed. They didn't stop, but either the message had gotten across and he was respecting the boundaries being set, or he was biding his time. She spent every waking moment terrified. Izuku turned 6 and his quirk came in. Her stress levels were through the roof and she wasn't sure how much longer she could take it. She just stopped answering her husband's calls and made sure to never tell him about the new quirk that she knew he was responsible for. All the while, she kept a close eye on her son. It was important that he never end up like that man. The world was bad enough with 2 quirks like that in existence at all. The last thing it needed was 2 villains with such terrifying quirks. All attempts at contacting her completely stopped when Izuku was 9. She had no idea why, but she thanked every god in existence for the small reprieve. All she had to worry about now was Izuku, but he took care of himself for the most part. She kept an eye on him to make sure he didn't cause any trouble, but other than that, she was just so tired. She needed a break. She deserved a break. It was why she signed those papers without a fuss. She knew it was wrong, but she just wanted her life back. She had spent the last 15 years of her life completely miserable. Was it really so horrible to have some peace of mind for once? If he was under the strict supervision of heroes, then he wouldn't be able to do any damage, and protecting the general populace wouldn't be her problem anymore. As soon as he was out the door, it was like a weight lifted off her shoulders. She felt alive again. That bright future was back within her reach, and she wasn't going to let it get away again. Which is exactly why she hung up the moment she realized she got a call from Principal Nedzu. She wasn't going to let him back out of this now. The calls continued, and she decided that it was time to move before they decided to come find her and throw that boy back at her. She could drain all of her accounts and pay for her new place in cash. She put in her 2 weeks' notice at her job and was on her way home to finish packing. She had cleared away so much old junk so far. She hadn't realized how much of her life revolved around her husband and son. She wanted nothing of it going forward. All traces of the 2 of them were bagged and waiting for the next trash day so she could get rid of it all. She paused in the hallway right in front of her door as a strange feeling washed over her. She shook it off and stepped inside, kicking her shoes off as she locked the door behind her. Humming a soft tune, she made her way into the kitchen and poured herself a blessed glass of white wine to accompany her while she packed. She took a light sip and turned around only to freeze in place. The glass slipped from her hands, shattering on the cold kitchen floor as she took in the familiar form of her husband. He was wearing a horrific helmet that concealed his entire face, but she would still recognize him anywhere. "Shimura-ko," Hisashi said. His voice was so cold it sent chills down her spine. There was a pressure in the air she hadn't noticed before. It constricted her lungs until she was left silently gasping for breath. Tears stung her eyes and she knew she was going to die. There was no way that she was going to make it out of this apartment alive. Images of her death flashed before her eyes. She always thought when you were about to die you would see your life flash before your eyes, but oh, how wrong she had been. All she could see were the thousands of ways she could die at his hand. "I will only ask one time and I expect a clear and concise answer. Understood?" He didn't wait for a response. "Good. Now, where is my son?" Izuku was on his way to his dorm room for the night when a hand latched onto his upper arm and effortlessly pulled him into another room. He let out a startled yelp and every one of his defenses shot up until he caught sight of familiar heterochromic eyes. Heaving out a relieved sigh, he placed a hand over his racing heart as if willing it to calm down to a reasonable pace. "Shadow, what the hell?" he eventually asked. Shadow didn't answer him. He just looked around the hall before closing and locking the door of his room. He quickly strode over to his desk, pulling it about an inch away from the wall before climbing on top and reaching down the gap between the wall and the desk. A second later, he pulled out a large board covered in a white sheet. Izuku was only able to stare in complete bewilderment as his friend carefully set the board up on the desk chair. "This is a bit rushed, so don't judge the quality too harshly," Shadow said. With a flourish, he ripped the white sheet off the board, revealing an unholy amalgamation of writing, pictures, and several red strings connecting different areas. At the top it was labeled, "Proof that Dabai is Todoroki Tauya." Izuku took a deep breath and tried his best to ignore the screaming crowd occupying the stadium. He was surrounded by the friends he had made in his class awaiting the speech that was supposed to come before the real competition was supposed to start. He'd heard a few others talking about the speech. It normally went to the highest scorer on the heroics entrance exam, but since Bakugo was expelled it fell to the second-place examinee, Kirishima. The poor guy had been stressing about it since he found out. He honestly felt kind of bad as he watched the redhead walk up the stairs to the platform, but he had faith in him. Kirishima was a good person, always kind and helpful. The crowd respectfully fell silent as Kirishima came to a stop in front of the mic. "We're all here today to prove ourselves in some way or another, and I wish everyone the best. This is our chance to show the world that we're here, so let's make the most of it together. Plus ultra, Kirishima said. As soon as he finished, the crowd went wild, and in their moment of distraction he practically ran off the stage. Not that Izuku could blame him, but he did have to give him kudos for holding his composure so well. Soon enough, midnight drew everyone's attention back so the sports festival could really begin. He bit his lip as he stared at the wheel. Aizawa had already told him all the events were already decided, so it was all rigged. Was that really much of a shocker? But he refused to tell him anything about the events, so Izuku wasn't getting an unfair advantage. The wheel finally came to a stop on hide and seek. He tilted his head slightly, wondering just how they were going to pull this off and what the twist was. He didn't have to wait for long. "All right, students," Midnight called, her voice slightly echoing through the mic. "This will be an interesting game for you all, so listen closely to everything I am about to go over. I will only say this once. Understood?" Without waiting for an answer, she continued on. "First, you will have a 5-minute head start. And this time you have the opportunity to navigate the arena provided for you and find a hiding place. After the allotted time is up, you will be notified, then cement us and I will come looking for you. Second, if we touch you, you are out. Simple as that. Fortunately for you all, we will not be using our quirks or support items to aid us. Third, we will be going by a point system for this event. After the 5 minutes are up, every minute that passes that you are not out, you will gain 5 points. But this wouldn't be you if there wasn't a twist. Therefore, before you head out, you will each be given several ribbons with your names on them. If you want to gain more points, you will have the option to become seekers yourselves. All you have to do is wrap a ribbon somewhere on another student's body, and they will be out and you will gain 20 points. So those of you thinking about forming alliances should be careful who you choose to trust." A quiet murmur broke out throughout the students participating. "I'm not through." Obedient silence settled over the students once again. "Much better. The arena for today's game of hide and seek will be sectioned off into several different biomes as well as a city center. You may choose any of these biomes to hide, just be mindful of your own limitations." Midnight looked over the crowd of eager students with a smirk. "Now, as soon as you all are ready, and everyone has their ribbons, you may go forward. Don't dawdle, though. As soon as the first person crosses the line into the arena, your 5 minutes will begin ticking down." Izuku followed everyone else as they herded over to Cementos, who was handing out the ribbons, silently planning his first move. His mind repeated the rules over and over again, and he so desperately wanted to smile. He had an idea. As soon as he got his ribbons, he went to the section of the crowd furthest from his friends as he could. He would feel better about what he was going to do if he didn't do it to people he cared about. Cold, maybe, but it's just the fact of life. As soon as the last person got their ribbons and the first person took one step over the line, he shot into action. There was a quirk he didn't use frequently, mostly because it wasn't usually necessary, but was perfect for this moment. It was called Synergy, and he could still remember the old woman who gifted it to him after it nearly killed one of her nurses. It was a beautifully complex quirk that siphoned energy from those within a 10-foot radius as long as they were moving in some way, and it was exactly what he needed to gain an edge in this event. He could see the confusion in the eyes of the group he was standing by as they slowed down, feeling as if they had already run several miles as opposed to a few feet. He wasted no time, using the extra energy powering his movements to wrap ribbons around each of them, effectively knocking them out of the event before they could even find a place to hide. Before they could even process what happened to them, he left them behind for the aquatic sector of the arena. Whirlpool was one of his best offensive quirks that he just so happened to have the most experience with, so being somewhere with adequate water supply was imperative. He could vaguely hear shouts of confusion in the distance as people finally managed to process what he'd done. He fought off the smile at that. The rules were so vague, and he was going to take advantage of that. No one said you couldn't target people before the 5 minutes was up. Only that as soon as someone crossed the line, hide and seek officially started. A chill spread through the air, and Izuku immediately leapt off the ground just in time to avoid an ice sheet courtesy of Shouta. He made a mental note to thank Mei for upgrading his shoes to withstand ice, because otherwise he would have been sent spiraling when he landed. He almost felt bad for whoever got stuck in it, since they would be taken out as soon as the 5 minutes were up. He didn't have much room to talk in that area though, considering his opening move. Izuku went around the outskirts of the city center straight to the aquatic zone. He kept note of the names listed off as they were taken out. It seemed as if several people followed his example of realizing that this was a free-for-all and the teachers weren't their biggest obstacle. He did feel a bit better since he hadn't recognized any of the hero names his friends chose as out. There were only about 90 or so students participating in the first-year festival this year, which meant that it wouldn't take long for it to narrow down to a battle of who lasted longest and got the most points. As soon as his feet sunk about an inch into slightly soggy ground, he smiled. Perfect. He took in the area and thought over his options. He'd gotten a handful of points already, and he was sure the 5 minutes were dwindling by this point. It would be better for him not to seek out any more fights and focus on hiding. He wouldn't hold back if someone came after him, though. He went further into the aquatic zone and caught sight of a grove of trees protruding from the middle of a small imitation lake. Not that small meant much by UUE's standards. Somewhere like that would be hard for someone to sneak up on him. Glancing down at his feet, he activated cat-like and was pleased to see his shoes not torn to shreds. May really worked wonders. Logically speaking, if someone like Ryukyu had shoes that worked with her transformation, he shouldn't have been worried, but he hadn't exactly had the opportunity to test them out since the upgrade. In his single leap, he cleared the water and latched tightly onto the bark of the tree, holding on until he got his bearings. Climbing the tree was child's play for him, and soon enough he was settled in the branches concealed by the leafy foliage. He didn't let the quirk fade into the background just yet, though. Normal human hands wouldn't be able to grip onto the wet bark as easily, and it was better to be safe rather than sorry. Since he had time, he mentally ran the numbers of who was more likely to come out of this on top. Hero Course students had more physical training than Gen Ed or support, which gave them a huge advantage, but having known May for some time now, he wasn't going to underestimate either courses. A slight breeze caught his attention. It wasn't the breeze itself, more the scent that it carried. It was familiar. His eyes widened in realization, and he shot off the branch just in time to avoid a long tongue. Of course, if anyone would choose the aquatic zone, it would be Tsu. Nice reflexes, Tsu croaked. She was right under the tree he was in, looking up at him with what most would consider neutrality. In reality, she was probably considering if chasing him down would be worth the effort, or if she should just move on. He wasn't going to let her make that decision. A single flick of his wrist and Whirlpool had her trapped. That didn't mean she didn't try to fight back, though, because her tongue quickly came flying at him without mercy. He gripped onto the branch and swung his weight around, so all that was keeping him from taking a bath were his claws. His free hand latched onto one of the ribbons at his waist, and as her tongue flew past the spot he just vacated, he quickly wrapped the ribbon around her. Froppy is out. If he was anywhere else, he probably would have sagged in relief at hearing those words. Instead, he readjusted so he was comfortable standing on the branches rather than clinging to them desperately. As soon as he was secure, he carefully released Whirlpool, gently dropping Tsu back into the lake. Almost immediately, she pulled the ribbon off her tongue and wrapped it around her wrist. I hope they don't mind that I put the ribbon somewhere else, but I wasn't walking around with it in my mouth, she commented before turning to face him. That was pretty impressive. I hope we get to fight like that again. I'd love that. I need to work on water-based fighting anyway. Never know when you might need it, he replied. He settled back into a sitting position as he watched her swim to shore and then disappear from sight out of the aquatic zone. Izuku kept a close eye on the area around him as names continued being called. He wasn't sure how long he had been there, and he wasn't sure how many were left, but no one else had passed by him. He almost wished he had his phone with him, because at least then he could keep track of the time. Just as he was starting to get antsy about waiting around for so long, another announcement caught his attention, mostly because it wasn't announcing someone else being taken out. There we have it, listeners. The last one standing is Vyasa. Please make your way back to the stadium. He paused for a minute in confusion before he recognized his hero name. He had a hard time believing it was real for a minute, but a UE drone with a camera attached to it began hovering around his hiding spot. He actually won the event. He launched off the tree, just barely missing the edge of the lake and ending up in water up to his ankles, but he barely registered it as he walked to the stadium. The only thing he passed on the way back were several remnants of quirks, further solidifying what he was told. He came face to the stadium full of the rest of the first years who passed hide and seek. Almost immediately he was greeted by his friends. You did it, Ochako yelled as she and Denki dramatically threw themselves into his arms. Hey, you guys were supposed to wait for me, Mina shouted. Soon enough he was sent stumbling back as another weight launched at him. A hand steadied him from behind and he caught a glimpse of Shadow, who was kind enough to help him out. Be careful, you three. I think he gets the point, Momo said, unable to hide her smile. I agree. You have to be careful. We're in the middle of a sporting event. What would you do if he got hurt? Tenya asked, chopping arms with every word. Take him to recovery, girl, Denki asked more than stated. Hey, Mina drew the attention away from Denki with a single word. I have to ask about your hero name since you wanted to wait until the sports festival to tell us. Don't get me wrong, Vyasa is cute and all, but why that? Where did it come from? He smiled sheepishly as he thought back to the night it was suggested to him. Well, moving to another place so soon was bugging him. He still had the apartment by the school, but he'd mostly be staying in it during the weekends. He would during holidays as well, when other students would return home, because Aizawa and Yamada are required to supervise their homeroom classes. That means being there in the middle of the night in case of an emergency. And no, it wasn't like he moved very far. He didn't even pack up all of his things, though Aizawa and Yamada both insisted on fully furnishing his dorm room too, but it was still affecting him for some reason. He didn't have this much trouble when he moved into the apartment, so he didn't understand why he was having issues now. After tossing and turning in bed for several hours, he called it quits and got up, much to Kazumi's chagrin. He might not sleep tonight, but he almost definitely would tomorrow. He decided the best thing to do was a midnight snack run and made his way down the steps to avoid any noise the elevator may make. When he got to the kitchen, he realized he wasn't the only one having trouble sleeping. Shadow was seated at one of the many tables, a bowl of cold soba in front of him. Someone took their midnight snacking very seriously. "Would you like some?" Shadow asked softly. "There's extra in the refrigerator." He shrugged and made his way over to the fridge. "Why not? It's probably better than anything I was going to find." "Thank you," he said. They sat in silence as they ate. It wasn't awkward or uncomfortable, though. If anything, Izuku would almost say that he felt a peace settling over him. "Have you come up with your hero name yet?" Shadow eventually asked. He winced at that. "No, I still don't have a clue. I mean, worst case scenario, I could go by what the people at my support group call me sometimes, but I kind of want to keep that on the back burner. It's not bad or anything. I just want to keep it separate, if I can. You know, like having different stage names for different places you work. I was going to go with my name. It has the kanji for both fire and ice. I thought it was fitting, but Midnight vetoed it. She said that any other year she might have accepted it, but they want to avoid putting any student's name out there. It makes sense, I guess. Not that it matters in the long run. My name is already out there because of my relation to Endeavor." He sat for a minute with pursed lips. "I think I might have an idea that would work for you. You don't have to accept it, of course. It's just a suggestion. Helping other people with their decisions was so much easier than coming up with one for himself. I'd like to hear it. Thermofrost. You know, like permafrost, but with thermal at the beginning." The explanation that spewed from his mouth was embarrassing and more word vomit than actual functioning sentences. "Thermofrost," Shadow whispered. "I like that. It's perfect." The corners of his mouth tugged up in a smile. "I actually have an idea for you as well." "Really?" Izuku tried to hide his relief, but he really doubted he did well. Vyasa. I was looking it up. It means compiler. It alludes to your quirk, but it would still give you the separation you want from your title. Vyasa, he said softly, testing out the name on his tongue. "Thank you, Shadow. It's just what I needed." He could feel his cheeks heating to unbearable levels at the giggles and coos his friends let out. Even Tenya was smiling at him. Thankfully, he was saved by Midnight calling everyone's attention back to the stage so she can announce the next event. "All right, everyone. It's time for the second event of the day," she said. "Unlike the last round, this one will be a team event. Now, let's see what the future holds." She had a giant grin on her face as she spun the wheel. The longer it took before it started slowing down, the more it put everyone on edge until it abruptly landed on Capture the Flag. Capture the flag. Huh, this should be interesting. So let's set some ground rules, shall we? First, you will all separate into teams of 4. No more, no less. Each team will have a specific color assigned to them, as well as a base sector and a makeshift city that Cementos is currently in the process of creating for you all. Second, you can choose anywhere in your city sector to hide your flags, but choose wisely, because if all of your flags are taken, you will be out of the game. Third, this is where how well you did in the previous event affects you. There will be 4 flags per team, 1 for each member. These flags will contain the total number of points each of you gained in hide and seek. The more points you have, the more likely you will be to move on to the final event. And just to make things interesting, first place from the previous event has 10 million points. Good luck, Vyasa. Izuku really wished his world would implode right now. As soon as time was called, Izuku wanted to cry with relief. They did it. They passed. He looked at his teammates with joyous tears in his eyes. "Don't get teary on us now, Midoriya," Shinso said. "Yeah, we won." "This is no time for tears," Ochako shouted. The grin on her face was bordering on manic. "I'm just so glad we passed," he said, suddenly very thankful his goggles concealed most of his face from the crowd. "It was your plan that saved us. I certainly wouldn't have thought to look for a sewer system for a one-time arena," Shadow said. "He makes a good point." Ochako was eyeing the ground beneath her feet critically. "I wonder how much Cementos gets paid. Does he get vacation time?" "You can wonder that over lunch." "I don't know about you all, but I'm starving," Shinso said. They all trudged out of the arena and followed the delicious smell of food. The bracket should be announced by the time they get their food and find a place to sit down. He wandered the stalls, mouth-watering as he took in everything. If he got a couple extra desserts than usual, well, it wasn't his fault. His quirk made him crave sugar. He was extra glad that he didn't have to pay for it since he was a ward of Yui, though all Yui students got a discount. Sure enough, by the time they sat down, the brackets were proudly being displayed for everyone to see. He shoveled down bites of his oyakodon as he critically eyed the list. Vyasa versus Lizardy, Phantom Thief versus Mother of Invention, Shemage versus Thermofrost, Red Riot versus Creati, Viscosity versus Reverb, Battle Fist versus Uravity, Arian versus Tsukayomi, Hypnose versus Blackout. He almost wanted to snort at the name May chose as a placeholder for her real name. It certainly got the point across. He wasn't quite sure who Lizardy was, but he was up against them first. He had a feeling they were a member of 1B, and he'd had very limited interaction with them. His eyes came to an abrupt stop at Shinso's hero name. He turned to the purple-haired boy with a questioning look on his face. Hypnos, the god of sleep. Shinso shrugged. I figured I need to have some kind of sleep in my life because I sure as hell ain't getting it any other time. It's called manifesting. I'm hoping it works. The table burst into laughter at that, and any tension they felt at the upcoming matches vanished in favor of enjoying the moment. Lizardies. He still didn't know her real name. Quirk was really cool. It would be perfect for infiltration or even something as simple as getting something out from under the couch without moving it. It was so practical he was almost jealous. He could feel that familiar desire well up inside of him. It startled him so much that he nearly missed the hand coming in his direction. Unfortunately for her quirk, it didn't make her immune to fire, and he had a wonderful cremation quirk. The fire seemed to startle her enough that she backed right out of the ring to avoid being burnt to a crisp. Smart move on her part. He wasted no time fleeing the arena. His heart was pounding so hard in his chest he wasn't sure what exactly was happening. It hadn't been that long since he had taken a quirk. He shouldn't be feeling any kind of cravings. It was one thing to look at a quirk and start breaking it down while flat out openly admiring it, but cravings were different. It always started off small, but he had managed to identify a pattern over the years. First, he would notice the quirk and there would be something deep inside him that would tell him that he had to have it. He had to have it because no one else would ever be able to use the quirk like he could. No one else would appreciate it the way it was supposed to be appreciated. Then, it would slowly drive his ability to focus down the drain. He wouldn't be able to think about anything but the beautiful lights that quirks emitted. And God's help him if someone actually used their quirk around him. He wouldn't be able to take his eyes off it. Finally, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep. He could almost feel an unnatural aching deep in his bones. He couldn't do anything until he took a quirk, even if it was just for a little while to ease off the pain. This had resulted in him getting into trouble so many times, whether it be in school or at home. There was just a point where he couldn't not use his quirk, and every time that point hit, he always ended up on the receiving end of some kind of punishment. One of his elementary school teachers would put his desk in the very back of the classroom, far, far away from anyone else, and duct tape his hands to either side of the desk until the school day ended. The one time another person took pity on him, they assumed that he picked up some kind of brainwashing quirk. He obviously didn't, and in came the muzzle and blindfold because they weren't sure what the activation requirements were. He was glad when he started online schooling. He shook his head, trying to rid himself of the bad memories. It wasn't bad yet, just at the beginning stage. If it got any worse, he would talk to Aizawa and they would come up with something to help him. For now, he had to get a hold of himself because he had friends to meet back up with and another match to prepare for. He made his way back to the stands and took a seat next to Shoto. If there was anyone who had a calming presence in his life, it was him, and Izuku wasn't going to pass up on that right now. What they proceeded to watch was an absolutely humiliating beatdown where Mei demonstrated all the inventions she had on hand. She then proceeded to step out of bounds. The 1B boy that went by Phantom Thief looked like he just went through hell and back and was thoroughly traumatized, so a typical interaction with Mei. Izuku almost felt bad for him, but he couldn't deny how funny it was in the end. He still wished he had gotten a look at his quirk, but the poor bastard hadn't had a chance to even use it. He waved Shoto goodbye as his friend headed off to the preparation area and wished his friend good luck. He couldn't wait to see the next match. As soon as they stepped into the arena, he studied the 1B student carefully. Now he wasn't an expert, but he was going to assume that her quirk had something to do with mushrooms, judging by her getup. The quirk itself was potentially very dangerous. There's a high chance that Shoto's fire would only exacerbate the problem. This was probably the perfect opponent to freeze in place before she got the chance to make a single move. Better safe than sorry. He grinned as he watched Midnight start the match. Shoto wasted no time and sent a glacier, small by his normal standards, straight at her. She didn't last very long, but, in her defense, Shoto's quirk was very difficult for most people to counter. Kirishima was a good fighter, and he proved that when the class was sparring as often as they had been. However, there was nothing he could do when Momo launched a cannonball at him but harden and pray that he still stayed in the ring because, unfortunately, speed was not his strongest suit. He had a split second to react, and he did what he could, and that was admirable. But Momo was just too good. If she decided to go into Spotlight Heroics, she would be a shoo-in for the top 5. Izuku honestly couldn't see her dropping past the top 10 once she got her name out there. After Momo's flawless victory, he got to watch Mina skate circles around Jiru until a glob of acid startled Jiru enough that she stepped back to avoid it, her foot sliding right across that white line. When he saw Battle Fist use her quirk, he couldn't help but feel bad. She was fighting such a losing battle it wasn't even funny. His hunch was immediately proven correct when a large fist swung at Ochako only for her to activate her quirk on her opponent and send her flying out of the arena. It was hard to work in zero gravity unless you already had a quirk that let you fly. Tenya was impressive, and if he hadn't been up against Takoyami and Dark Shadow, he probably would have had a decent chance. But Dark Shadow was another quirk that was really hard to counter, unless you had a fire or light quirk of some kind. Izuku leaned forward a bit when Shinzo and Denki stepped out. He knew where this was going, but he still wanted to see Shinzo use his quirk. He adamantly refused to do so around them in order to keep the surprise going. Which, that was fair, but at the same time, whatever it was had to be really cool. He could just feel it. If only he could hear what they were talking about. He frowned slightly as Denki came to a sudden stop before turning around and walking out of bounds. It was clearly some kind of brainwashing, but what were the activation requirements? He was interrupted from his thoughts by Shadow gently shaking his shoulder. "Izuku, you're going to miss your match if you don't go now," he said. He shook his head and stood. "Thank you, Shadow," he yelled as he ran out of 1A's section. He didn't go to the waiting room. He was too jittery to sit down right now, so he stood in the tunnel leading to the arena waiting for his name to be called. As soon as Yamada called his hero name, he made his way to the ring, quickly locking eyes with Phantom Thief. He didn't make a move once Midnight called for them to start, but he didn't have to because his opponent shot into action. The same quirk he saw Battle Fist use. Using Cat-like, Izuku leaped out of the way of the giant fist coming his way. It had to be a copy quirk. Judging from how desperate he was to get things done, it likely had a short time limit. As soon as he landed, he used cremation and flooded the ring with fire. It wasn't something he would normally do, but if there was nowhere to go but out of the ring, people normally chose that over picking a fight with fire. But when he felt a heavy breath against the back of his neck, he instinctively whipped around and threw a vicious punch that made contact with a sickening crunch. He tried calming his racing heart as Phantom Thief crumpled right in front of him, eyes rolled back into his head. That was kind of anticlimactic. But Vyasa wins. He would probably feel a little bad if the other boy hadn't literally decided to breathe down his neck. As he saw him being loaded into a stretcher, he couldn't help but feel a little satisfied for some reason. He passed through several other matches with a very familiar discomfort beginning to settle underneath his skin. Every time someone activated their quirk, he immediately zeroed in on it and couldn't take his eyes off them. It wasn't full-blown cravings, but it was definitely building up to that. He distracted himself by viciously gnawing on his bottom lip, something he would no doubt regret later, but he was determined to get through this festival. He didn't even care if he was rightfully beaten in a match. He just wanted to get as far as he could, which is probably why he took to using synergy for the rest of his matches. It certainly made avoiding glaciers and bursts of fire easier during his match with Shadow. Their match pretty quickly devolved into quick and brutal sparring until they both went tumbling out of the ring. They had to review the footage, but, by some miracle, he went out of the ring after Shadow. He certainly wasn't going to complain. Katsuki stared down at his phone blankly. He wished he could say that he felt something. Anything, but he just felt numb. It all started after he was expelled. He was furious at first. He was hurt too, but like hell would he actually say that out loud? He spent his entire life knowing that he was the best, and it was his job to make sure that others knew it. It had always felt good, making sure others were safe from that freak and his terrifying ability to strip you of everything you were. He would never forget the empty feeling in his chest after his quirk stopped working. He would never forget that. In that moment, he was just as weak and useless as Deku had been, only to find out that it was Deku's fault that he ever felt like that to begin with. It just pissed him off even more. He made sure to keep the creepy FR in his place, but from then on he never got too close. Deku was dangerous. He was a threat, and Katsuki did not like feeling threatened. He thought he would be completely rid of the villain bastard when he dropped out of Aldera. Apparently he started going to school online. At least that's what his no-name homeroom teacher said. He was nervous about the freak having free reign in the world, but figured it wouldn't be his problem until he became a hero and caught the freak in action terrorizing people with his equally freaky quirk. He sure as hell didn't expect to see him at UA. Deku wasn't supposed to be able to come within 500 feet of a hero school, let alone be in one. And now he was in the hero course. That was not supposed to happen. He was a villain in the making, and he had proven that time and time again. He would get weird out of the blue, and then he would steal a quirk. It didn't matter that he gave it back because he shouldn't effing take one anyway. And if he was in the hero course, that meant that he had taken a quirk to get there. Shouldn't that have been proof enough to lock the bastard in Tartarus where he couldn't hurt anyone else? Katsuki tried to do everyone a favor by taking the bastard out before he could leave them quirkless and weak and pathetic. Then All Might called him out, said he was wrong, but how could he be wrong? This was just the way things always were. This was how things were supposed to be. Heroes stopped villains. Deku was a villain, so it was his job to take him out, to get rid of the problem before it got worse. But he was expelled for it. And then his parents started acting weird. They were jumpy as hell. It was like every single stray noise set them off. He wasn't sure they were even sleeping, judging by the bags that started growing under their eyes. His mom refused to even look at him for long, and he just couldn't understand why. until he came home and overheard them talking about leaving the country and getting fake IDs. He was sent for a loop hearing that come from his father's mouth. His father was the one who set the rules and expected them to be followed, so why was he talking about breaking the damn law? And everything he knew was proven right the moment they sat down and talked to him. Deku was a villain, and apparently that shit was genetic because so was his dad. His parents had both met while they were working for the guy, something that their own parents screwed them into by making deals they couldn't hold up. He always knew his grandparents were trash, but it was great getting confirmation, and they eventually ended up getting married and having him. Not long after they married, Deku's shitty dad set them up here to keep an eye on Auntie and Co., who didn't have a clue who she married. They became pretty close friends and always kept a close eye on Inko's house and reported back when they were called. Only one day the calls stopped completely. They thought they had caught a lucky break and the bastard died, but apparently not. That was when it hit him. They were having to leave their lives behind completely. All thanks to him. Katsuki did this because he decided that it was better to stop a villain before he had a chance to cause real damage. He just missed the giant effing problem that was his dad. Every single thing he had done to Deku over the years was going to be unearthed, and it would fall upon his parents. If they didn't leave, there would be no chance for any of them, and it was all his fault. He glanced up from his phone briefly to look at his empty room. His parents had already sent their most important things off to be shipped to wherever the hell they were going. Everything else was sold for cash, and they would be leaving in a few days. He looked back down, the sports festival playing live on his phone. He should be there. He should be at UA becoming a hero, not watching Deku win match after match while he stewed in anxiety over whether or not they were going to be okay, whether or not they were going to live to see tomorrow. He shut his phone off, not wanting to see another minute of that disaster. "Katsuki, please come down here," his dad called from downstairs. He must have just got back home. With a sigh, he dropped his phone on the bedside table and trudged his way downstairs. He turned the corner into the living room and nearly froze in place at the strange man standing in the living room holding one of the pictures still in its frame. It was one of him and Deku as kids before everything went to hell. He looked around quickly for his parents, but there was no sign of them at all. "Your parents will not be joining you, Katsuki. They are indisposed at the moment," the man said. His father's voice melted off into something different entirely. It had to be a quirk of some kind that mimicked other people's voices. "I wanted to have a nice talk with you. I doubt you'd recognize me after so long. Apparently the last time I saw you was when you were a toddler. You'll have to excuse me. After my fight with All Might where I ripped out his intestines, my memory has been a bit spotty in certain areas." The man, who could only be Midoriya Hasashi, set the picture down before taking a seat on the couch. Suddenly, it was like someone stole the breath right from Katsuki's lungs. His knees shook violently until his legs could no longer hold his body up and he could almost swear that he was dying. And when Midoriya Hasashi spoke again, he knew his fate was sealed. "I want you to tell me everything you've done to my darling son. And I expect you to be a good boy and not leave anything out. Have I made myself clear, Bakugo Katsuki?" The weight of the shiny gold medal hanging around his neck was a constant reminder of what he had done. He traced the patterns etched into it like it was going to disappear, and he was smiling so wide it was starting to hurt, but he couldn't help it. Standing on that podium was everything that he dreamed of and more, though he did feel a little bad about throwing Shinso out of the ring like he did, but his, hopefully, future classmate seemed perfectly content with second place overall. He hadn't expected to get so far in the festival, but he was proud of himself nonetheless. He even managed to fight down his stubborn quirk and avoid making a serious scene on live television. Probably his favorite thing was everyone wondering what the hell his quirk was. Most people had reasonably assumed it was an emulation quirk of some kind, which was the closest they would probably ever get to the real thing. There were already several posts trying to figure him out. Aizawa's hand dropped on top of his head and ruffled his hair gently. One glance at the man and his barely there smile and slightly crinkled eyes had Izuku ducking his head slightly to hide the happy tears threatening to form. Yamada's arm wrapped around his shoulders as the man laughed. "That was incredible, listener," he said. "I think this calls for celebration, don't you? Take out and movies." "That does sound good," he admitted, something to relax himself before he told them of the new development with his problematic quirk. As they got closer to their apartment, Aizawa glanced down at his phone and a conflicted expression crossed his face. "Before we settle in for the night, there is someone who wants to see you." He was a little confused about that one. He's pretty sure all the students had gone home or to the dorms by now, so it couldn't be any of his friends. As soon as they came to a stop outside their apartment, everything became very clear. Shimuratenko was standing fidgeting in the hallway by their door, holding a large cake box in his hand. As soon as he caught sight of the three of them, his back straightened and a panicked expression crossed his face. Izuku almost wanted to laugh because Tenko's eyes were quickly flitting to every exit as if he was praying for an escape, which was a very understandable reaction. He too wasn't always fond of human interaction. Here, Tenko said as he held out the cake box. This is for you, Izuku. For winning the sports festival. You did good. Izuku stepped forward and took the offered box from him, trying his best not to laugh because the guy who was so determined to murder his class several weeks ago was apparently just as socially awkward as he was. Thank you, Tenko. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to see you're doing so well and that you're out of that place. He wasn't lying. Sure, it was probably going to be awkward as hell for a while, but it was a pleasant surprise. You and me both. Tenko glanced between them before he took a step back. I won't keep you. You've had a long day and you should probably rest. I just wanted to give you that and let you know that I'm living on the next floor up now. If you ever want to talk or something. Izuku beamed. I think I'd like that. Thank you, Tenko. He watched Tenko walk down the hall and disappear around the corner leading to the stairs before turning to look back at his guardian. Yamada was still standing in the hall, but Aizawa had disappeared into the apartment. He gave Yamada a thankful smile and walked through the door being held open for him before setting the cake on the kitchen counter. As he flipped the top off, he was interrupted by a throat clearing. Aizawa stood in the entrance to the kitchen holding their takeout list. Not before dinner, problem child, pouting slightly. He took a look at the cake, admiring just how pretty it was. He had no idea where Tenko got it, but he couldn't wait for a piece of the two-tiered masterpiece. Not wanting to tempt fate, he placed the lid back on top and turned to Aizawa once again. What are you in the mood for? Aizawa asked, laying the list on the counter in front of him. If it's not a bother, can I get some katsudon? Only if one of these places has it though. A hand dropped on top of his head and he looked up to see Yamada had somehow managed to sneak into the room. Relax, listener. This is a celebration meal. If you want some katsudon, you're absolutely going to get katsudon. In fact, there's one place on this list that has the best katsudon I've ever had. Other than homemade, of course. Why don't you go get a shower and get changed into something more comfortable while we wait? You've had a long day, Aizawa suggested. He nodded eagerly and headed off to his room to grab a t-shirt and sweatpants. He'd spent all day running around and he probably wasn't smelling very appealing at the moment. Hopefully by the time he got through in the shower the food would be here. Tashanori sighed as he firmly clicked the case containing his costume shut. The sports festival had certainly been interesting this year, judging from the excitement the audience had coming face to face with the children in hero gear. Any future broadcasted events would likely be done in a similar manner. He could still see the excited faces on the podium. Shinso, or rather Hypnos, seemed ecstatic to be in second place, and he couldn't blame the boy. He couldn't say when the last time someone from general education looking to transfer made it so far, though, in his defense, he hadn't exactly kept up with the sports festivals since his own several decades ago. He would occasionally watch segments of them if he had time, but it just wasn't one of his priorities. I am here, with a phone call. He nearly jumped out of his skin at the ear-piercing sound and fumbled with the costume case for a moment before it slipped through his fingers and landed on the ground with a hard thud. Sighing, he didn't even bother picking it back up and instead shuffled his phone out of his pocket with mildly indignant mumbles. He really needed to turn the volume on his ringtone down. Hello, he answered, not paying much attention to the caller ID. Tashanori, we have a serious problem, Gran said. If he was jumping straight to business, it was likely dire. Or the store was out of taiyaki. It's about Midoriya. Dire it was. What's wrong? Did you find something? Did you talk to Midoriya and Co? That's the problem. I didn't get a chance to. I camped outside her apartment for a solid day and no one came in or out once. One of her neighbors mentioned she hadn't seen Midoriya in almost a week. I called Nedzu and he pulled some strings to legally get me into the apartment, but the damn thing is almost barren. He could swear his blood was starting to boil underneath his skin. Did she run? It looks like that was what she was trying to do. I can't say if she managed or not. I put in some calls and found out she had work set up somewhere else, but she hadn't reported in and she was due to start 4 days ago. Realization dawned on him in a flash. You think someone got to her before she could leave? The silence was telling. Oh, for one, I don't know. And we probably won't be getting straight answers anytime soon. There isn't a single trace of her anywhere. She just vanished. I'm bringing everything she has to you and I'm sending for the stuff she already moved. It's evidence now and hopefully we'll find some damn answers in there somewhere. I'll help however I can. Good, because I'm gonna need help going through this mess. As soon as the call ended, he buried his head in his hands and let out a restrained groan. It was like every time they found something that could possibly help, one more problem popped up. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. The finish line was not in sight and he wondered if he had ever even been close. Izuku let out a soft content sigh as he buried himself further in the blankets cocooning him. The TV was still playing a documentary on the importance of rescue heroes. He was clean and pleasantly warm between the blankets and his dad's guardians, and he could still taste the katsudon he devoured on his tongue. All in all, he felt great. There was no better way to end a long, hard day, in his opinion. I hate to bring the mood down, Aizawa commented out of the blue. Oh no, he spoke too soon. But there have been some developments in the case regarding your biological father, and we don't want to put this off. We can't afford to put it off." He sat up a little straighter and shuffled around so he was facing his guardians. So much for avoiding thoughts of his sperm donor for the rest of his life. "What's happened?" "We got an update from Nedzu telling us that your mother is missing," Yamada said after a moment of hesitation. "Oh," Izuku blinked, keeping his face carefully blank. Not that it was very difficult since he wasn't really feeling much of anything. He was pretty sure he was supposed to feel something hearing that his mother was missing, but the only thing that happened was a strange apathy settling in his chest. He was really more concerned with the lack of emotion than anything else. He knew he should probably feel something, because if he felt nothing, what did that say about him as a person? In all honesty, at the moment he would probably feel more about a stranger being missing than his mother, and that spoke volumes. "We wanted to talk about where we can go from here. There are some things that we can do to hopefully keep you under the radar of any of All for One's associates. First and foremost is changing your Quirk records." Aizawa leaned over and pulled a file folder off the side table. "What would we change it to? Is that even legal?" he asked. He didn't think that anyone was allowed to completely change their file. It was one thing to have it updated in order to give a more accurate description, but changing it completely didn't sound legal. He had enough trouble getting the necessary files when his quirk developed 2 years later than normal, because they didn't believe him when he said he spontaneously developed a quirk. For the general populace, no, it's not typically legal, but there are always exceptions like protection programs, which is exactly what Nedzu is going to exploit to change your records. Due to the general nature of your quirk, we have limited options, but we figured that fudging it so your quirk is listed as a permanent emulation quirk was the most believable solution. People are already drawing those conclusions from the sports festival. Aizawa handed him the file, and he flipped it open, looking over the updated quirk register. His quirk was now listed as Mimic, describing it as a permanent emulator quirk, just like Aizawa told him. He squinted slightly at the blank space before his first name. "And that brings us to the next part. Midoriya isn't exactly the most common surname, and it might be best to change it for more anonymity," Yamada explained. "You have a couple options. You can either pick whatever surname you desire, or you can take one of our names, but the choice is completely up to you." He sat there and thought over it for a minute. Yamada was a very common surname, so that was probably a good option, but he would feel bad about leaving Aizawa out of it. "What about Ayama?" he shyly suggested. By the grace of the gods, they didn't comment on the obvious combination of their names, and Aizawa simply wrote out the name in the blank space provided. It was quiet for a time. The only noise was the still running TV. At least until Izuku finally decided he'd wasted enough time. "Since we're on the topic of my quirk, there's something I need to tell you guys." "What's wrong?" Yamada's face wrinkled up in worry. "I've started having quirk cravings. I have no idea why, because it's only been a week since I last took a quirk, so it shouldn't be acting up like this, but it started earlier today." His grip tightened on the blankets around him, and he glared at the floor, frustrated. He couldn't bring himself to look at them. He really didn't want to risk seeing their disappointed expressions. "That's not too surprising of a development," Yamada said, as if it was completely normal and expected. His shoulders seemed to sag in relief as well. "What?" he croaked in confusion. "Quirks are like muscles. They get stronger the more you use them. It's pretty reasonable that you would be experiencing a bit of backlash after all the quirks you've taken recently. I'm more surprised that it took so long for something to happen, considering how much you used your quirk at the USJ. It's likely that your quirk is acting up in order to compensate, and when that happens, it doesn't last very long. We may end up having to increase the rate in which you take a quirk, but I can't imagine it would be by much. I don't think it's anything to worry about, but if it gets worse, you can let one of us know." Yamada's words took a bit of weight off his shoulders. He'd been stressing out for nothing. That was good to know. And he wasn't being sarcastic for once. "It might be a good idea to work your quirk into foundational heroics," Aizawa commented. "There are 2 people in the world that we know have a quirk like yours. There could be more. The brats need to learn how to work without their quirk more efficiently anyway, and I can only erase their quirk for so long." He grinned widely at that. "That sounds like it would be fun." Yamada snorted. "You better be glad you said that when he wasn't in teacher mode. Why do you think I said it now and not in class?" He got a hair ruffle out of that in a quiet, but fondly whispered problem child. The news of Ingenium had put a dampener on the good mood coming out of the sports festival. Izuku woke to the news the next morning being an even spread of the festival and reports on Ingenium being attacked by the hero killer. If that wasn't a wake-up call, he didn't know what was. It certainly explained why there had been total radio silence from Tenya since his abrupt departure from the sports festival. It was as he sat at the breakfast table with his guardians, frequently casting glances at the dark screen of his phone, that an idea had formed, one that he did not hesitate to suggest. "Can I talk to Ingenium?" he asked. "Preferably today." Aizawa glanced up from his coffee with furrowed brows. "That's not going to be possible. They're keeping Tensei under to give his body the rest it needs to heal." "Then can I talk to someone who can make medical decisions for him?" I think it would be better to get there sooner rather than later. You want to use Regen to heal him, Yamada said rather than asked. I mean, I got the healer's license for a reason. I might be able to help. I don't just want to sit around and do nothing if it means Ingenium is out of commission. He's a good hero. He didn't deserve this. Aizawa sighed as he rubbed the back of his neck. All right, I'll call Ada Yumeki during lunch and explain the situation. If she agrees, we can head out after Foundational Heroics as soon as you get cleaned up. Izuku beamed as he finished off the last few bites of his breakfast and quickly gathered up his bowls to put in the sink for later. Thanks, Dad, he shouted as he ran out of the room. The weight of what he just said didn't hit him until he had closed the door to his room and his body froze as his mind caught up. He just called Aizawa Dad. Stupid, 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 stupid. Why did he do that? He wasn't even thinking about it. It just slipped out of his stupid, treacherous mouth with absolutely no prompting. His face was burning as he gathered up his books and tossed them in the gaudy yellow backpack. How was he supposed to look either of them in the face now that he put his foot in his mouth? Was it too late to risk the streets again? Yeah, at this point it was too late. He was going to have to suffer with the embarrassment. He tossed his backpack over his shoulder and stood at his door quietly debating how hard he would have to slam his head on the wood so he wouldn't have to look them in the eyes. Swallowing his pride, he opened the door slowly and left his haven. He walked alongside his dad's guardians. He would occasionally glance up at the two of them, but neither brought up his earlier slip-up, which made his shoulders sag slightly in relief. Either they hadn't hurt him or they weren't going to call him out on it, and either way he wasn't going to complain. The tension had finally faded by the time he took his seat in class and waited among the sea of definitely not morning people around him. He, at least, didn't have to go back to the dorms the day before because he already lived on campus. Plus, the building he lived in was closer to the school than the dorms. As if on cue, the bell rang and the door slid open, revealing Aizawa. He didn't bother closing the door as he walked in, getting visible confusion from several students in response to the out-of-character action. He dropped his folder on the podium at the front of the room and eyed the class. Today is going to go a bit differently than usual. For one, you have a new classmate. I expect you all to be courteous and welcoming. Shinso, come in and close the door behind you, Aizawa blandly said. Shinso poked his head into the room before inching in and sliding the door shut. He scanned over the class and strode over to the only empty seat available. Now, you all performed well in the sports festival. You showed your training and skills and managed to impress quite a few people. That being said, next week you will be participating in internships, meaning you will essentially be shadowing a hero for a week to get a feel for what the general duties are. None of this will be very in-depth. That's saved for work studies, but it will help you all get a better understanding of the industry. I implore you to look over all your options carefully and critically before making a decision. Do your research. You don't want to intern under a hero who isn't going to teach you anything of value. Aizawa took a large stack of papers off the podium and began handing them out to the class. Each pile varied in size and thickness, but it sent a thrill through Izuku's spine. Internships. He wondered if anyone sent in a request for him. How would internships work with the program he was in? Would he even be allowed to go? It was all so exciting. When Aizawa got to his desk, a huge pile was dropped on it with a small post-it note on top in Aizawa's messy scrawled handwriting. It read, "You won't be going the traditional route for internships, but we figured you should see who sent in offers. Good job, Izuku." The note brought an involuntary smile to his face, and he made sure to tuck it away in one of his folders so it would be safe. He'd never gotten nice notes like this before, so he was definitely saving it. Then he turned his attention to the stack of offers in front of him. Placed right at the top was an offer from Endeavor of all people. That managed to wipe the smile off his face. That certainly wasn't something he was expecting when he woke up this morning. Endeavor didn't seem like the type to concern himself with first years, but it could just be that he was paying attention because Shadow was in the class with him. Either way, it wasn't something he would entertain even if he was going through the normal channels. So, to the bottom of the stack it went. Next in line was Hawks, something else he wasn't expecting, though he probably shouldn't be overly surprised. The number 3 hero had his agency since he turned 18. Taking on interns was likely an obvious step forward for him. Something about Hawks just rubbed him the wrong way, though. There was something about him that was just under the surface that he could never quite place. He wouldn't outright reject an offer from Hawks, but if he took it he would likely be uncomfortable and on edge the entire time. All right, Aizawa drew everyone's attention back to the front. You all have until Friday morning to send in your decisions. You will have to list your top 5 picks, and don't think just listing one agency will get you a guaranteed spot there. Understood, gremlins? Yes, sensei, everyone chorused on autopilot. Good. Today, you will be spending foundational heroics looking over your offers and going over your costumes for any upgrades you want or need. I expect you all to use this time wisely because tomorrow it will be back to training. Now, the rest of the homeroom is yours. Don't bother me unless it's an emergency. Any questions you have for internships can be written down and answered during foundational heroics. With that, Aizawa shuffled into his sleeping bag and cocooned himself in the corner of the room where he could keep an eye on everyone, even though he pretended to sleep. The rest of the day was spent with half the class buzzing in excitement as foundational heroics came closer and closer. As soon as the bell rang initiating the start of the class, everyone broke out into quiet chatter as they whipped out their internship offers. Izuku was just about to do the same when he caught sight of Aizawa at the door. "Izuku, bring your things," Aizawa said, effectively silencing most of the class. He slid his books back into his bag and stood. It was hopefully going to shed some light on what he would be doing next week. He joined Aizawa and waved as Midnight walked past them into the classroom. As soon as the door shut behind them, Aizawa began leading him through the halls. "Before we begin, I thought you would want to know that I talked to Ada Yumeki and she agreed to let you try. So we'll be heading that way after we finish our meeting with Nedzu." "Really? That's great. Wait," he paused. "Why are we meeting with Nedzu? I thought we were talking about what I'm going to do in lieu of internships." "We are. It was Nedzu who came up with a solution that should still get you the experience that you need, but he said he would prefer to relay that information himself." "Don't worry so much, problem child." He chuckled weakly and rubbed the back of his neck. "Sorry, it's a habit I just can't seem to break." Aizawa hummed, looking at him from the corner of his eyes. "Have your sessions with Hound Dog been doing you any good?" "I think so. He has a tendency to point out things that seem almost embarrassingly obvious in hindsight. He says I overthink things until I work myself up. I mean, he's not wrong, but it's not something I really took notice of before he mentioned it." Aizawa's hand ruffled his curls almost fondly as they came to the door of one of several meeting rooms. He pretended, mostly to himself, that he didn't lean into the comforting touch before it left. Following Aizawa in, he took in the faces in the room. It wasn't just Principal Nedzu waiting for them to arrive. All Might was there, as well as a familiar older hero in a yellow and white costume. Iyama, come sit. We have much to discuss about your internship." "Would you like some tea?" Nedzu asked. "Oh, yes please," Izuku said as he took a seat. When Aizawa sat down beside him, he was silently relieved. He had been a complete 180 when it came to interacting with most of the adults, but the thought of sitting with the principal, All Might, and Gran Torino alone did not do wonders for his anxiety levels. Within moments, a steaming cup of black tea was set in front of him and Nedzu was settling back in his seat. "Now," the principal said, a more serious tone to his voice, "I'm sure you've been informed that you won't be participating in internships the way that your classmates will be. Your situation has gotten much more complicated since you joined the program. That being said, we have come up with a solution that will hopefully ensure your safety as well as getting you the experience you need. Gran Torino is well aware of your case, and he has agreed to take on the role as your mentor for the next week. I'm sure you remember him from the time you spent at the hospital earning your HER's license." Nedzu motioned to the older hero sitting across the table during his explanation. "But All Might has also agreed to host you for the week as extra security. You will be mostly working from Gran Torino's residence or any training areas he sees fit, but for the paperwork aspect you will be helping out around Might Tower. Does all of this sound acceptable to you?" Izuku sat back a bit as he processed the flood of information. His hands clutched around the teacup he was given. He tried to ignore the giddy feeling and repress the smile, but the corners of his lips twitched up ever so slightly. He was going to Might Tower. That never happened unless you worked there. They never even give out tours, and he was going to go there. Yeah, that sounds perfect actually. By some miracle of all miracles, he didn't sound like the overexcited fanboy that he really was, and for that he would be forever grateful. Wonderful. Nedzu clapped his hands together and slid over a piece of paper to Aizawa. "I will need the signatures of both you and Hisashi, seeing as you are his guardians." Aizawa nodded, plucking the paper off the table and tucking it into his uniform. "You'll have it tomorrow. Now, I believe you two have another meeting to get to. Don't let me hold you up." At the obvious conclusion of the meeting, they all stood and Izuku took one last look at the other hero, Gran Torino, that he would be interning under. He had given him some good advice at the hospital, but he couldn't help but wonder who the hero was. Izuku had certainly never heard of him before. He'd have to do some research when they got back from Hasu tonight. When they got to the hospital, Ada Yumeki was waiting for them at the entrance. He didn't say much while she and Aizawa talked, but he could feel her eyes on him frequently. It made him nervous, the expectation. He had complete faith in Region's abilities, but the staring was putting him on edge. Aizawa seemed to notice, which shouldn't come as a surprise considering his status as an underground hero or his status as a teacher. "Izuku, why don't you go ahead to Tensei's room and see what you can do? We'll finish up here and be up in a moment." "Okay," Aizawa suggested. He took the offer out with a thankful smile and quickly made his way to the elevator. Ada Tensei was on the 4th floor in room 413. Within minutes, he was pulling open the door to his room only to come across Dabai sitting in one of the chairs by the bedside. A giant fruit basket was sitting on the table next to him, signed with a surprisingly fancy script for the man. Dabai, he questioned in surprise, drawing the attention of the blue-eyed man. I didn't expect to see me here, Dabai finished for him. Yeah, I was on the fence about it too, but I figured it would be a nice sentiment at the very least. Do you know Ingenium? Kind of. I only met him once, but he really changed my life. I'd probably be dead if it weren't for him. I'm guessing you're here to work your magic. Huh, I'm gonna try. There's never really a guarantee with these things, but judging by the testing I did at the hospital, I'm pretty confident. Dabai smirked slightly. For anyone else, I'd assume they were cocky, but since it's you, I'll make an exception. Glad to know you hold me to such high standards. It fell quiet between them for a while. Any other time Izuku would have probably gone on to do what he came to do, but something about Dabai made him think the man wasn't finished talking just yet, so he stayed where he was, silently eyeing him the entire time. With a sigh, Dabai leaned back in his chair. Ingenium has a kid brother, right? In your class, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he does. He wasn't quite sure where Dabai was going with this, but he had a feeling he wouldn't like it very much. Keep an eye on him. What happened to Ingenium wasn't just traumatic for him, but for everyone around him too. Healing him isn't going to make the pain go away. Or the anger. You think he might do something stupid? I know he will. Anger makes you do stupid things. It may be small. It may be monumental, but whatever it is, it'll happen. Trust me, I spent years running on nothing but my anger, and I did a lot of stupid shit that I probably wouldn't have done if I had someone there. If I had a little bit of support. Izuku knew where Dabai was coming from. Everything just builds up over time until they can't handle it anymore. He'd seen so many people in his support group that just seemed to fall apart over time for this exact reason. He slowly nodded his agreement. He is my friend. It's not like being there for him will be an issue for me or any of our friends. He's not gonna go through this alone. A genuine but sad smile graced Dabai's lips as he pulled himself out of his seat and headed for the door. He gave Izuku's shoulder a pat on the way out. You're a good kid. I'll leave you to do what you've gotta do. He shut the door behind him with a gentle click, leaving him with only the sound of the heart monitor left. Shouta sighed almost silently as he peeked into Izuku's room, only to see him dead to the world, practically drooling on his pillow. He stepped back and shut the door as quietly as possible before heading to the kitchen, where he could hear his husband, his beautiful, wonderful, amazing husband, making them both a pot of coffee. It was going to be a long night, and he was sure they would need some kind of pick-me-up. He stepped into the kitchen and took a seat at the table beside Hisashi. The moment he saw his husband's tense shoulders, he knew he'd already seen something he didn't like. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long or even ask, because as soon as his butt hit the chair, Hisashi was sliding a file over to him. It was one of the internship offers given to Izuku. Hawks, are we ever going to catch a break? Is Izuku ever even going to have a moment to breathe? Now we have to deal with the Hero Commission breathing down his neck on top of the whole business with his mother and all for effing one. Hisashi spat out as he glared down at the paperwork with the number 3 hero's name across it in big bold letters. A soft knock at the door stopped them both in their tracks. Shouta stood, placing a hand on Hisashi's shoulder to keep him in his seat. I'll get it, don't worry. He walked over to the front door of their apartment and glanced through the peephole. What the hell? He unlocked and opened the door. Yagi, Aizawa, do you mind if I come in? I have some news, Yagi said seriously. He almost groaned. He was really starting to hate hearing anything of the sort. All the news they had gotten recently had been nothing but some level of horrible. What was that old saying? No news is good news. He was starting to fully agree with that sentiment. Yeah, of course, he reluctantly said. He stepped aside and let Yagi in, shutting the door behind him. As soon as the door was locked back up, an old habit that he wasn't even trying to break despite living on campus, he led Yagi into the kitchen where his husband was still glaring daggers at the Hawks file. Oh, Yagi said, a measure of distaste in his tone. You saw that too. I'm concerned about the Hero Commission poking their nose into Ayama's life. They're almost as bad as All for One when it comes to interesting quirks. That only made Hisashi's glare worsen. I know, I'm really starting to get sick of them. I'm just glad Nedzu is intercepting them wherever he can. What did you need to tell us? It must have been important if it couldn't have waited until tomorrow, Shouta interjected. If Yagi had information for them, Hisashi didn't need to spiral into a rage-filled tangent yet. Gran Torino and I have been going through Midoriya and Ko's things, and we eventually found out that Midoriya was apparently close with the Bakugo family. Bakugo? Like Bakugo Katsuki's parents? Hisashi asked, interrupting Yagi mid-sentence. Anger flashed across Hisashi's face when Yagi confirmed. Unbelievable. That effing woman. Hisashi cut himself off and took in several long deep breaths. Sorry for interrupting. Please continue. Yagi didn't bat an eye at Hisashi's anger, thank gods for that, and continued on. We went to the Bakugo household about an hour ago and found a whole lot of nothing. They had the bare minimum inside that house, and it looked as if they had just abandoned everything else in a rush. It was eerily similar to the state of Midoriya and Ko's apartment. Realization crossed Shouta's mind quickly. The Bakugos had a connection with All for One. That's what you're saying. That has been the running theory so far. We've yet to find evidence supporting or denying it, but Nedzu is going to be combing through their financial records, so we will hopefully get some answers in a few days. Do you think All for One had something to do with their disappearance? And Midoriya and Ko's? It's highly likely. What's really got me worried is how much he knows. When I fought him, I nearly caved in his skull. That's got to leave him with some kind of memory issues, but with him being constantly a step ahead of us, it makes me worry for Aoyama. All for One did not have a good history regarding his family, and if he gets his hands on Aoyama, Yagi trailed off. Shouta felt sick to his stomach. Every time something came up, it just got worse. Do you think he's going to be safe here? In Japan? I don't know, Yagi admitted. But if there's anyone he would be safe with, it would be you. You've already proven that you can erase all of Aoyama's quirks at once, which means the same should apply for All for One. I can't keep my eyes open forever, Yagi. No, but All for One is centuries old. He relies on longevity quirks to keep him alive. If you cut him off from those, even for a little bit, you're going to do some damage that he will have to take time to recover from. Oddly enough, that did make him feel a bit better. It probably helped that Hisashi had laced their fingers together, something he always did that comforted him. Thanks for keeping us updated, Hisashi said softly. He was staring at the file, a carefully blank expression on his face. I just wish I could bring some good news for once. Gods above know that you all need some. Yagi sighed. I'll let you know when we get the results from Nedzu's search, but for now I'll get out of your hair. Shouta stood and locked the door behind him before trudging back to his husband, practically melting into Hisashi's arms. It'll be okay, Shu, Hisashi whispered. We'll handle things just like we always do. We'll get through this. I know, Zashi. I just don't want to lose anyone else in the process. Hisashi didn't say anything, but the arms tightening around him was enough to let him know that he wasn't the only one feeling this way. The train station was unusually crowded for the time of the morning that his classmates were ushered out of the dorms. He didn't technically need to be there because Aizawa and Yamato would be driving him to Might Tower, but he really wanted to see his friends off before they left for their internships. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be up so god-awfully early or clutching the thermos full of coffee that Aizawa so kindly pushed into his hands before they left like the lifeline it was. And by the gods, was the coffee perfect. It never really woke him up the way others described, but it was comforting and relaxing and exactly what he needed to mourn his sleep. The sweet taste of the salted caramel-flavored creamer mixed with the perfect amount of sugar was exactly what he needed to make this morning bearable. And he was absolutely going to cherish every single sip he took, unlike the absolute heathen that Hitoshi was being. His purple-haired friend had grabbed 2 large spare cups from the kitchen this morning and filled them both with the most toxic-looking coffee he'd ever seen. Izuku wasn't sure he would ever trust that coffee maker again, and immediately downed 1 cup as soon as he dumped an entire cup of sugar in it. He'd taken the second, equally heinous, cup with him and was occasionally taking large gulps like his life depended on it. But all of this was still bearable compared to the morning people he apparently made friends with. Shouto, Ochako, and Denki were completely put together and way too damn perky despite the sun just barely peeking its head above the horizon. None of them had any remaining traces of sleep anywhere, and he would admit to being slightly jealous of that. It was almost unnatural. Almost. Even Mina was slouched against Hitoshi, most likely 2 seconds from dozing off. He didn't count Momo or Tenya because he'd never once seen either of them in disarray, and he wasn't sure that day would ever come. He was half convinced those 2 rolled out of bed perfectly prepped and ready for the day. They were on an entirely different level from anyone else, and thus they most definitely earned the label of the unnatural ones. Gonna be honest, Denki started, I have no idea why I have to be here. I'm interning with Midnight, so it's not like I'm gonna be leaving campus without her. He was leaning against the wall with a bored look on his face as he waited. Kaminari, Aizawa drawled, exhaustion pretty obvious in his voice. You shorted out the lights in the dorm with people there. What makes you think we want to leave you alone in the dorms for an unspecified amount of time? Denki was silent for a good minute before he nodded. The tips of his ears flushed in embarrassment. You know what? That is absolutely fair. Anyway, Mina, where did you say you were going to intern? Clearly, someone was desperate to change the topic. Mina shot off of Hitoshi's shoulder in a bit of a daze before her brain caught up with the question. Oh, right. I'm gonna be interning with Mirko. I'm hoping to get my hands on her workout routine while I'm there. Ooh, if you manage to get it, do you think we could work out together? Ochako asked. I'm sure Gunhead will be a huge help in general combat, but Mirko is jacked. Heck yeah, working out alone is no fun anyway. Mina's eyes trailed over to Hitoshi. Speaking of internships, who did you end up picking? You turned in your papers at the last second. I went with Ms. Joke, Hitoshi said blandly before taking another ungodly gulp from that abomination he called coffee. She was recommended to me since she's a Twilight hero kind of like Present Mike. She'll be able to give me experience for both Spotlight and Underground Heroics. If you want the really interesting internships, you should be paying attention to Shouto and Izuku. I mean, Shadow is going with Hawks of all people. Not what I expected from him. And Izuku gets to see the inside of Might Tower. They don't let anyone pass the lobby and don't exactly give out tours. He has a point, Momo said. I'm looking forward to my internship with Facom, but how will our experiences measure up to the number 1 and 3 heroes? Aizawa's voice cut through the murmurs of agreement. You shouldn't be concerned with others' experiences just yet. Focus on your own internships, and once you're back you can share just how much you did or did not learn. Every hero is going to have different methods of teaching, and you can tell each other all about it later. He received a sheepish chorus of yes, sensei from everyone just as the first train arrived. Izuku, however, was too busy watching Tenya hastily make his way to the train while everyone else was distracted. His eagerness to get away made a small pit form in his stomach. He had the unfortunate feeling that Dabai had been right and Tenya was still struggling to manage his feelings. Izuku had received endless thank yous when Tenya found out what he did, but healing his brother did not automatically make everything better. He was going to have to talk to someone about this very soon. Might Tower was glorious. It was beautiful. It was exquisite. It was like a beacon compared to all the surrounding buildings. Something completely untouchable to anyone without explicit permission. And he couldn't even enjoy it, unless you count tasting the training mats over and over something enjoyable. It wasn't really his cup of tea, to be honest. Not that he didn't appreciate what Gran Torino was doing for him, because he really did. But even All Might was cringing off to the side until he finally just excused himself, and that was crushing his poor fanboy soul. So he pulled himself back to his feet, praying that he could come up with something to give him enough time to think up a plan. All right, that's enough for now, Gran Torino said, coming to an abrupt halt. Like a puppet with its strings cut, Izuku sank back onto the ground with a relieved groan. So much for coming up with a plan. Gran Torino's toe roughly nudged his side. We're not going to get anywhere if you're this distracted. You need to be able to focus if you want to combat someone faster than you. So what the hell has got your attention? He lifted his head slightly to look up at the old pro with slight indignation. You mean other than the fact that my sperm donor is a centuries-old supervillain who is currently trying to hunt me down to do who knows what? That's old news, kid. He sighed, dropping his head back into the mats below him. Yeah, your head unfortunately is. So what's your problem? Other than your obvious daddy issues. You've heard about Ingenium, right? How could I not? The blonde idiot spent days bragging about that regeneration quirk you used to help him. His brother has been off since then. Which is honestly expected. I mean, he did just have a tragedy happen to him, and healing quirks don't erase those kinds of issues. The only problem is that he decided he was going to intern with the only hero who sent in a request from Hasu. It was silent in the room for a long few moments after that. You think he's going to play vigilante? I think that grief like that doesn't just disappear when the source of it goes away. And I also know that grief, or strong emotions in general, makes people do stupid things. Gran Torino had a thoughtful look on his face for several moments before he nodded as if coming to a decision. All right then, I'll make a deal with you, kid. If you can last 3 minutes against me, then tomorrow we'll head over to Hasu and keep an eye on the situation and, to a lesser extent, your friend. You can consider the latter a precursor to reconnaissance training. If I remember correctly, official reconnaissance training doesn't start until your 3rd year, so you'll have a leg up on your classmates as well. Sound good? Izuku immediately perked up a bit, renewed energy coursing through his veins. Yes, that sounds perfect. He ended up walking out of the training room with several new bruises accompanied by a victorious grin. Tomorrow they would be making the trip to Hasu. Who needed a plan when you had sheer stubbornness? Izuku wanted nothing more than to sit and enjoy the breakfast with All Might, Dabai, and Gran Torino, but he just couldn't stop the anxious bouncing of his leg the entire time. It finally irritated Gran Torino enough that he practically dragged Izuku to the training room to work off some of that energy before they have to sit on a train for hours, which was fair. Not fun, but definitely fair. As per the rules of the villain reformation program, he still could not go anywhere without at least 2 heroes present, so All Might and Dabai decided to join them on the train ride to Hasu, as if there was much of a choice there. It was a surprisingly pleasant train ride, but by the time they had finally arrived, Izuku had already started getting antsy again. Dabai took one look at Izuku before declaring that he was going to go ahead to the hotel they would be staying and telling them to call if anything came up. A tactical retreat. Gran Torino sighed. All right, I guess we can start early. Good thing you changed into your costume before we left. Izuku did his best to refrain from bouncing in his excitement. Patrol. He was going on his first patrol ever. He followed alongside Gran Torino while All Might trailed behind them at a reasonable pace to give them their space but still keep him in sight. He was watching the streets carefully, listening intently to everything that Gran Torino was telling him, which honestly wasn't much past the basic explanation of patrols, when a flash of pale blonde hair caught his eye. He came to an abrupt stop in front of a dingy-looking alleyway, eyes widening as he took in the scene before him. Gran Torino, I think we have a problem, he stuttered out. Gran Torino froze in place mid-stride before turning back to Izuku, then to the alleyway he was pointing down. We have been walking for, quite literally, 15 seconds. How the hell did you manage to find a problem in the span of 15 seconds? Do you even know the statistics for that to occur at all? Did you happen to pick up a quirk for that you just haven't told anyone about? Gran Torino grumbled as he strode forward with purpose. He knelt down beside the girl in the alleyway covered in bloodstains and felt for her pulse expertly. Is she all right? He hesitantly asked. She has a pulse and no obvious wounds. Other than that, I can't say. I'm not a medical professional and I'm not gonna pretend to be. The old hero pulled out a communication device and immediately requested an ambulance to the scene. As he finished his sentence, yellow, cat-like eyes flickered open. The girl let out a raspy groan and some kind of primal hunger took over her expression when she saw someone kneeling beside her. It was the fangs that really clued Izuku into what was going on though. He'd seen it time and time again in his support group. Someone would come in with a parasitic quirk, whether they fed on emotions, blood, or even organs in some cases, and they would be starving, completely unable to function because they didn't know where the resources were for people like them because they were scary so they weren't openly advertised. It was an unfortunate but not an uncommon event. He strode forward and knelt down beside the girl, cupping her cheek to try and get some kind of feel for her quirk. It wasn't something he did often because it usually left him with headaches, and most of the people he dealt with were more than willing to give information on their quirks, but he could sometimes feel out the nature of someone's quirk on a much deeper level than the guessing games he normally played. Hey, he spoke softly. Her yellow eyes slowly shifted to him as if the simple motion was utterly exhausting. Can you tell me how you feel? What you need? She opened her mouth to speak, but it took several long moments for her to rasp out any kind of answer. Hungry. Blood. She stuck to one-word answers. She probably didn't have the energy for more than that. He gave her his best reassuring smile. Thank you for telling me. We'll make sure you get what you need. Just rest for now, okay? The ambulance will be here soon. I promise. Her eyes slipped closed and several tears made their way down her cheeks, but her entire body seemed to sag in relief. It won't be long, right? Izuku whispered. He looked back at Gran Torino and All Might. No, the hospital is close by. It shouldn't take more than another minute, All Might said. How did you know? Gran Torino asked. Experience for the most part. Support groups for villainous quirks deal with this kind of stuff all the time. She's gonna need a steady supply of blood to recover from the malnourishment, he explained. I'm going to keep a close eye on her case, All Might declared. She looks to be about your age, and if she's so severely malnourished, there's probably a lot of neglect, possibly even abuse, going on involving her parents or guardians. Yeah, good idea. It's probably the most likely scenario. She's gonna need all the help she can get. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Soon enough, the paramedics had arrived and were loading the girl into the back of the vehicle. Gran Torino relayed the information that Izuku had given them and they took off. As his mentor had explained, due to the circumstances, she would likely be put into a private wing at the hospital, so there would be very restricted access until the investigation into her home life was completed. Being that they were the ones who found her, they would most likely be able to stop by and check on her when they had time, which definitely made him feel a little better. Not knowing would have been awful, and he wasn't going to miss an opportunity to check up on someone in need. The rest of their patrol was spent dealing with several minor crimes and handing them off to the police, all while strategically avoiding catching the attention of Manuel's agency. It was actually more fun than he was expecting, and if this was just a taste of what to expect in his third year, he was already anxious to get there. He'd caught sight of Tenya a handful of times and silently cursed the ridiculous suit of armor his friend was wearing. It would have been nice to get some kind of gauge to how he was feeling throughout the day. He would have to settle for watching from afar and hoping that Dabai was wrong and that Tenya really took the internship here for closure, and not the kind that involved going full vigilante. Some part of him already knows that was just wishful thinking. His hair was still damp by the time they made it to the hospital. After they had finished their patrol, both Gran Torino and All Might had ushered him back to the hotel, stopping on the way to pick up a quick dinner for the four of them. Thankfully, the place they got dinner from wasn't far from the hotel, so the food was still nice and hot once he got out of the shower. He felt like a new person as soon as he was able to relax, belly full and freshly cleaned. He was almost ready to take a nap, which made him wonder just how many habits he was picking up from his guardians. When All Might mentioned taking a quick trip to the hospital, he shook off the sleepy haze pretty quickly after that. One thing certainly hadn't changed in the past few weeks. He still did not care for hospitals at all. The smell, the sterile white walls. He hated every single bit of it. It made every hair on his body stand on edge for as long as he was trapped inside. He was going to go over the same thoughts over and over again with every new time he had to step foot in one. He'd been in hospital settings more in the past few months than he had in his entire life. Unfortunately, if he was going to be a hero, he would probably have to get over it. Recovery Girl's office was tolerable because of the personal touches she put in. A picture here and there, The walls painted a little more grayish blue than white. That being said, it was just similar enough not to help him when it comes to the real deal. So he spent the first 5 minutes that they were wandering the hospital looking for the girl in a state of hyper-awareness. Any sound, any flash of light, any movement in the corner of his eye were all enough to make him minutely tense up for a second, at least until he had time to process whatever it was he heard or saw. When they were finally directed to the girl's room, they were stopped by a nurse. She pulled them off to the side, just before they reached the door. "You're here to see the girl brought in earlier today, right?" she asked. "We are. Is there a problem?" All Might's voice was carefully neutral. That meant he was probably worried. "No, not at all. She's doing quite well at the moment, actually. She did have a panic attack earlier, but she seems to have recovered from it rather well." The nurse hesitated as she glanced back at the door. "I'm guessing there's a but in there somewhere," Gran Torino cut in. "No, it's just," she paused. "Cases like hers are unfortunately pretty common. We ran her through the system and it came back that she's wanted for an assault and suspected of several more. The only problem is that the courts don't hold people with blood-related quirks in very high regard. If she doesn't have anyone advocating for her, she will bypass juvie and go straight to jail. My wife works as a prison doctor and she says this happens all the time." "How has she been since she's getting a steady supply of blood?" All Might asked. "Scared. She's more afraid that she'll be going back to her parents than she is of going to jail. But she hasn't once raised a hand to anyone. She watches anyone in the room like a hawk, but she's almost constantly on the verge of tears. I highly doubt there wasn't abuse along with the very clear neglect." Izuku looked up at All Might's face and could see the faint outline of concern when he got the idea. He hesitantly poked the number 1 hero in the arm and received everyone's attention as a result. "What is it, young Neyama? I think that, maybe, we should meet her first. Talk to her and see what she's like for ourselves, you know. After that, if you're comfortable with what you see, you could talk to Nedzu about it," he suggested hesitantly. It was a solid plan. He was well aware of that, but it had the opportunity to backfire if the conversation didn't go well. He had faith in All Might, though. He wasn't the number 1 hero for no reason, and he had more than proven to be a kind man who would help anyone he had the chance to help. A large hand dropped onto his head, ruffling his already unruly curls. When he looked up, he was met with a smile. Not the patented All Might brand that the man wore while on the job. No, this one was all Yagi Tashanori. It was genuine and somehow more reassuring than anything he had seen on TV while he was growing up. "That's a wonderful idea, young Neyama. Why don't you lead the way? She'll probably be more comfortable if she sees someone her age first." "Oh my, Yagi." Yagi ushered him toward the door where the girl was waiting for them. He vaguely thought he heard Gran Torino murmur out "sap," but he wasn't going to swear to it. He reached up and knocked on the door, waiting a moment before he opened it. The girl was curled up in a ball in the corner of her bed, clutching a large cup in her hands as she sipped on the straw poking out the top. She had been cleaned up and her pale blonde hair was hanging loose around her shoulders, but the biggest difference was in her eyes. They were clear and bright. Any and all trace of haziness was long gone, and she was more than aware of everything going on around her. "I remember you," she said. Her voice was still a bit raspy but sounded leagues better than it had earlier. "You helped me," she stated, disbelief trickling into her tone. He wasn't surprised. She probably hadn't had much of that before, and he knew exactly what that was like. "Yeah," he said, keeping his voice soft. "I'm Ayama Izuku." "You." She took a moment to sip at her cup before answering. "Toga Himiko. Are you all here to take me to jail now?" "I hope not." For a moment he could see a flicker of something in her eyes. He wasn't sure if it was hope or fear, but he knew he was going to do his best to help her the same way he had been helped. He wasn't sure how it happened. All he knew was that it happened quickly. It came out of nowhere, and, despite knowing that Stain was in Hasu, he never actually expected to run into the serial killer, especially not in the middle of the day. Izuku had been having a good day. Nedzu hadn't gotten back to Yaga's text yet, but he was a busy mammal and was likely looking into Toga Himiko, so he would be more informed before he called. Toga deserved a chance to live a good life, and he had complete confidence that Nedzu would come to that conclusion as well. So, yes, he was having a good day, despite the pressure of Tenya possibly making a horrible, life-changing decision hanging over his head. It was, going to be fine. Yeah, just fine. Gran Torino had gotten him up bright and early to hit a nearby gym catering to heroes for a quick spar to start the day off. As soon as the old hero finished wiping the mats with Izuku's face, they hit the streets, casually stalking another hero and their intern. Manuel noticed them almost immediately and made eye contact with Gran Torino for several long seconds before seeming to brush it aside. It kind of bummed Izuku out with how fast they were made, but Manuel was more experienced than the sidekick that Tenya had been shadowing the day before, so it shouldn't have been too much of a shocker. 3 hours in and Tenya still hadn't noticed. Not that he was surprised on that front, considering his friend was still a first year. Still, he privately thought that children from hero families would be more aware of their surroundings, if only to be on the safe side. You never know when someone is going to be bold enough to snatch a hero's child off the street for ransom. Or worse, if there was one thing his time in the shadier parts of Musutafu has taught him, it's that death is not the worst outcome. Grim as it sounded, it was a simple fact of life. All right, kid, his mentor interrupted his thought process. Let's take a break for now and get something to eat. You can't afford to be skipping meals with the training you're doing. What about? I promise, we will catch up to them. They don't exactly blend in on the streets. Hey, well, he definitely wasn't wrong about that one. But it still made him nervous, if only a little bit. If it makes you feel better, we can grab something we can eat on the go, Yagi offered. Apparently. He was extremely transparent, but he wasn't going to complain about it this time. Not out loud. Did he ever complain about it out loud? All right, he eventually agreed. I am getting kind of hungry. They dipped into a nearby restaurant quickly, but just before the door shut, Izuku caught sight of Manuel and Tenya turning a corner. He made note of that for when they left. Thankfully, the place was pretty empty, so it was only a few minutes later that they were on their way. The lunch rush probably wouldn't be for another half hour or so. He was trailing behind the old hero with a tray filled to the brim with some very delicious takoyaki, occasionally popping one in his mouth as they followed the route Manuel took. Yaga's phone ringing drew his attention briefly, but he was honestly more focused on his food than the other hero. Blasphemy for an All Might fan, he was aware. He turned the corner right after Gran Torino, and they came into an alleyway that led to another street. The only thing out of the ordinary was that Manuel and Tenya were both collapsed with a man towering over them, swords in his hand. Gran Torino acted before Izuku could even think about moving. He launched off the ground, and a high-speed kick sent the raised blade flying across the alleyway far out of reach. Vyasa, get them out of here. Use your quirk as long as you go fast. With his mentor locked in battle with a psycho, he wasted no time in running to Tenya. What happened? Can you move? He asked in a rush. No, he cut me and I went down, Tenya said. I haven't been able to move since. I think it's his quirk. He didn't want to move either of them without any idea what other kind of injuries they may have. The lessons with Recovery Girl had taught him better than to move someone injured unless it was a serious emergency. He privately thought that this counted to a degree, but he would rather be safe than cause permanent damage to someone. He reached over and grabbed Manuel's wrist, well aware that he would probably be of more help than either him or Tenya, and took his quirk quickly, exchanging it with Regen. As soon as Regen did its job, he swapped them back. Manuel, can you still not move? He frantically asked when the man made no move to stand despite being healed. He was trying not to be too anxious despite the loud sounds of battle going on behind him. He really needed to get them out of here. The sooner he did, the sooner he would be out of the firing zone and out of his mentor's way. No, whatever his quirk is, it's still in effect. Izuku wanted to curse. He quickly swapped Tenya's quirk and slipped him Regen. He could switch them back later as long as his friend wasn't bleeding all over the alleyway. Standing, he lifted his friend, tossing him over his shoulder with a strained grunt. It would be a hell of a lot easier to get him out if he wasn't wearing a heavy-ass suit of armor. Kid, watch out, Gran Torino shouted, an almost desperate edge to his voice. He barely managed to turn around when a bright flash of silver caught his eye and a blood-red scarf took up his vision. In a panic, he dropped Tenya, silently promising to apologize for that later, and his arm immediately lashed out, the skin of his palm just barely skimming across Stain's face. His quirk immediately flared up in defense and violently ripped. The psychotic serial killer jerked back in shock as the sudden disorientation washed over him. A pair of bright yellow boots slammed into the side of his head without mercy, and he practically bounced off the brick wall before slumping onto the ground, completely unconscious. Izuku's chest was heaving as adrenaline pumped through his veins. He could feel his arms shaking slightly before he remembered that he dropped his friend in the heat of the moment. He turned to apologize, but before he could, a large shadow covered the alleyway. There Uola Yagi cut off, an alarmed expression on his face. What happened? I was on the phone for 2 minutes. Izuku gave him his best apologetic smile as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Why the hell was he sweating so much? Sorry, Yagi. He made to bend down and pull Tenya back up. Stop. Don't move. He instinctively froze at the commanding tone, something he had only heard once, when Bakugo had nearly killed him during training. He honestly never expected to hear that tone again, let alone directed at him. There was something different this time, and he couldn't quite place it, but he still didn't dare move an inch. That was when it hit him. Cold washed over his body, and an unbearable stabbing pain started up in his abdomen that made it hard to breathe. The world started tilting a bit as he slowly looked down until his eyes landed on the long knife lodged in his body. Well, that explained the whole stabbing pain. Oh, the word left him in a single breath as black spots filled his vision. Oh, that's not good, is it? Everything felt foggy. It was almost like a cloud had settled over his mind, and he was left stranded in the center with no way to tell which way was out. He wasn't sure how long he had been like that, but it was an annoying yet consistent beeping that eventually drew him out of it and into the land of consciousness. The first thing he noted was a dull, lingering pain radiating from his abdomen. The second was that he was in the hospital. Again, that immediately soured his already poor mood. He blinked his tired eyes while trying to process the room he was in. Never had he been so grateful that the lights were dimmed. He'd probably be a lot more irritated if they were at their full blinding power that hospitals seem to require. He slowly pulled his gaze away from the ceiling tiles. He didn't even have the energy to be irritated at how hard it was just to lift his damn head. Why was he even in the hospital anyway? He was supposed to be on patrol, wasn't he? Yeah, they were tailing Manuel and Tenya. They had to make sure Tenya didn't do anything dumb out of some misplaced guilt over something he had no control over in the first place. Eyes squinting in concentration, he tried to remember what the hell put him in the hospital of all places. Everything had been going normally. Well, at least he assumed it was normal for internships, the mild stalking being excluded. There was a training session in the morning after they had breakfast, courtesy of Dabai. Then they went on patrol and spent several hours staring at the back of Manuel and Tenya's heads. Then, lunch. Yeah, Gran Torino made him stop for lunch. Yagi backed him up. His eyes widened slightly when he remembered the flash of silver. Stain, the hero killer. They had run into the hero killer about to swing his blade on Tenya. There was a fight and he was stabbed. Instinctively, he reached inside and poked around for Region only to come across Engine. He still had Tenya's quirk, which likely meant that Tenya was still walking around with Region at the moment. No wonder he was stuck in a hospital bed. His head lolled to the side and he caught sight of Yamada sitting in the chair beside his bed, folded over so his head was resting on his arms. When his eyes wandered further down the bed, he saw Aizawa in a similar position at the foot of his bed. Both were clearly asleep. His mind briefly wandered to the last time he had been in the hospital, outside of this outlier year. It was just after his quirk had made its first appearance. He had taken the quirks of the bullies that were beating him, and the stress and anger managed to activate exchange. He could remember being confused and scared because he knew what happened to thieves. Thieves were bad people and they went to jail, and he had taken something very important to several people. That meant he was a bad person. He spent that entire hospital visit in a constant state of fear, just waiting for the police to take him, lock him up, and throw away the key. He thought he was going to rot in jail for the rest of his life at 6 years old. The only company he had during his stay were the doctor and the kind nurses, who never batted an eye at the mention of his quirk, even when he did. His mother hadn't bothered to show up at all until it was time for him to be discharged, and when he saw her, she had changed. She looked at him differently, or perhaps she had been looking at him like that for a while, and it wasn't until his quirk came in that she let it show, let him notice. So why were these two people, who he'd been in the care of for less than half a year, here? They had to care. That much was becoming pretty obvious. If they didn't, they wouldn't put so much effort into anything they did with him. They didn't have to do any of this. They didn't have to ask his opinion on what he wanted to eat. They didn't have to get him all this new stuff. They didn't have to take time out of their day to celebrate his accomplishments. So why did they so obviously care about him when his own mother couldn't be bothered to? Izuku, Yamada's tired voice called his name. Izuku. He could feel the man shoot up beside him, but he couldn't see through the torrent of tears that wouldn't stop flooding his eyes. A warm, calloused and scarred hand gently took his and held it in a way that no one had bothered to in years. Problem child. Izuku, what's wrong? Are you in pain? That simple question just made his body shake with sobs, which really wasn't doing him any favors in the pain department. He couldn't remember the last time that anyone who was supposed to care had even asked him something like that. He squeezed the hand holding his tightly as he finally came to the realization that this was real. This was happening. They weren't just going to change their minds about taking care of him. They were his parents, his dads. He really was home, explaining to his guardians, parents, his parents. Explaining to his parents what all happened during his patrol with Gran Torino was an ordeal that left him exhausted. Not exhausted enough to miss the looks on their faces when the chief of police came in and not so subtly tried to threaten him into keeping quiet. Apparently, the fact that a hero student had such a large role in the capture of a serial killer made the police look bad. They probably wouldn't have looked so bad if they had been doing their jobs right, but he was good and bit his tongue so as not to offend anyone. Hazashi took care of all the offending for him. Watching his normally fairly even-tempered dad rip into the chief was something he never thought he would see, but he wasn't going to say anything while he was sitting back enjoying the show. He wished he could have recorded it because it was wonderful and he would gladly watch that again. Maybe he was still a little bitter towards law enforcement in general. He wasn't really expecting the visitors. Not only did Gran Torino and Yagi stop by, but so did Dabai. He expected them to have gone back to work by the time he woke up. Not that he could blame them if they had. Time wasn't going to stop for anyone else just because he was injured. But perhaps the most surprising visitor was Tenya. He came into the room with his head hung low and a large weight very obviously hanging over his head. His parents took the hint pretty quickly and vacated the room so the two of them could talk. He had no doubt that they were staying close, probably hovering just outside the room knowing them. His friend wouldn't or couldn't meet his eyes. He wasn't sure which. Tenya kept his gaze solidly locked on the floor below his feet for several long moments. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse and quiet. Izuku, I am so sorry, he eventually said. What? Where in the world did that come from? I don't. Why are you sorry, Tenya? None of this is your fault. Besides, last I checked you weren't the one that took a knife to my stomach. But it is my fault. I knew that everyone was worried about me. I knew that and still went forward with my decision to intern in Hasu. I'm sure you've already figured it out, considering Manuel told me you and your mentor were keeping close by, but I didn't come here out of the goodness of my heart or because I thought Manuel had anything to teach me. Izuku went to open his mouth to say something. What? He wasn't sure. There wasn't much he could say to that because it was all true. Either way, he didn't get a chance because Tenya held his hand up to stop him. No, please, just let me finish. I came here with full intentions of finding the hero killer. What I would have done then, I don't know. I didn't exactly plan that far. I was just so hurt, Izuku said for him. Tenya finally looked up at him, brows furrowed in confusion. That's not exactly where I was going with that. Tenya, your brother nearly died. Someone you hold very close to your heart was nearly taken from you, and that is absolutely terrifying. Stain hurt you. He nearly took away the person that you look up to more than anyone else in this world. Whether or not he was healed doesn't take away the fact that you nearly lost him. Something like that is going to stick with you. A shuddering breath and sniffles immediately halted his explanation. His friend was crying, shoulders shaking and ugly tears and snot rolling down his face. I'm supposed to be apologizing to you. You've done so much for me, and now you're standing here being so reasonable about my unreasonable behavior. What I did was wrong, and I was so far out of my depth that I don't even know what I was thinking. My brother couldn't even beat Stain, and he's so much more than me. But you were there and you helped me again despite how I was behaving to you and everyone else. He hesitated as he stared at his friend's face, unsure of what to do. He couldn't exactly move at the moment without some serious pain. Anything, and I mean anything that you may need, all you have to do is ask. I will be there, Izuku. It's the least I can do after you've been such a good friend. Anything, Tenya confirmed while wiping away his tears to the best of his ability. If I asked you to talk to someone, would you? I think that having a neutral person to help you through your feelings would really help you feel better. Of course, it's not an immediate fix, but it's a start, and you gotta start somewhere. Tenya shook his head, seemingly in disbelief. You are a wonderful person, Izuku. I'm afraid I don't have much of a choice in the matter, though. I came clean to our teachers while you were still asleep and trying to recover. As a result of my actions and intentions, I have been put on academic probation. I won't be able to continue my internship. Instead, I will be going back to school for the rest of the week. I will also be very limited in our heroics classes until Hound Dog believes I'm ready. It seems I will be having twice weekly therapy sessions for the foreseeable future. That's good. Not the probation, just that you'll be getting someone to talk to. A knock on the door interrupted Izuku's sputtering. Thank goodness for that, and Shouta poked his head in the door. Ada, your brother is here to pick you up, Shouta said blandly. Tenya flinched minutely as if sensing the oncoming lecture. Right. There was one last thing I needed to do. He strode forward and held his hand out for Izuku to take. I believe it is past time for you to heal and get out of the hospital, and to do that you are going to need Regen. Also, not having my engines for so long feels very weird. He smiled as he took the offered hand and swapped engine and Regen. I'll see you soon, Tenya. With nothing else to say between the two of them, Izuku watched as Tenya walked out of the room looking a little lighter than he had before. Izuku was thankful to be back in class, even though he was instantly bombarded the moment he stepped through the doors. He'd opted to stay with his parents the night before instead of returning to the dorms to avoid just that for as long as possible, but he couldn't hide from his fate forever. He was saved solely by the fact that the bell rang soon after he entered and Shouta demanded that they all take their seats, which they did, albeit reluctantly. Your internships are over now, and I hope that you learned something from them, but you can share with your friends later. For now, we are moving on. Next week you will be taking your finals. If you've been slacking off, now is the time to stop and study because you are absolutely going to need it, Shouta drawled lazily. He had to give his dad kudos. He was a master at ignoring all the cries of despair. Or maybe he was relishing in it. That being said, Shouta continued without pause. Your schedules for this next week will be a little more flexible. If you feel you need more help in a certain area, all you have to do is inform that teacher and they will most likely make accommodations. Understood. Shouta nodded at the simultaneous replies of yes, sensei, before turning to the board to write something down. Moving on, then. Lunch came in a breeze and Izuku was sitting in his usual spot, surrounded by his friends. He was still silently in awe of that statement. He had friends. He was just raising his spoon to his mouth when a sharp elbow rammed into the back of his head, making him drop the utensil and sending a spoonful of katsudon all over the floor. Now, Izuku would be the first to admit that he didn't like wasting food. The thought of it usually made his stomach churn uncomfortably. But katsudon, That was his gold star choice, and wasting any amount of Katsuden flat out pissed him off. Sure, he could ask Shoto of Hisashi to make him some whenever he wanted it now, but it hadn't always been that way, and Katsuden was precious. So he was a little upset that, by the time he turned around, the offending party had already been taken care of and any shot at sweet vengeance was out of reach for now. That blonde from 1B, Phantom Thief, he was pretty sure the kid called himself, was slumped in the hands of Battle Fist. Sorry about him. He's a little out there, Battle Fist said sheepishly. She turned and started walking back to their table before she paused and looked back at them. As a bit of a peace offering, I heard that the practical finals are going to be fighting robots. Robots again? Ochako asked, face scrunched up in confusion. Apparently, thought you guys deserved to know so you can prep for it, but that she left them to their own devices. As soon as she was out of sight, Ochako shook her head. I don't believe it for a second. After everything we've dealt with, that seems way too easy, she said. Speak for yourself. I had to get in through the sports festival, Hitoshi pointed out. Yeah, but with everything you've learned since the beginning of the school year, I doubt you would have as much of a problem at this point. I mean, you trained with Shoto and Izuku a lot before the sports festival, and I know there were times the teachers were there giving pointers. You should give yourself more credit. She's right, Hitoshi, Izuku said. He could put mourning his Katsuden away until his friend stopped being so self-deprecating. You've earned your place in the class. Anyway, Hitoshi cut in before anyone else could say anything. Judging by the red tint to his face, someone was getting embarrassed. If you're so sure it's not robots again, what do you think it is? Oh, I have no clue. Really, it could be anything, especially knowing our teachers. I'm half convinced they write down a bunch of ideas on scraps of paper and mix them up, then pull it out of a hat to make their decisions, Ochako said, shrugging. I don't think you're giving the roulette wheel enough credit, Shoto complained. You know what, Shoto? You are absolutely right. They already have a roulette wheel on hand too, if I remember the beginning of the sports festival correctly. Not too sure about the hat, though. Snipe has a hat. They could probably use that, Mina commented. Also a valid point. But it doesn't have the dramatic flair that the roulette wheel has, Denki said. As amusing as this is, we are still at square one regarding the practical exam, Momo interrupted, barely hiding her smile. Izuku pursed his lips as a thought crossed his mind. This was immediately caught by Shoto, who was sitting right next to him. You have an idea. Shoto was looking at him from the corner of his eyes while slurping down a large portion of his soba. All eyes immediately landed on him, and if these weren't his friends, he likely would have felt as if he had been thrown into a den of hungry wolves. Instead, he cleared his throat. Well, they're always wanting us to think outside of the box for things like these. If Momo could make a recording device that automatically uploads to one of our phones, I could go put it in the teacher's lounge. They would almost definitely mention something about the test there, he said. Would that not be cheating? It's a bit underhanded, Tenya hesitantly said. Not necessarily, Hitoshi said. Sometimes in heroics you have to gather intel in ways that seem invasive in order to get what you need. I know intel gathering is a big part of major operations both above ground and underground. This could be a good trial run for us. If we pull it off right, we not only get an advantage in the practical, but we show them that we're learning that things aren't always as black and white as the media portrays it. The whole table seemed to fall into a contemplative silence at that. For several long moments, the only thing that could be heard was the chatter from nearby tables and the sound of Shoto loudly slurping his noodle. If we're going to do this, then we're going to do it right, Momo eventually declared. She locked eyes with Izuku. I'm going to make multiple devices and sync them with our phones. How many do you think you would need to cover every single room in this building that they could possibly hold a meeting about the practical? Izuku hesitated as he thought it over. I'm honestly not sure about that one. To be on the safe side, we would probably want 2 or 3 per room, just in case they find one, and there are a lot of meeting rooms they could use. We'd probably have to scout the halls to get an accurate idea of what we're working with. We want to include regular teacher hangouts, too, Denki suggested. Yeah, you have access to the teacher's living area. Maybe not their individual rooms, but you could probably scatter some in their communal areas, Mina said. Izuku felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and his foot started tapping lightly against the ground. If he didn't know any better, he would almost say that he was excited, anticipating what they were about to do. Who was he kidding? He was definitely excited, and maybe a little nervous. He liked to think that he knew all their teachers fairly well at this point, and this was the exact route that they were just waiting for anyone to take. But there was also that slim chance that what they were doing was going to get them into some serious trouble. All it took was a single glance around the table all his friends were sitting at to almost completely dissolve his fears. They were going to crush this exam. It had taken a few days, but the voice recorders had finally picked up on something in one of the meeting rooms they had booked. Considering none of them had been used for several days and they weren't getting anything from the teacher's lounge or the communal area in their apartment building, this was big news. So here they were, huddled around a table in Jiru's room. She'd been kind enough to volunteer her room since it had been modified with soundproofing, doors locked tight, and waiting with bated breath as the audio caught earlier today played out. They seemed to go through every single specialized final exam before they finally got around to the first-year hero course. "All right, first years. Are we going with the usual?" Snipe asked. "I think that would be counterproductive at this point, don't you?" Shouta said. "How so?" "It's worked well in the past." "Yeah, well, in the past, the first years hadn't dealt with villain attacks so early on. They've surpassed second years in many ways because of their experience. They've learned to adapt better. We need to work around that this year." "I completely agree," Nedzu chimed in. "That's why I came here with plans at the ready." "What did you have in mind?" "Nothing too soul-crushing, I hope," Midnight said. The amusement practically dripping from her voice did not fill anyone with confidence. "It's quite simple. Each student has certain weaknesses. I propose that we pair them up to fight one of us. We already have the support course working on creating subtle ways to slow someone down in a fight. We could use one of their designs as a way to even the playing field a bit." "How would we pair them up?" Vlad King asked. "Well, we would pair them with someone they are unfamiliar or typically unable to work with. It would provide another means to assess their adaptability in the field." "Will certain people be able to maintain their ability to remain impartial?" I can assure you I would not dare hire someone who could not remain impartial. That being said, I would not pair Aoyama to fight with either of his guardians anyway." "Oh, who are you thinking then?" Midnight asked. "Because I hate to say it, but the kid still relies pretty heavily on his quirk. I would have thought pairing him against Shouta would have been the default decision." There was a rustling of papers that could just barely be heard before anyone spoke again. "Well, I believe the best course of action would be to pair Aoyama with Koda and have them face off against All Might." Izuku automatically tuned out everything after that, leaving him staring at the phone in the middle of the table in a state of shock and horror. They were going to put him up against All Might. This was straight out of his nightmares. By the time the recording fell silent, everyone was in a similar state because they had come to the conclusion that they were all pretty much screwed. "Okay," Momo eventually said. "We know what the exam is. Now we just need to figure out how to survive it. And hopefully pass." "Oh, Momo, ever the optimist." The entire class was huddled around each other, completely decked out in their hero costumes and support gear as they waited for their teachers to arrive and send them to their doom. "Everyone understands their plans, right?" Izuku asked, looking around at everyone. It took him and Momo a while to come up with counters for each of their teachers and even longer to drill it into their heads. They would have very few chances to really make their plan work, and they couldn't afford to mess up unless they can make a quick recovery. "Don't worry, Izuku. We've got this. You and Momo did all the hard work and we've been working at this since you put your brilliant minds together," Hitoshi said. "Relax. I'm more worried about you, to be honest. I mean, All Might." Suddenly that sick feeling was back in his stomach, leaving him grimacing slightly. "Yeah, not looking forward to that one." "You'll do fine," Shouto said, sounding completely confident in his words. It was as if he was just stating a fact of life. "You're probably the only one who actually stands much of a chance against All Might. Besides, aren't you and Koda going to be avoiding him for most of the test?" "That is the plan," he said. "The only problem is that plans don't often survive impact with outside forces." Of course, he and Momo didn't mention that when they were giving the others ways to beat whoever they're up against. It was better to let everyone else go in with their confidence intact. Then you have nothing to worry about. He really wished he had the same confidence in himself that Shouto had in him because it honestly seemed astronomical. All conversations halted the moment they noticed their teachers approaching. Anxiety finally seemed to settle over everyone like a cloud the moment they all came to a stop about a dozen feet away. "Good morning, students," Nedzu practically sang, as he crawled out of Shouta's capture weapon. "I'm sure that you're all looking forward to today's practical examination. Tell me, have any of you figured it out?" The tone in Nedzu's voice made Izuku's stomach turn. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. He was way too happy about this. Achako stepped forward and boldly spoke up. "We're all going to be fighting in pairs against a teacher." If the maniacal smile on Nedzu's face hadn't sunk his spirits, then it was the small smirk Shouta had that landed the killing blow. "I'm afraid you are incorrect." The sheer, utter delight in Nedzu's voice was just another hammer coming down on his hopes and dreams, and everyone else's, judging by the cries of shock and outrage around him. "But Mina started to shout a sentence before it devolved into a loud groan of frustration. Midnight grabbed a pouch tied to her belt that he hadn't noticed before and tossed it towards them. It landed in a heap at their feet and all of the recording devices they had planted spilled out. They had been planning to go around and collect them as soon as final exams were over, but apparently they no longer had to do so since the teachers did all the legwork for them. Sneaky little kid is," Midnight said, laughter in her voice. "I admit, it was clever. However, you all failed to take into account that safety measures have been put in for this exact reason, or that they have only been built upon since the mishap at the USJ," Nedzu said. That being said, you all are the only class that has dared to do such a thing in over a decade, so I must applaud you all. I believe 20 extra points on each of your final exams is a suitable reward. It is your choice whether you decide to apply that to the academic or practical portion, or you may even split it up however you see fit. But that is something you may think about at a later time. For now, it's time for your practical examination to begin. Present Mike, if you will. Hisashi stepped forward, a remote of some sort in his hand, and clicked a button. A holographic projection came to life in front of them. Several of their names were grouped together under sections labeled Rescue, Information Gathering, and Underground. Over the course of your studies, we've noticed that, naturally, you all exceed in some areas and are rather lacking in other areas. So we have developed a test that focuses on your weaknesses, Nedzu explained. 13 and All Might stepped forward. Gyro, Hagakure. The two of you will be doing rescue tests as a team. Koda, Shinso, and Takoyami will also be working as a team in rescue. In order to pass, you must clear at least 3 out of 6 sections at the USJ flawlessly, though the more you clear the higher your overall score will be, 13 explained. All Might and I will be supervising you in person. Shouta, Cementos, and Midnight stepped forward as the other two returned to their previous positions in line. In order to pass information gathering, you will be making your way through a secured building and taking note of everything you may hear or see. Your memory and adaptability is your real test here. If you get caught, you automatically lose 15 points, but if you can find a way out of the situation for you and your teammates, you will still have a chance to pass. Ashido and Asui will be the first team. Kaminari, Sato, and Kirishima will be the second. Ida, Aoyama, and Siro will be the third, Shouta said. Hisashi, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Powerloader all stepped forward as soon as Shouta was done. As heroes, even those in the spotlight often have to partake in what are usually considered underground missions. Nothing like undercover work. Usually major raids where they can lend a hand. That being said, this will be treated as almost a mix of a raid and underground work. You will all be tasked with infiltrating a secured facility as quietly as possible in order to acquire your target. This will require that you work with your partner and communicate effectively in order to achieve your objective. You will encounter resistance and you have 2 options available, incapacitate or arrest. It's pretty self-explanatory and you will each be given 2 sets of handcuffs. If you want to pass, you must retrieve your target. If you are captured or fail to get in and out in the allotted time, you will not pass, Snipe explained. Yaoyarazu and Shoji will be the first team. Following them will be Uraraka and Todoroki, then Ayama and Ajiro. Recovery Girl and Hound Dog will be monitoring your progress remotely the entire time, and Recovery Girl will be on standby in case you require medical assistance, Nedzu said. With that being said, it's time to get on your respective buses and you will be transported to your exam sites. Izuku was waiting impatiently for his test to begin. They were taking one team at a time and running the test for each of them. Momo and Shoji were first to go and they would be given 30 minutes to complete the test. They had set up 3 different buildings for each team, which was probably a good idea. It saved time on having to reset anything or clean up, and minimized injury due to a previous team doing possible structural damage. He wasn't sure if this was the way the rescue and information gathering tests were being done, but he wouldn't be surprised. He probably wouldn't be having as many issues if he had something to do in the meantime. They weren't allowed to observe the other teams in order to test their own problem-solving skills. Instead, each team was given a digital map of the building they would be infiltrating and given 15 minutes to go over it before their tests. In order to keep things fair, they wouldn't even be able to access it until Shouto and Ochako finished their test, and who knew how long that would be considering they hadn't even begun yet. Or maybe his issue wasn't the fact that he had nothing to do to pass the time. Maybe his issue was the fact that his teammate was avoiding him like the plague. Ajiro had barely glanced in his direction before moving to take a seat as far away from him as possible, which, well, to be honest, it kind of stung. He never really interacted with his classmate before, always too engrossed in his friends that it almost immediately flocked to him. Maybe he was so focused on his friends to realize that there were a few who outright avoided him, like Ajiro. Perhaps he had gotten too used to the friends he had made. Perhaps he had gotten too used to the atmosphere that Yui created, and he forgot for a moment how he was usually viewed as soon as people found out his quirk. Either way, Ajiro's avoidance was really starting to irritate him. Sure, they couldn't do an in-depth plan like he and Momo had done for the test they thought they were going to have. They simply didn't have enough information to do that, but they could at least come up with some ideas. Whether they wanted to split up and cover more ground quicker, whether they wanted to stick together so as not to be blindsided by their much more experienced teachers. Anything, as long as it was an idea that he could work with, would be a godsend at the moment, if only to ease some of his anxiety. But no, he was stuck, sitting here trying to figure everything out on his own, which was probably going to become obsolete the moment Ajiro made his decision, because it wasn't like he could read the other boy's mind. Why couldn't he have been paired with literally anyone else? Someone who would at least acknowledge his existence would be better. Was that really too much to ask for? He would even take Aoyama as a teammate, and the blonde nearly looked like he was going to have a heart attack every time Izuku breathed in his direction. He wasn't sure what the problem was that they had with him. Of course he knew. It was so obvious, but Aoyama at least tried to be civil. Ajiro wasn't even giving him that. Or maybe he was overthinking all of this. Maybe he was assuming the worst of Ajiro because the worst has been a pattern almost his entire life. Maybe Ajiro doesn't have a problem with him at all. Or maybe Ajiro does have a problem with him, but it has nothing to do with his quirk. Maybe he needs to stop assuming the worst and start giving people the benefit of the doubt. Either way, neither of them could afford to fail the practical, and if Ajiro wasn't going to reach out, then it was Izuku's job to extend the olive branch. He took a deep breath and straightened up in his seat before looking over. Hey, Ajiro. We won't be able to do anything concrete, but I think we should at least try to come up with a plan of some sort. What's the point? You just said it won't be concrete. We don't have enough information for a plan, and to be honest, the last plan you came up with was bad enough, Ajiro said. He wasn't overly snappy, but there was still an undertone of irritation in his voice. The suspicious side-eyeing didn't help his case. What was wrong with my last plan? He asked. He was honestly a bit confused. Ajiro hadn't even had the chance to use the plan he made for him and Tenya against Power Loader. It could have worked, and now they would never know if it did or not, so why did that even matter? At that, Ajiro whirled to face him, disbelief written all over his face. Are you kidding me? What you did was downright shameful, despicable. The teachers may have been okay with it, but that definitely does not mean that I am. Do you know what we call actions like that at my dojo? Dishonorable. The others may have forgotten, or maybe they don't have a problem with you being here, but I do. You can't sit there and expect all of us to welcome a villain with open arms. Izuku's jaw snapped shut, biting down on the tip of his tongue in the process. But the pain didn't really register much. A familiar cold feeling had already washed over him by that point. So much for not assuming the worst. Maybe he could start that when the universe stopped throwing all its crap at him. Understood, he simply said. He could go on the rant of the century about how stupidly unfair all of this was. He could rip into Ajiro about the complexities of the world outside his precious, never break the rules, dojo. He could provide him with near endless examples of when the real world would chew those stupid rules up and spit them out. He could lay out every single thing wrong with what he just said with a list of resources he had memorized by heart by the time he was 13 to back up his argument. But he didn't. It would have been a waste of time and an even bigger waste of breath. People like that wouldn't learn from words. They were too stuck in their own little world to understand. The world was made of shades of gray. There wasn't a damn thing that was purely black and white. Someone stuck in that mindset would have to experience someone profound to change their mind. Even then, if they weren't open to change in the first place, they wouldn't. So he sat quietly in his seat for their exam to start, thinking the entire time. Ajiro might not be willing to work with him, but Izuku sure as hell wasn't going to sit there and allow the idiot to drag him down as well. So he thought. He planned. He wasn't going to fail. Before he knew it, the others had completed their exams and they finally had access to the digital map provided for them. He stood outside the building they were to infiltrate, a respectful distance away from Ajiro. We'll split up. That way if one of us is caught, the other can continue, Ajiro bit out. Izuku said nothing. He wasn't going to argue because he was going to suggest the same thing. It would hardly be productive to work alongside someone with a grudge and an inability to put said grudge aside long enough to get the job done. He wasn't responsible for the blonde's feelings, and he certainly wasn't going to put up with them. He left Ajiro at the front entrance to the building and skulked around the side, paying attention to every window he came across. Some were boarded up or broken, others looked to be in almost pristine condition. He could go through the back door, but according to his map there were several windows closer to the target than either of the doors. By the time the buzzer that signaled the end of their time to plan sounded, he was ready to move. He wasted no time in activating Cat-like, using the extra durable claws that came with the quirk. He dug them into the concrete and started climbing up to one of the second-floor windows. As soon as he got a good grip on the windowsill, he let out a barely audible sigh of relief. The claws were strong, but the pressure against them was still uncomfortable at best. The window he chose wasn't one of the pristine ones, nor was it one of the boarded-up ones. There were more likely to be traps in the nice windows, and taking down the boards would have drawn too much attention to himself. There was just no way to take down all those boards quietly. He could have tried to K, but he still struggled with controlling the radius and didn't want to risk structural damage. Instead, he went the safer route and made his way to one of the windows that wasn't boarded but barely had any remains of shattered glass left. As soon as his feet touched the ground inside, he was moving. Cat-like made him lighter on his feet, and he wasn't about to drop the quirk when it was his best option for stealth. A quick glance at his map showed him he was only one hallway away from his target. Someone would probably be guarding outside the door. He would still have to be quiet while trying to capture them. He had no idea if there would be anyone inside the room with his target. He just prayed the ectoplasm was on the first floor patrolling somewhere. He would be the biggest obstacle. He stopped as soon as he was about to turn into the hallway where the room was located. A quick glance around the corner before he ducked back out of sight was all he was willing to risk. Snipe, better than ectoplasm. He probably wasn't carrying any actual bullets considering it was a school exam. But any alternatives would still hurt. A light bulb went off in his head and he smiled and he reached down and pulled his emergency weapon from his boot. All he had to do was get close and he could end it in a second. Another glance at the map and he had a plan. He went back the way he came and circled around to the other side of the hallway. The door was closer to that end and that meant Snipe had less of a chance to react. He paused as he made it to his destination and took a breath. He could do this. No problem. He used cat-like to launch himself forward, using the wall as a springboard. Snipe wasted no time, but neither did he. Cremation came to life, blocking the hero's view. It was a risky move in any fight. If they couldn't see you, chances were you couldn't see them. But as he burst through the wall of flames, he couldn't help but know that the risk paid off. He swung his knife forward and it made contact with Snipe's arm, slicing through his skin with ease. The cut wasn't deep by any means. It could barely even be considered a scratch, but it was enough. With the edge of his blade coated in the thinnest layer of blood, he leapt back and brought it to his mouth. Bloodcurdle was a great quirk. It wasn't glamorous, but, like most blood quirks, it provided inbuilt immunities that most people didn't have. Of course, it didn't take away the fact that blood tasted disgusting, but that was something he could easily overlook just for how useful it was. As soon as the blood was down his throat, Snipe hit the ground, completely incapacitated with no hope of moving. He still wasn't sure what the limitations of the quirk were yet. He doubted that Stain would be super willing to give that information up, so he wasted no time in pulling out one set of cuffs given to him and securing them around the hero's wrists. He took a second to let his racing heart calm and checked the clock that started counting down the moment they were given the go-ahead. He still had 23 minutes left on the clock. He was doing great. Going in through the window had saved him so much time. Whatever the target was that he was picking up, he really hoped it would fit through the window because he did not want to have to navigate through the first floor to get to the door. He slid his knife back into his boot and made his way over to the door. In one quick motion, he turned the knob and swung it open, still being careful not to let it slam against the wall. He scanned the room quickly and only relaxed when he realized none of his teachers were going to jump out at him. In the center of the room was a large chair facing away from him and nothing else. He prowled around the chair silently only to nearly trip in surprise when he saw what was in the chair. Or rather, who. Why hello there, Aizawa. Nedzu sat in the chair, holding a nearly empty teacup between his rope-bound hands. You're the target, he asked, a bit dumbfounded. Indeed I am. Izuku blinked away the shock and shrugged. That works just fine for him. All right then, let's G. Before he could finish his sentence, a soft chime sounded in the exam area. Ajiro Mashural has been captured. That meant there were 3 people who were going to be solely focused on him. They were probably already scouring the building. He didn't have any time to waste. He reached out and gently picked the principal up, teacup and all, and bolted out of the room as fast as he could. He had to make it to an exit. Any exit as fast as possible. He laid eyes on a boarded-up window, and just as he was about to throw whatever quirk that came to him first, Hisashi, no, he wasn't Hisashi right now, he was Present Mike, strode in front of it and locked eyes with him. He couldn't do what he did with Snipe and throw up a curtain of fire. Present Mike's quirk would counter that too well. So he did the most logical thing he could in that situation. He turned and ran like hell, turning down the first hallway he could so he wasn't in the direct path of voice. He could hear the voice hero running after him so he didn't stop. He glanced at his map for a second before he adjusted his path. Before he knew it, he was running up on the same window he came in and another pair of footsteps had joined Present Mike's. He had no time to be gentle and barely any time to think, so he just followed his instincts. He tucked Nedzu close to protect him from any remaining glass and launched himself out the window head first. He could feel a shard of glass that was still attached to the frame slice through his forehead as he went sailing through the opening. As soon as he was airborne, he let go of cat-like, holding Nedzu with his right arm. He threw out his left and sent off a nearly concussive blast of fire from cremation, paired with breeze for some extra force, toward the ground to keep them from crashing as hard. It helped, and thanks to the multiple copies of shock absorption he picked up from that Namu, he didn't feel a thing. Shaking, he released his grip on his principal as soon as he had his footing. Adrenaline was pounding through his veins to the point he almost felt giddy. A set of paws rested over his hands, drawing his attention to Nedzu. It's over, Aizawa. Just breathe. The med robots will take you to Recovery Girl so she can clear you, Nedzu said. The smile he normally wore was softened to something more comforting. He finally noticed the stretcher that was beside him and nearly collapsed onto it, a relieved laugh involuntarily falling from his mouth. He did it. He passed. With almost 15 minutes to spare,